Well, a very good morning from the F-Landring here at Kartclub Kerpen in Germany. And welcome along to round 5 of the Chrono Karting Dutch Championship for Rotax and KZ2. What beautiful sunshine we have here on Sunday morning. This now starts the second half of the 2024 championship season. It also sees our third trip outside of the Netherlands this season, with 4 of the 8 rounds taking place outside of the Netherlands. So far, we had the opening round back on the 25th of February at the home of champions Karting Genk. Then we headed to Kartclub Kerpen on the 17th of March for round 2. Karting de Fang in Belgium at Marienborg for the 28th of April. And last time out on the 19th of May, we headed to Circuit de Lansard in Eindhoven. But now, the road to Chrono for those Rotax competitors competing for a prize ticket continues right up until Lansard on the 15th of September, whereby we will then crown our representatives for Team Netherlands for the 25th running, the 25th anniversary of the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals at Chrono in Italy between the 19th and the 20th of October. Hello, it's Alex Goldschmidt, back once again in the commentary box, here to give you all the play-by-play action as it happens. As I did tease on social media, well, I'm going to let the cat out of the bag. I'm going to be having a co-commentator alongside me this weekend for KZ2 and KZ2 Masters for the finals later on today. Job Breedveld, who you will normally know through Chrono Karting circles, and also has competed for Team Netherlands in years past at the Grand Finals. What's more, there you can see a very, very packed timetable. We have the best part of nearly 180 drivers from far and wide here for this 5th round of the championship season. Also a big thank you to everyone joining us on the official Chrono Karting YouTube channel. And good to see that support coming in on the YouTube channel already. Ryan the Sign is saying, come on, Olivia Mazurkiewicz. We love you all from out of Berchem. Victor Jacobs going, go Matthias. Kevin Navis giving support from Sane. And good to hear, stay in Kerpen. Thank you so much, Andreas, as we are coming towards the end of our free practice sessions here this morning. KZ2 have just been out on track and they're doing their practice starts. Of course, the 6-speed shifter class. And it's one of the hotly contested championships this year. The remainder of the season's calendar is as follows. We head back to Eindhoven to Circuit de Lansard on the 15th of September for round 6. Round 7, we return to Circuit Berchem on the 13th of October. And the 8th and final round will take place at the home of champions Karting Genk on the 3rd of November. So, with over 36 senior drivers here this weekend, 39 it looks like, we had 2 groups of qualifying yesterday afternoon, and all the other classes got themselves involved in time qualifying around this hallowed circuit that has seen the likes of 7-time Formula 1 World Champion Michael Schumacher and 4-time Formula 1 World Champion Sebastian Vettel ply their initial stages in motorsport at this very circuit. And it is a circuit that I now visit for the 2nd time in my commentary career. The first time back in November of 2019. And it still has all that lustrous charm and technical difficulties we'll have to endure over the course of the day. Air temperatures set to hit a high of 24 degrees Celsius towards the tail end of today's racing. So next up we will have our first, and the final senior Rotax heat will be groups A versus B at around 10 past 1 this afternoon, barring any delays or stop. And incorporated into that will be a second chance heat. So we'll have the ranking after heats for the seniors. Each of the drivers will compete in 2 respective heats, and thereby we'll get the intermediate classification, the ranking after heats, and see who will go through straight away into the... I have to say a big thank you to the sponsors of the live stream this season. Karting Champions League, who have just announced their Winter Series, November the 4th, and the of a Formula 4 car with the partner of Karting Champions League, MP Motorsport, accelerating talent. Last category in terms of the equipment that you can bring to the respective circuits. Two of the best circuits in modern day European karting. Also, we have to say a big thank you to for your vehicle. They are passionate about delivering high quality technical solutions that improve your driving experience and optimize the performance of your vehicle. As the market leader in chip tuning, they offer tailor-made tuning solutions that maximize power, torque, and they are extremely popular due to the price and the quality ratio. The notebooks from this manufacturer deliver very good performance at an affordable price. Drankautomaten from Zeeland. They have been the coffee supplier par excellence for almost 4 decades. So for the right coffee machine, good service, and a tasty cup of char, head to their website, www.vandanen.nl. So, the first set of races are about to get underway. Following on from time qualifying yesterday afternoon, we had 2 groups of qualifiers for senior Rotax. A total of 39 drivers, which will Bram Plomp, Ralph van der Pavert, who took a podium last time out at De Lanzaard, rounds out the top 7 ahead of the likes of Jori Schoens, Matera Denkovic, Devian Rost, and Tommy van der Stroys. Julian Klausman and Eva Dorrestein, who moves up to senior Rotax this weekend, the one from the Netherlands. Jort van Wijk and Felipe Falk rounded out the top 15. But our grid is pretty much prepared and ready for their first heat. Now, all heats and pre-finals, up until the league ruling for Chrono Karting, is that if we have 2 full starts, the timer starts counting down until everything is ready to go racing. So let's take you through the grid of the first race of the day here for round 5. It's senior Rotax and it's heat B versus C. Vic Stevens starts from pole position. Alongside him on the front row will be Mitch Haynett. Mika row 2, Jori Schoens and Matera Denkovic row 3, with Tommy van der Stroys, Julian Klausman, Jort van Wijk and Felipe Falk rounding out the top 10. Wood Kirstens, Benjamin Van Hees, Ben Kaminski, Enes Dirmir-Kaya, Kevin Navis, Ruben Tima, Jay Zurveld, Keanu Friends ran out the top 20. Ahead of Martin Herrera, Rein Vandermeer, Dean Winters, Gwen Bloxhill and Enzo van den Dickenberg. And unfortunately, Puck Gubbles is going to be a non-starter. Set to start 19th on the grid. So current air temperature is 15 degrees Celsius at the moment. It feels a little bit hotter than that at the minute. I think it's more like 19 to be completely truthful. 82% humidity. But sunshine beating down on this iconic circuit here in Western Germany, in Nordrhein-Westfalen. Not too far outside of the heart of the Ruhrgebiet. So the drivers will have to be on their A game from the word go here at Kerpen. So the drivers make their way towards the final part of the circuit here in Germany. And we get ready and set. The adrenaline is high. The tension, you could cut through with a hot knife through cold butter at this particular moment in time. As the field concertinas out of the final corner into the tram lines. Revs rise. Do we go round again? I'm just waiting to see. I think that might be the case. We might have a full start. Yes. I think I'm seeing a few yellow flags. We are going to go on a restart here. And this is the point in the season where things really, really do matter. Because then, after this weekend, we'll really get an understanding and get a real Lanzaard on the 15th of September as to who will be the main protagonists alongside Jaden Thien in terms of the championship standings. At the moment, well, a big lead for Jaden Teen at the moment. 437 plays 370 with Julian Klausman in second position. Mika van der Pavert and Tommy van der Stroys round out the top four in the standings on 341 and 332 apiece. Then Benjamin Van Hees, Wood Kirstens, Jort van Wijk, Felipe Falk, Devian Rost and Bram Plomp round out the top 10 in the overall classifications after the opening 4 rounds of the season. So the red lights are ignited once again on the starting gantry here at Kartclub Kerpen. Into the tram lines, revs rise. Lights are out this time, we're underway. Into the fast right-hander that leads them down into the first part of the circuit. Vic Stevens holds on to the lead as Mitch Haynett trying to go round the outside of Mika van der Pavert, but it's not going to be easy. Now into the twistier part of the circuit, into the infield. A lot of camber, a lot of change of direction. And safely down onto terra firma. But coming through into the final part of the circuit, well, Mika van der Pavert is chasing down Vic Stevens. As through the final corner, attack from Mika van der Pavert, but Vic Stevens, if that was the case that someone tries to overtake, they've got to be very, very careful. Now into the far part of the circuit where you really get through the twisty stuff here at Kerpen. Starting to elongate. 5, he's ahead of Bram Plomp as Mika van der Pavert dives up the inside through turn 2 and takes the lead off of Vic Stevens. Mitch Haynett thought he might have an opportunity to get through at that same corner, but unfortunately there were friends in the 393. Looks to be out of the race. Enes Diminikaya drops all the way down to 24th position. As behind the top 2, looks like it's getting a bit scruffy out there. Van der Stroys, the final double left, and Vic Stevens right in the slipstream and dives up the inside, puts the boots on the foot, on the other foot, so to speak, when it comes to Mika van der Pavert, who did the same move 1 lap ago. And, well, Keanu Friends was given the meatball flag for having a defective side pod, so side pod might have been ripped away from the kart. And he was out very, very early before the conclusion of the first lap of the race. Vic Stevens still holding on to that race lead. Mitch Haynett looks to have got back past Tommy van der Stroys for 4th place. We've also got Bram Plomp and Matej Denkovic not too far behind. So elbows out a little bit further back down the field, just outside of the top 10, going through into turn 2. But still, the lead is being held on by Vic. He's very, very plentiful going through the fast right-hander. 339, Matej Denkovic, and I think possibly the 337 of Bram Plomp. So it was very, very close between the pair. Battling over 6th position at the minute. So 5.5 minutes plus 2 additional laps still remain. Radenkovic not giving it up though. Right on the rear bumper through turn 1 is the 339 on the back bumper of the 337. Plomp goes defensive into turn 2. Radenkovic looks for the crossover through into 3. And more dives happening at around about turn 6. But Van der Stroys had more than gumption, not having it all their own way. But it wasn't actually Van der Stroys, it was somebody else. It was the TB kart little Kirstens. So Kirstens, I think, got through. A little bit further back, there's Ruben Verheyen battling away with Jort van Wijk in the 333. That is over 8th place as I think they need to check their Nomex after that one, to be completely honest. But Vic Stevens still holding on to the race lead. But Mika van der Pavet has got that gap down to just under 2/10. Van der Pavet trying to really exit the corner at turn 2 rather nicely. Through into 3, into 4, into the left-hander here at 5. They really, really have got themselves up to a very, very good competitive level at this early stage. So it will be the case of who is going to be better adapting to the way that the track's evolving. But look at the run that Mika van der Pavet just had on Vic Stevens through that left-hand kink into the final chicane, coming through into the final double left-hander. He really is putting the frighteners on Vic Stevens as we speak. Now, will van der Pavet go for the move up the inside through turn 2? The answer is a definitive no on that one. And what's more, Jori Schoens is catching. Fastest lap of the race so far, Matej Denkovic down in 7th, 44.673. Gap between the top 3 last time around was just under 6.5 tenths of a second. So we still have 24 of the 25 starters continuing onward in this race. But the battle at the front, Stevens and Mika van der Pavet still at loggerheads at the moment. He get himself in the best position possible season long so far. Van der Pavet is one of the closest ones to him. Julian Kloosman all the way down in 12th position. That's that race lead after lap number 6. Make that lap 7 now. Into turn 2 they go once again. Van der Pavet decides to pull the trigger. That is going to be very, very crucial. So coming down to the final 70 seconds plus an additional 2 laps of this opening heat out of 3. You can see how hard Mika van der Pavet is wrestling with that steering wheel on Republic chassis for SP Motorsport. Whereas Vic Stevens on the OTK through Bouvin, good mechanical system. And make sure that your mechanic has got to do as little work as possible. Thereby, it means that you don't have to compromise on setup if you have a big incident, possibly track rod, tie rod, maybe even chassis might need to be replaced if that driver has one here. So 3 laps to go. And Vic Stevens continuing to lead the way. He's opened up the gap to just under 3 tenths. Ahead of Mika van der Pavet, Jori Schoens in 3rd. Mitch Haynert, Tommy van der Soys, Bram Plomp, Matej Denkovic, as that was the 366. Wout Kerstens retaking a place from, looks like Julian Kloosman in the 373. So timer has now officially hit 0 on the clock. Leaders making their way through into the chicane. It literally, well, it's been reprofiled quite a lot. It looks like a lot more recent tarmac has been laid down here. And Vic Stevens has a very, very good window of opportunity here to just try and expand that lead a little bit more. And a skirmish happening through the chicane. But final lap is underway. Vic Stevens has nearly a 6/10 of a second advantage over Mika van der Pavet, Jori Schoens, Mitch Haynert, Tommy van der Soys, Matej Denkovic, Jort van Wijk. Looks like also Bram Plomp now up into 8th position. Ruben Verheyen 9th, and Wout Kerstens rounding out the top 10. But after multiple attacks from Mika van der Pavet out of the final corner, the opening heat of the day, it goes the way of Vic Stevens, the 327, winning by just over half a second ahead of Mika van der Pavet with Jori Schoens Mitch Haynert, Tommy van der Stoys, Julian Klausman round out the top 10 overall. Kartclub Kerpen in the senior Rotax division after a very initially entertaining battle between himself and Mika van der Pavert. So the dust and the storm settles after the opening heat of the weekend. So there you see. So next up, we go to our first pre-final of the weekend, and we turn our attention to our Micromax competitors. After time qualifying yesterday, Ryan Rampadarath starts from pole position. Noah Stehauder will be alongside on the front row in second. Jesse Moonen and Dimitar Lazarov round out row 2 ahead of Connor Haufer and Nikki Naruhito Tomasi, who took the final in Circuit de Lansard last time out at round 4. Bruce Chirino, Elliot de Crida, Milan Clays, Matthias Clever and Matthias Bolage round out the 11-strong grid. So the pre-final will take place over 10 minutes plus 2 additional laps here at Kerpen. So the drivers making their way towards the final part of the circuit here at Kerpen. And we are set and ready for their first race of the weekend. Into the tram lines. Red lights go out first time, and we are underway as the field makes its way down through the fast right-hander here at turn 1. And into turn 2 for the opening tour. Rampadarath looks to be holding on to the lead as they come through that corner. 3 wide at the back end of the field, and there's been contact in an incident. Someone's gone around. Yellow flags being waved. So one driver has already had a drama in the early few corners of this race. So just a brief apology. We've been having some technical issues at the moment, but thank you so much for bearing with us as the action very much back underway. Ryan Rampadarath being chased down by, well, it's not Yesimun who's in 3rd place now. It's Connor Halfer, the youngster from Germany, who last week at Karban Ampfing did a clean sweep in Micromax in RMC Germany and looks to have taken the lead through turn number 2 on lap 2. So the number 78 for C4 Racing now up into the race lead. Yesimunen in 3rd. Dimitar Lazarov rounds out the top 4 ahead of Niki Naruhito Tomase, with Noah Stehauder dropping all the way down to 6th from the outside of the front row. Halfer making his way through up towards the top part of the circuit. Rampadarath giving chase at the moment. And through into the final double left-hander they go. Lap 2 now in the books. And Halfer still leads, but not by much, by just over 0.13 of a second, as Rampadarath sends it to the inside before they've even hit the inside apex of turn 2 and robustly makes his way through to take the race lead. But I think Connor Halfer's got that place back. Well, he will do through turn 5. Diving up the inside goes Connor Halfer and gets through on Ryan Rampadarath for the race lead. An absolutely sterling manoeuvre by the number 78. Niki Naruhito Tomasi has dropped down to 6th place behind Noah Stehauder, the leading Micromax rookie. And look at that, 2 battles. Two trios hard at work, and both being led by a driver on a Praga. As Rampadarath looks to the outside, that's brave, trying to get the crisscross through into turn 2, get the run through into 3. But now Dimitar Lazarov has closed on in to the back of the top 4 train. Well, top 3 train. Niki Naruhito Tomasi, in the meantime, has got past Noah Stehauder for 5th overall. So top 6, very, very closely packed. Top 6 last time around were covered by just under 1.1 seconds. Looks to be a lot closer than that on this particular occasion here on lap number 4. And Rampadarath trying everything in the playbook, throwing all the pages at Connor Halfer, who is not buckling under the pressure. As through into turn 1, the fast right-hander into the right-hand hairpin here at turn number 2, and defensive move again from Connor Halfer. And this time Dimitar Lazarov manages to get through on Yesimunen for P3, and I think Yesimunen might have lost another place, or maybe a couple has dropped back to 6th. So further dramas for several of the drivers. Milan Glaze has got through on Bruce Chirino and now heads up 2nd in the rookie ranks. But Rampadarath is not hanging about, not waiting around, and sees an opportunity here on Connor Halfer. As it's getting a bit feisty in the battle for 4th place. It was nearly 3 wide into the left-hander here at turn number 3. Well, one of the carts going very sideways on the approach into turn number 5. Might have been Milan Clays, possibly, in the number 4 carts. Now up from 9th to 7th position overall. We still have 5 minutes plus 2 additional laps of this race still to go. And, well, It's getting very, very hot and heated in the battle for P3. Noah Stehauder through on Dimitar Lazarov for P3 overall, whereas Ryan Rampadarath is trying everything in the playbook at the moment, and it's not quite working to try and regain the lead from Germany's Conor Haufer, number 78. Now Stehauder closing in on Rampadarath for P2. It is very much about those inches, those millimeters that you need to claw back to try and get through on the opponent in front. But we have got a spinner at turn 2. So someone is going to drop down the order. Might have been Matthias Berlage, I think, in the number 33 that had a spin around, ended up backwards. You can outbrake yourself going into turn 2 at Kerpen. And that very much is more than likely personified. But as Conor Haufer tries to pull away from the battle for second and third between Rampadarath and Stehauder, well, they're still giving chase. Stehauder on the CRG, Rampadarath on the Kart Republic, and Stehauder looking not getting through that time around. However, it's brought the top 3 to within 4/10 of each other after the opening 8 laps of this 10-minute plus an additional 2 laps. There has been a 3-second time penalty given to Nikki Naruhito Tomasi for unsportsmanlike driving. So that will drop the number 25 down to 6th position. But the top 3 come across the line. Less than 3.5 tenths separate them. Rampadarath and Stehauder waiting in the wings for the opportunity to strike and get through on Conor Haufer, who is defending the racing line. I think Stehauder, yes, just got through. Stehauder through at turn 3 on Ryan Rampadarath from SP Motorsport in the number 32. And the 32 ends up dropping down to 3rd position as a direct correlation. But this has given an opportunity for Conor Haufer to start pulling away. Now, some of the drivers here will be preparing for the next round of Rotax Max Challenge Germany that happens in early August. Some will also be here for practicing for the forthcoming penultimate round of the B&L Karting Series, which happens in the last weekend, pretty much, of August. The last time around between Noah Stehauder and Ryan Rampadarath, the gap was just 1/10 of a second. Nikki Naruhito Tomasi knows what he needs to do in order to try and do some damage limitation for that 3-second time penalty. So 3 laps to go, including this one. Conor Haufer still leads the way by over half a second. One of the cars just coming through the shot there, very sideways, coming through into what will be turn 5 at this circuit. But now the battle for second position really heats up behind Connor Halfer. Rampadala tried to get the inside line coming out of the final turn and then try and go for the outside pin on turn 2 and 1. So with the counter having timed out to 0, the next time around we will see the final lap of this Minimax Pre-Final. And at the minute, Micromax Pre-Final at the moment, Connor Halfer is pulling away into the distance. And that's a clear gap. That could be best part of nearly a second. And maybe an even further extended lead. Yes, that is the case. 0.822 from Halfer to Stehauder, the top rookie. Rampadala completes the top 3. So final lap is underway. Connor Halfer is doing everything right at the moment, not leaving anything to chance as they come through into the flat line chicane and then into the double left, and that's going to be it. Winning the pre-final, it's Germany's Connor Halfer, and Noah Stehauder starts celebrating, having taken second overall and wins in the rookie division. Ryan Rampadara rounds out the top 3 ahead of Niki Naruhito Tomasi, Jesse Moonen, Milan Claes. Dimitar Lazarov drops down to 7th, but still manages to complete the race. So Bruce Chirino, Eli Dikrida, Matthias Clever, Matthias Bolage round out the 11 strong. So Niki Naruhito Tomasi, So we get underway with our next pre-final, and it is Minimax. Let's take you through the starting grid. On pole position, it's Vince van der Hollen. Alongside him on the front row, there have been a little bit of good luck messages for Olivier Mazurkiewicz, who won in the torrential downpour at Circuit de Lansard last time out. He's on the front row alongside. Tiger Holthaus and Gage Moyes ran out row number 2 with Julian Dummer and James van der Poel rounding out row 3. Kimi Mai and Juliana Marie Schultz ran out row 4 ahead of Pascal Knip and AJ Berghoff. They ran out the top 10. Mika Vonk, Jeff Verbeek, Didi Dardale, Lawrence van Vlonderen, Bendik Schulte, Milano Shiphorst, Jara Kivitsbosch, Rico Dioppen, Anastasio Tully, Tim Hansler, Duncan Oudsen, Sebastian Brandt, Devrim Jeter, Jens Moonen, Jesse Andringa, Jens Kielstra, Leonard Koster, and Tim Steiger round out the 28 strong grid. A big capacity of German influx, especially around this circuit. A lot of the drivers, some of which that I've mentioned, including the likes of Pascal Knip, Kimi Mai, they will be racing here in early August for the next part of the Rotax Max Challenge Germany Championship. And that'll be the second weekend of August this year. That's the penultimate round of their season. Leonard Koster is a non-starter, so we are down to 27 runners and riders here in Minimax. Van der Hollen had a difficult final last time out at De Lansard, got caught out by the inclemental weather conditions. But with the track here in Kerpen being bone stock dry, it will make things a very different proposition altogether. The Hornet's Nest roar of Rotax comes through the Nyon flat-out chicane, heading into the final right, the left-hander. Red lights are on. We're going to go round for another lap. Race director not quite happy with that one. So we're going to go round for another tour of the circuit here at Kartclub Kerpen. The F-Landring, as it's more commonly known here in Germany. One of the mainstays of German karting and has a lot of history. So again, it's going to be Van der Hollen and Mazurkiewicz on the front row of the grid. And Andreas Kreins giving Kimi Mai all the very best of luck in the YouTube chat. Kimi Mai starting from the inside of row number 4 in 7th place on the grid. And look at the swarm of colour. From the discreet to the downright unmissable 10 minutes on the timer, plus 2 additional laps here for the Minimax Pre-Final. Drivers told to slow, into the tram lines, revs rise, lights are out this time, and we're underway in a good start from Vince van der Hullen. Tygo Holthausen follows suit and jumps past Olivier Mazurkiewicz on the run down to turn 2. Looks like Cage Moyes dives up the inside, or was that was Cage Moyes, as we've got one off the circuit. That is the 170. Oh, Lawrence van Vlaanderen tumbling like a stone from the mid part of the grid all the way down to the back of the field. So at the front end, well, things are not going to be easy. Looks like Cage Moyes diving up the inside through for second. Oh, and nearly got the job done. But Tygo Holthausen holding on to second. This is allowing Vince van der Hullen to pull away. 4th place from 7th on the grid after the opening lap. It's Kimi Mai. So Kimi Mai, 4:42 competition. Moves up from 7th on the grid to 4th and is now chasing down Cage Moyes, who dives up the inside. Through on Tygo Holthausen. Takes 2nd position. Through at turn number 5. Great move there from Cage Moyes. Olivier Mazurkiewicz is battling away with Julian Dummer. That's the battle for P5. Pascal Knip now up ahead of Mika Vonk, with James van der Poel and Didi Dardale rounding out the top 10. But there has been a mistake made by Vince van der Hullen and is right under pressure. Cage Moyes trying to now go for the race lead, heading down into turns 1 and 2 here on lap 3. Holthausen down into 3rd, being chased down by Kimi Mai in the 150. One of the things oh, and there's a change for the lead. Oh, Vince van der Hullen just got mugged through turn 5. Cage Moyes now leads here on lap 3. Brilliant stuff there by the 134. Absolutely dynamite. Mika Vonk now drops outside of the top 10, having been demoted by James van der Poel, Didi Dardale and AJ Berggraaf. Jens Kielstra down to 24th. Behind Jeff Verbeek, but Cage Moyes looks over the left shoulder. Van der Hullen over the right. Holthausen eyes forward. And now down into turn number 2 they go again. Van der Hullen was not far enough alongside to get through. And what this is doing with the top 3 line astern, there were 2.5 tenths of a second apart from Cage Moyes to Tygo Holthausen. More overtakes being attempted through into turn number 5. Down towards the mid-pack of the field. Jara Kivitsbosch has dropped down into 17th position. James van der Poel now up into 7th, head of Didi Dardale, who's made up 5 places in the meantime. 6 minutes and 50 seconds, plus 2 additional laps to go here in the Minimax Pre-Final. And what a surprise, Cage Moyes has already won a Pre-Final this season so far. Wants to have a good run here at Kerpen. Of course, there are 2 different championships. Mini and Mini Rookie. And nice little move there by the 106. James van der Poel overtaking Julian Dummer from Germany for 6th place. And James van der Poel now has Olivier Mazurkiewicz, as I think that was Jette Moonen looking up the inside of Devrim Yates for 15th place through turn 5. Not too sure if the move was completed by 110 from Belgium on the 108 from the Netherlands. However, Cage Moyes is really, really putting on a bit of a show here in the Pre-Final. James van der Poel now threatening to get past Olivier Mazurkiewicz, who looks over the right shoulder, doesn't see anybody there, and briefly looks left and goes, oh crikey, there's James van der Poel. He's right on my case, and van der Poel sent it up the inside through turn 2. Dummer tries to get through as well, and there's AJ Berggraaf in the mix. Some great scraps going on. And AJ Berggraaf dives up the inside through turn 5 and gets through for 7th position on Julian Dummer. So a great job there by the 171 a few weeks ago announced that he was joining the ranks at SP Motorsport, the team run by Stampex, good friend of Max Verstappen. Of course, the Spanish Grand Prix is happening this weekend. I'm not going to spoil anything because I know what the results of qualifying were. And if you haven't, check them out after the weekend is finished. That's exactly what I'm going to do. So Julian Dubber finds himself down in 8th position. As well, that was the 114, Milano Shiphorst, who started 16th, now all the way down in 27th. And stone dead last, so now Julian Dubber trying to get a wriggle on and trying to get through on AJ Bogdanoff to retake that 7th place back. Meantime, Cage Moyes has pulled away. Tiger Holthausen closing in and really putting the pressure on Vince van der Hallen. Now, this is something we have not seen this season, where on dry conditions, van der Hallen, on a lot of the competitions, B&L Karting Series, Champions Winter Trophy, has been relatively unchallenged, but Tiger Holthausen, I think, trying to be a little bit overzealous with the move up the inside through into turn number 2. And got caught out a little bit and caught the front bumper ever so slightly. James van der Poel is keeping it pinned around the outside of Olivier Mazurkiewicz and still holds on to that 5th place as the 106 on the Sodi kart. Cage Moyes, after 7 laps, now has a lead of just under 7/10 of a second. It looks to be growing further still because of the fact that van der Hallen and Holthausen are battling, and that's bringing in Kimi Mai for the battle for P2. Cage Moyes' lead after 8 laps is now 1.1 seconds. Holthausen dives to the outside of turn number 2 on Vince van der Hallen and still unable to get the job completed. James van der Poel leading a train, which includes Olivier Mazurkiewicz, AJ Bogdanoff, Julian Dubber, amongst others. Cage Moyes is like a driver that is completely possessed right about now, because with 2 minutes and 40 to go, that lead is further expanding because Vince van der Hallen has got no other alternative but to keep Tiger Holthausen and Kimi Mai at bay for that 2nd place in the race. Through into turn 2 here on lap number 10 they go. And once more, the defensive countermeasures having to be employed by Vince van der Hallen from Belgium on the 130. You can just see how hard these drivers are pushing. The curbs are quite aggressive through the cambered corners here at Kerpen. What's more, it's giving more of an advantage. Fastest lap of the race so far on lap 7, Cage Moyes, 48.677. And, well, Holthausen dived to the inside through the final corner. That nearly opened the door for Kimi Mai, and Kimi Mai's got a double toe down in towards turn 2. Holthausen again trying the crisscross, and Kimi Mai trying the switchback. Does Kimi Mai get through at turn 3? No, he doesn't. He nearly got the job done, did the 150 from 42 competition. My goodness me. I did say to Kimi Mai this morning, I said, well, you're 7th. It's time for you to move forward, isn't it? He said, yes, exactly. And that's what he's done. He's currently P4 and a couple of sniffs during this race for P3. And what's more, whilst van der Hallen and Holthausen are battling, this is making it ever the more easy for Kimi Mai to just pick his spot. And now it's wheel to wheel between 2nd and 3rd. Holthausen went to the outside towards turn 1 on van der Hallen, who's gone defensive again. Does Kimi Mai try the switchback again this time? Well, he's going to try and look for the inside line. Kimi Mai through for 3rd place on Tiger Holthausen. Textbook move there from the youngster from Germany. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Kimi Mai from 42 competition puts a perler of a crisscross move on Tiger Holthausen. Right, we have got a full course yellow. Full course yellow with 16 seconds to go. So it looks like we might have had something happen. So full course yellow, race is being neutralised. I'm not too sure why. Can't really see anything out on the circuit at the moment. So it is slow down, prepare to stop. Well, they have actually. So we have had the timer run to 0. So it is a full course yellow. It looks like the race is going to end this way. So drivers will have to slow down. So the slow boards are out. Not sure why. So drivers are being instructed to slow down. That's the reason behind a full course yellow. So it looks like the race is more than likely going to finish this way. Last lap board is going to be shown to KZ2. So it is under full course yellow conditions here in the Mini-Max Pre-Final. We'll try and find out what the decision was. I'm not 100% sure myself, to be completely truthful. So the final lap very much underway here in the Mini-Max Pre-Final. However, at this moment in time, checkered flag is being prepared. KZ2 under full course yellow finish takes the pre-final ahead of Vince van der Hallen, Kimi Mai, rounding out the top 3. Tycho Holthausen, James van der Poel, AJ Berggraaf, Olivier Mazurkiewicz, Julian Dimmer, Mika Vonk, Didi Dadale, rounding out the top 10. Bendik Schulte, Richard Joppen, Jens Moonen, Devrim Yater and Tim Hansler round out the top 15. Duncan Hudson, Jara Kiewicz-Bosch, 16th and 17th. I'm wondering if there have been... We've got Lawrence van Vlaanderen, Jesse Andringa, Tim Stiger, Jeff Verbeek, Pascal Knip, Anastasia Tooley, Juliana Marie Schultz, and I think our last 2 drivers are going to be crossing the line shortly. So Jens Kielstra and Milano Shiphorst will round out the 26 finishers. Sebastian Brandt, notable absentee, retired on lap number 11. So whether that might be relating to an incident involving Sebastian Brandt, who is a DNF, and Lennart Köster, a non-starter. But KZ2 wins the pre-final under a full course caution. let's take you through the starting grid for the pre-final for Junior Max. Thijs van Wijk, who took the win at Circuit de Lansard last time out, will start from pole position. Anavita will be alongside on the front row, his best qualifying of the season so far. Luca van Leer and Dave Stevens will be on row 2. Boris Maximov and Noah Janssen round out row 3, ahead of Max Sederski, Bran van der Weken, Rick Kopperal, and Thomas Verheyen rounding out the top 10. Jim Back and Bodin Blankenberg round out row 6, ahead of Ryan Kivitsbosch and Tom Reger. Noah Neumann and Hoko Kerr round out row 8, ahead of Temo Koopmans, Levi Dries, Lars Lambers and Lieke van Berkel completing the top 20. 29 runners in all. Jake Menton, Vince Dries, Philip Hansler, Jur Valkenaars, Tony van Leersum, Henry Melchior, Nuden Engelsman, Jod van Ekelen and Nick Plumers. Well, qualifying saw a 3-place penalty for a second official warning for the 228 of Rocco Kerr, who was also given an official warning for leaving the cart before the front fairing check. Also one driver that was given an official warning was Boris Maximov, who does start 5th. So temperature is starting to increase here at Kartclub Kerpen. Ahead of a 10 minutes plus an additional 2-lap pre-final. So a very, very heavily packed grid in this class. The drivers now, Concertina into the flick-flack chicane here into the final left-hander at Kerpen. Into the tram lines, revs rise, lights are on, lights are out first time and we're underway. Heading down into turns 1 and 2. And oh, well, it's getting a little bit feisty and oh, well, there's carts all over the shop. This is a big, big incident. Oh, dearie, dearie me. I just spotted that's Jim Back and Bodin Blankenberg, both from the SR Solutions squad. Oh dear, one going over the top of the other. I think also Adam Vida dropped a big amount of positions in the 268. The CRG was off the circuit at turn 2. It really has put the cat amongst the proverbial pigeons, so to speak. As Van Wijk leads, looks like Sederski's in second. Third is Luca van Leer, Boris Maximov, and Thomas Verheyen, and so many drivers involved in the mess that happened. Tom Reger, I think also, yeah, Bran van der Weken, Rick Kopperal, amongst others. Aaron Vida dropped all the way down to 16th position from the outside of the front row, and that just goes to show how quickly a race can turn on its head on the opening lap. This is not the time in this point of the championship season where mistakes like that can now really be punishing towards a driver's championship push. Max Sederski, in the meantime, however, is closing in on Thijs van Wijk. Van Leer now passed by Maximov, who's got a little bit of distance between himself and the 288. Well, Luca van Leer has dropped all the way down to 6 because Boris Maximov, Thomas Verheyen, and also the 231, Der Motorsports, Noah Janssen makes up the top 5. Looks like Luca van Leer might have just gone through. Max Sederski right on the back bumper of Van Wijk. So Sederski waiting for the opportunity. Looks like it is going to come through at turn 2 next time around on lap number 4. We are completing lap 3. There's 7 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock, plus an additional 2 laps to go. And Van Wijk goes defensive. Sederski pins it to the outside, looking for the crisscross. Through here at turn number 2, but no room at the end there for the 297 with SLC Karting. Maximov is now closing in. So is Noah Janssen, Thomas Verheyen, Luca van Leer, Dave Stevens. Noah Neumann could also be in the mix if this top 7 drivers who are covered by 2 seconds. I'll say that again. 2 seconds after the opening 3 laps. So Noah Janssen in the 2.81 as opposed to the 2.31 that he normally runs in RMC Germany. Well, he's effectively with the SP Motorsport crew, so a different sticker set on that chassis as Max Swiderski robustly forces his way through on Thijs van Wijk, who goes wide coming out of turn number 2, dips all 4 wheels onto the grass and the dust, and loses a handful of positions. Now, where has that put him? That's put him behind Boris Maximov. So Swiderski leads, Van Wijk down into what is now 5th place. So this has given all the opportunity to the likes of Max Swiderski. Noah Janssen now up to P2. Who's 3rd? Could be Thomas Verheyen in the 288, who moved up from minis to juniors this year. Swiderski now loses the lead. Janssen through at turn 2 on lap number 6. And Swiderski fires it back up the inside through turn number 5 and retakes the race lead. Adam Vida just gets through on Ryan Kubitzbosch for 9th place, so good recovery for the 268. Under the Kartclub Benelux Racing team. Oh, very, very skittish overtake there from Boris Maximov. It was the back end was doing the, the shimmy. It was going to the left, it was going to the right. And finally, Maximov pointed in the right direction and it went forward and got through on Verheyen. There is Thijs Stevens through on Thijs van Wijk. Also, did Luca van Leer get through? I think he might have done. So more changes up the front end. It's Swiderski continuing to lead the way. Noah Janssen currently the points leader in Rotax Max Challenge Germany after a clean sweep last week at Ampfing in Bavaria. But Janssen also likes competing in other championships, and it's also good to get yourself more training under race conditions. That's perfect for a driver like him, but Boris Maximov looks up the inside, so does Thomas Verheyen. And within 1 corner, Noah Janssen drops from 2nd to 4th at the snap of her fingers. So Thijs van Wijk down to 7th position now. Is it Swiderski who is the cork in the bottle? It's not the Arno Trulli train, it's the Max Swiderski train. And from this aspect, he can control the race a little bit here. And make it work to his advantage, so to speak. Lap 8 in the books. Swiderski leads from Maximov. Verheyen 3rd. Janssen 4th. Stevens 5th. Van Leer as, it's definitely getting a bit robust out there. This. All I'm going to say is these twisty corners here at Kerpen. Well, someone just made it 3 wide and nearly gave me a fright at the same time. Whoever that was did a very, very good move. That might have been Noah Neumann in the number 237. From Germany, might have just got through on Thijs van Wijk. And that would have been for 8th place. So, fastest lap of the race, Thomas Verheyen in 3rd. 45.242. That was on lap 7 of this race. We're on lap 10 at the moment. As Boris Maximov has got through on Max Swiderski for the race lead and now has pulled a gap to the tune of nearly 0.6 of a second. And mechanical black flag has been shown to Urs Valkenars. Right side pod missing. Now we've got another penalty to Levi Dries. The 224, 3-second time penalty for unsportsmanlike driving. But Boris Maximov continuing to lead the way by just under half a second from Max Swiderski. He's got Thomas Verheyen, Dave Stevens, Dave Van Wyk, Noah Janssen, Luca Van Leer, Noah Neumann, with Ryan Kivitsbosch and Adam Vida rounding out the top 10. Jure Valkenars is going to have to serve that black and that meatball flag within the next 2 laps. Otherwise, Valkenars will have an automatic black flag, and that excludes him and ends his race abruptly in the pre-final. Noah Janssen now back up into 5th place, ahead of Dave Van Wyk, having just got through at turn 2. But Boris Maximov is not getting away. Max Swiderski is chasing him down. 3 laps to go, including this one. So Swiderski has got to try and do something, and he nips up the inside, through on Maximov through turn number 5. Thereby taking the race lead. Very, very nicely done by the 297 running on the Sony kart with SLC Karting. So change for the race lead, and he's already pulled a gap of about 3 to 4 kart lengths. Maximov being hustled along by Thomas Verheyen, Dave Stevens, Noah Janssen now up into 4th, has got past Stevens in the meantime, and the top 4 covered by 5 3/4 tenths of a second. Timer has now expired. This and 2 more laps remain in this junior Rotax pre-final. Noah Janssen dives up the inside. That was on Thomas Verheyen through at T5. And he gets through. Verheyen has lost out also to Dave Stevens. So Verheyen drops down to 5th place. And that is possibly going to affect Verheyen's place in the final, as in where he's going to start. So 2 laps to go here in the pre-final for Junior Rotax. And Max Swiderski has a lead of nearly 3.5 tenths of a second. Luca Van Leer has done really, really well in this race. 3rd highest rookie behind Max Swiderski in the race lead, and Thomas, right, okay. There is a disqualification, there's an exclusion from the pre-final for Jure Valkenars for ignoring the mechanical black flag. So Jure Valkenars excluded from the race. And that is going to count towards the championship tally. You have 3 laps to pull the kart in after a mechanical black flag. But now the final lap underway. Top 3, less than half a second apart. There they are. Swiderski. Maximov gets beaten to the inside of turn 3 by Noah Janssen. Great move by the 281. But Maximov has got back pass through. Oh, sneaky as always, Boaz. Doing that with a cheeky grin on your face. However, Max Swiderski, who is coming very close to lap the driver, is going to take the checkered flag. So, pre-final goes the way of Mad Max Swiderski in the 297. Maximov taking 2nd place by 57 thousandths of a second. Ahead of the 281 of Germany's Noah Janssen, Tay Stevens and Thomas Verheyen round out the top 5 places. Dave Van Wyk, Luca Van Leer, Adam Vida, Noah Neumann up 6 places to finish 9th, ahead of Ryan Kivitsbosch, who takes 3 places to finish 10th, ahead of Lieke van Berkel, Tom Herger with Bran van der Weken, Lars Lambers and Rico Paral rounding out the top 15. So Lieke van Berkel finishes 11th, Tom Reger, with Bran van der Beek and Lars Lambers, Rick Corporal, Temo Koopmans, Levi Dries, Philip Hansler, Henry Melchior making up 7 places to finish 19th, ahead of Nuden Engelsman in 20th. Rocco Kerr, Tony van Leersum, Vince Dries, Jim Back, Bodine Blankenberg, Jake Menton, Jod van Ekelen and Nick Plumers round out the 28 that finished. And unfortunately, after ignoring the meatball flag, the 225 of Jod Valkenaars, unfortunately, was excluded from the pre-final. Time for Heat A versus C for Senior Rotax, and here is your starting grid. Jaden Teen and Mitch Haynett start on the front row with Teen on pole position. Kaz Boshaus and Bram Plomp will be on row 2 ahead of Ralf van der Pavert and Matej Radenkovic on row 3. Row 4, it's Devian Horst and Julian Klosman with Eva Dorrestein and Felipe Falk rounding out the top 10. Benjamin Van Hees and Stijn Peters will be on the next couple of, well, there'll be Chrono, Benjamin Van Hees, Stijn Peters, Enes Demirkaya, Siem van Vliet, Ruben Verheyen, Wesley Eckhart, Dante Sima, Amadou Zeeman, and Jay Zurveld rounding out the top 20. Mike Maastricht, Colombia's Martin Herrera, Max Costa, Dean Winters, Luca Prima, and Enzo van den Dickenberg round out the 26 strong grid. Once again, for this second of 3 heats, it will be the case that some of these drivers will then have done both of theirs. Some will have to do theirs a little bit later on, just after around about, I think, quarter past 1 this afternoon. We are running a little bit behind schedule at the moment. Probably the best part of nearly 6 or so minutes behind. But in karting, sometimes that can feel like a lifetime, especially when your eyes are filled with adrenaline and your heart is beating very, very fast indeed. So the red lights are on the starting gantry here at Kerpen. So into the tram lines, revs rise, lights do not go out. It is a full start that has been called. The drivers have to go round for another tour of the circuit here at Kerpen. So the drivers come out of the final corner. Red lights on the gantry. Once again, revs rise. This time the lights go out and Jaden Teen straight away goes on the offensive. All two off. Two off coming out of turn number 1, and one was backwards. And all big incident through turn 2. One has definitely ended up being turned around 180. So two incidents in the opening 2 corners, which probably from lights out to that point might have been about 15-20 seconds that those incidents transpired. So Jaden Teen leads us across the line to complete the opening lap. So some dramas on the early goings in this race, but some keeping a cooler head on calmer shoulders. It's a bit like a duck on the riverbed. Quiet on the surface, paddling like heck underneath to get away as quickly as possible. So Jaden Teen has a lead of just over 0.281 seconds. And looks like, well, Julian Klosman has dropped to the bottom of the timings. Looks like Felipe Falk might not get out in time. I did see that there was another incident elsewhere. Surname being Sion. So now we've got to wait and see how his backhand materials, how it helps up, how it keeps going. And Devian Rost has moved up 3 places. Most places gained, Mark Russo. It was nearly 3 wide coming through turn number 3 just a second ago towards the bottom part of the top 10. So again, teams trying to find that extra inch or millimeters or 2 to try and get the job done. However, sometimes at some points on the circuit, it is never that easy. Jaden Teen continues to lead the way. It's 4/10, but it is more a sense that the capability of Jaden Teen has been really, really going to another level this year in 2024. He has a lead over Ralph van der Pavert, who was very, very happy at De Lansart when I called his name and got him to come up onto the podium. He's now found a little bit of reinvigoration by changing teams, changing chassis, and making a decision that works well for him, which I completely understand and I can completely respect. So, chapeau to you, good sir. Top 10 at the moment, covered by just under 3.9 seconds. It is 9.4 seconds from first down to 21st, where Wesley Eckhart has lost 4 positions. It's been a difficult first heat for Julian Klausmann, who's now up into 19th in this one, past Mike Maastricht. Eva Dorrestein through on Sim van Vliet for 9th place. Enes Dimanakaya up from 14th. Shortly coming up to half-time in this so there have been some other positional changes. Martin Herrera has just been dropped down to 19th, courtesy of Julian Klausmann, who's trying to start coming back, but with 4 minutes and 50 plus an additional lap, that is going to be easier said than done for the driver. So just also found out that Ruben Verheyen was a non-starter. And this is where these points are getting ever more crucial. So just over 4 minutes to go. Jaden Teen now leads by nearly 3/4 of a second. And is starting to pull away from Ralph van der Pavert. Kaz Boshouse, so I wish good luck to you this morning. Tanner Dankovic has got past Steven Rost for fastest lap of the race so far in this encounter is by Mateo Dankovic in the 3:39, 44.557. Puts him to within 2.35 seconds of Ralph van der Pavert. Luca Prima has made some great moves up the order. Started down in 25th, now 13th, ahead of Max Costa. So over the line come the leaders. We complete lap 10. But at a little bit further back, you can see that there are a few drivers. Devian Ross closing in on that 4th position, currently held by Buvan Powers, Mateo Dankovic. As all bump and run there from behind. That might have been, oh no! That was Radenkovic off the circuit on the outskirts of turn number 2. Might have had a little bit of a heck check. Interlocking wheels, kart bounces off to the left-hand side, and that's all she wrote. After this, we'll have one more heat to go for senior Rotax, which will be probably between 1:15 and 1:20 this afternoon. We'll have DD2 Masters, and then KZ2 Masters and KZ2 up the inside. That was the 337. Bram Plomp on Mitch Haynert. And they are still squabbling going through out of turn number 5. Eva Doddestein finds herself in a very high position, P7, and is ahead of Kricknorden. Eva effectively wearing that FIA Girls on Track race suit that she's had a good year or two now. Managed to grow into it, and also she got a diploma earlier on the, well, it's not her, it was somebody else, my apologies there. It just goes to show that there's always an opportunity for a driver like Eva Doddestein, who competed with the likes of Bella Fairclough and Vanessa Zaikute as just some of the finalists for the FIA Girls on Track program run through the Iron Lynx squad, which is also associated with the Iron Dames, including the likes of Michelle Gatting, Rahel Fry, and Belgium's Sarah Bouvy, amongst others. We also have cars in Formula Regional European Championship in Freka, racing this weekend at the Hungaroring. Right, right, incorrect starting, well, disturbing start procedure was the 310 of Mitch Haynert. So Mitch Haynert picks up a 3-second time penalty post-race, and that is going to dump him out of the top 10. So timer has expired. Last lap board now shown to Jaden Teen. Ralph van der Pavert now in second. Well, he was in third. He's now up to second. He robustly got his way through on Casbah's House, who's now also a driver that has ended up moving to SP Motorsport. There's Devian Hurst from the Kartclub Benelux racing team. Main workshops based just north of Rotterdam in the Netherlands. Great facility I had the opportunity to go and visit earlier on this year. But it is going to be the checkered flag out of the final corner. The winning streak in 2024 at Chrono Karting for Jaden Teen continues unabated. 1.4 seconds was the winning margin after 16 laps for the 359. Ralph van der Pavet, Kaz Boshuis, Devian Rost, Mitch Haynett on the road will be 5th, but will drop down to around about 12th place following the 3-second time penalty. So that'll promote Bram Plomp to 5th place, Krik Knoren 6th, Evert Dorrestein 7th. With Sim van Vliet, Benjamin Van Hees, Mateo Dankovic and Enes Demirkaya rounding out the top 11 provisionally after the penalty is applied for Mitch Haynett, which will drop him down to 12th. Luca Brima, Julian Klausman, Max Costa, Enzo van den Dickenberg. Another strong showing for the 352 on the Sodi karts. Makes up 10 places. Brima made 12 over the course of the race distance. Martin Herrera from Colombia made up 5 places from 22nd to finish 17th, ahead of St. Peters, Felipe Falk and Amadou Zeman, who ran out the top 20. Dante Sima, Mike Maastricht, Jay Zurveld, Dean Winters, and Wesley Eckhart rounding out the 25 drivers that all made it to the checkered, with Ruben Verheyen a non-starter. Up next is the pre-final for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Now time for the pre-final for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Here's your starting grid. After qualifying yesterday evening, Sam Knopfjes took pole position by nearly 0.2 of a second. And alongside him on the front row, someone who's just recently, amidst doing a 3-day-a-week job, plus also the racing, Imke Arts has just got a diploma after 4 years of part-time studying, so well done to her. She starts alongside on the front row of the grid. Axel Hoos and Nicolas Guillaume round out row number 2, followed by DD2 Masters pole sitter Bas van Vlimmeren, who'll be joined by Brett Otters on row 3. Bennett Demler and Rick van der Straat round out row 4 with Kirill Genze and Mark Schupman rounding out the top 10. Malte Schlatterer and Mark van der Kamp will be on row number 6. Izan Kielstra and Niels Böhler will be rounding out row 7 ahead of Louis Koch and Wim Rouleau rounding out row 8. Moritz Knopfjes, Dominic Hummels, Don van Weert round out the 19-strong grid. So, for those that have been seeing the Karting Champions League Winter Series stinger in between the races, there are also, as I said, open classes for Rotax, Yame, KZ and KZ Masters. Maximum of 36 drivers per class. And there are also opportunities for mini and juniors for Rotax to win entry fee tickets for the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy at Le Mans by taking part in the Karting Champions League Winter Series 2024, taking place at Campillos and Portimao. And a big thank you to Karting Champions League, ASA and Wagtechniek for supporting and sponsoring the live stream. So, revs rise, lights are out this time, and we're underway at the first time of asking through into turn number 1. It looks like Imke Arts lost at least a place or two, heading into, well, she's down into 4th. She's battling for side-by-side into turn 3. But Sam Knopfjes has got the race lead. Axel Hoos very much on the case of the 420 from Van der Pol Karting. And there's that Bas van Vlimmeren who's jumped up into 3rd place. Oh, dearie me. Bas van Vlimmeren is like a whirling dervish. He never can keep a good man down. So, looks very much the case. Someone went very, very wide through the left-hander. And that is, oh, that's the 577, Dominic Hummels. Hummels went off the circuit and has gone through the gravel, kicking up the kitty litter. The SP Motorsport driver having a big old drama, and I think also Brett Otters had a drama as well, dropping 12 places. And that would have been from P6 on the road. So Sam Knopfjes leads, and there is Imke Arts being followed by Nicolas Guillaume, who dives up the inside. Oh, Guillaume with an absolute bit of intestinal fortitude, threw it up the inside of Imke Arts, who gave him room. And oh, well, these two do have previous throughout this championship season. Kirill Genze closing in on them in the 460. Bennett Demler not too far behind. As, oh, Imke Arts stumbles through turn number 2. Is she running with a problem? Well, let's see if she gets back up to full racing speed very, very shortly. But Sam Knopfjes leading the way after the opening 2 laps and has got a big gap ahead of Axel Hoos. Bas van Vlimmeren leads the way and has massive gaps between himself and also his next place competitor, Moritz Knopfjes, the father of Sam. Brett Otters and Dominic Hummels out of the race, I'm afraid. Both have retired after the opening lap, but meantime, Kirill Genze gets a bit of a fright, courtesy of Imke Arts. And Bennett Demler trying to go around the outside through turn 3, but the Kartclub driver unable to make that move through. Rick van der Straat being followed by Louis Koch from Door Motorsport. So now it's going to be the opportunity of how you can measure yourself around this fantastic and iconic circuit. It's evolved over the years to how it looks now. Through 7 minutes plus an additional lap, Sem Knopfjes has a 1.4-second lead. After 3 laps of racing, Axel Hoes, Bas van Vlimmeren, Nicolas Guillaume, Imke Arts, Kirill Genzer. And Genzer up the inside through turn 2 on Arts. She said that, well, Friday and Saturday we were struggling with pace, but things came together a bit more my way through into qualifying, and I was really pleased to get it onto the front row. And this is a circuit that literally reveals everything, warts and all. You are at flat chat all the way through this racetrack. You are not given an opportunity to breathe. It is fast throttle, it is fast paced. You are really under the kibosh the entirety of the race. But Imke Arts looking to put the move on Kirill Genzer again, and now dives up the inside through turn 1. That was great anticipation from Imke Arts up the inside of the 460. And that nearly gives Bennett Demler the opportunity to get through. And then there's Louis Koch up the inside through turn 3 on Rick van der Straat. In the meantime, that's a change for 8th. A little bit further back, Zane Kilster battling away for 12th place with Germany's Mark Schuppmann in the 459. Wim Rouleau battling away with Moritz Knopfjes for 2nd in DD2 Masters. And this just goes to show, look at the lead. Sem Knopfjes is opening up that gap, and it's now 2 seconds. Oh, bit of a drama for one of the Door Motorsport carts. Might have been, I think, yeah, that was Louis Koch in that particular occasion. Kirill Genzer, oh, right, 474 Mark van der Kamp. Technical black, mechanical black flag for the 474 for the rear bumper being adrift. I've just seen on the live timing. So that is going to mean that Mark van der Kamp, who will now pull it, who's pulled it into pit lane, I think, yes, has done so. And that's the race over for the 474 from the Netherlands. 4 minutes 50 plus an additional lap. Axel Hoes has now pulled away from the dueling pair of Bas van Vlimmeren, who still leads Masters, but is now in 4th, courtesy of Nicolas Guillaume, who is sporting a very, very nice, bright white fetching race suit. It's been a while since I've seen that man. Yeah, definitely you can't miss that race suit in these very, very hot weather conditions. 20 degrees Celsius is the approximate air temperature, but you see the battle here. This is Bennett Demler, Rick van der Straat, Louis Koch, and Malte Schlatterer. This is the battle for 8th place. Actually, 7th place backwards, because Kirill Genzer is a little bit further up the road in comparison to them. Sem Knopfjes still leads. Now his lead over Axel Hoes is 2.5 seconds and climbing over every single respective lap. A lot of Groen van Ginkel and Vero Ramirez cheering on Sem Knopfjes as Kirill Genzer makes a blunder and goes off, kicks up the dust out of turn number 2, and Rick van der Straat over the back of the 460 through into turn 5. Oh, the dramas, they keep on coming. It really, really is not one for the faint of heart here at Kerpen. And, well, Sem Knopfjes, it's like a Sunday afternoon drive in the countryside here in Western Germany for the 420. Based these days now out of Berlin, and it took me about an hour more to drive from Manningtree in the United Kingdom to here in Kerpen than it did from him to drive from Berlin to here. That's, I hate to think how many kilometres it is. I might have to look at that a little bit later on. But in the meantime, Bennett Demler has got past Kirill Genzer, who's got Louis Koch right behind him. So the two Motorsport carts line astern. Schlatterer not too far behind. Right, well, literally up the 435's exhaust pipe right about now. So it is really picking up speed here in DD2. Well, the person that's picking up speed is Zem Knopfjes. He's 2.9 seconds up the road ahead of Axel Hoos from Combi Kart Racing Team. Run by Willem Deleuze. Good to see Willem in the paddock. Well, I haven't managed to catch up with him over the course of the weekend because I've only been here since 11 o'clock last night. But with 11 laps completed, the fastest lap of the race done by the race leader a few laps ago, 44.310 by Zem Knopfjes. Axel Hoos 3.1 seconds behind. Nicolas Guillaume trying to close that gap down. He is going about a tenth and a bit quicker. Well, he is really trying his level best. He's not too far behind, so the gap between them is about 3 to 4 tenths of a second. And there you see the two dual motorsport karts of Genza and Koch. They pulled away from Schlatter a little bit, and in the meantime, Imke Arts is about 3 and a bit seconds, well, 3 seconds to the better ahead of Kirill Genza, who's made up 6 places. Louis Koch started 15th and is now 7th. Lizanne Kielstra up 3 places to 10th. But drivers really making the best of it. 40 seconds plus 2 additional laps around this very, very, very fast and very technical circuit at times. But it is really the case of you've got to have your wits about you. The last runner on this circuit at the moment, Ton van Weert in the number 510, currently up 4 places. We've had 4 retirees. Bennett Demler out on lap 9. Mark van der Kamp with a flailing rear bumper out on lap 5. And Brett Otis and Dominic Hummels, the unfortunate retirees on the opening lap. But with 7 seconds to go, we have 3 to go, including this one. So we're on lap 14 out of 16 as the timer now finally expires. There's Zem Knopfjes absolutely doing a fantastic job. Sublime and supreme in this Sunday afternoon. Early sunshine. It's been sunny, it's been warm, it's been wonderful for everybody. Oh, noisy exhaust. Oh, someone's had the baffles just go. Now, who is it? It's not Axel Hoos. Oh, it's Nicolas Guillaume. Guillaume is going to lose 3rd, and he's going to have to park it. Oh, dearie, dearie me. Now, that is very, very odd. We've had another mechanical black flag also came out for Bennett Demler. That is for also a rear bumper. So we're going to have 5 retirees. Guillaume is going to be the next one to pull it into the pit lane. But 1 more lap to go, and what a drive it's been. Winner at De Lansard, and now Zem Knopfjes sees the final lap board here in the DD2 Pre-Final. I cannot believe I'm saying this. Nicolas Guillaume is still running with that noise. That does not sound good. That does not sound healthy. That's the baffles in the exhaust. And when that exhaust comes apart, and it can be because normally you have a Jubilee clip with a couple of bolts just securing it together to the main part of the exhaust. And it also helps to control emissions and noise because obviously decibels and noise restrictions are very much part and parcel of modern day racing. But here's the man of the moment. Zem Knopfjes, after 16 laps, has led every single lap from pole position to checkered flag. Knopfjes wins the pre-final, and it's going to be a good result here for, I'm going to say this. Axel Hoos finishes 2nd in DD2, but not 2nd on the road. Bas van Vlimmeren takes P2, having started 5th. Imke Arts started on the outside of the front row and takes 4th ahead of Kirill Genza. Louis Koch takes 6th place after starting 15th. Nicolas Guillaume, Noisy Exhaust et al. Finishes 7th ahead of Malte Schlatter. Rick van der Start and Lizanne Kielstra ran out the top 10. Mark Schupman, Wim Rouleau, Moritz Knopfjes, Niels Boele, and Ton van Weert will round out the top 15. Well, the 15 that finished the race. Bennett Demler out on lap 9. Mark van der Kamp, lap 5. Brett Tottes and Dominic Hummels round out the retirees from the DD2 and the DD2 Masters Pre-Final. Well, I did let the surprise out of the bag. Joining me in the commentary box, who's normally the talk reporter for the four-stroke championship for Chrono Karting, Job Briefeld, the Jobster, welcome into the commentary box. How are you, buddy? It's been a long time.
Yeah, I've been good, thank you, thank you. No, it's great to be here, back at Kerpen. Always fun to go back to the karting tracks, to watch the races, and to also help a bit with the team. So now we're back in the commentating box.
Yes. How's that been for you, first of all?
The coaching?
No, getting on the microphone, because obviously that's a skill that I've been doing for the past 7 years. And when I saw the announcement, I thought, brilliant, the Jobster gets an opportunity to expand his fan club, first of all.
yes, that of course. I hope the Jobster fan club is still watching now.
Yes, hopefully if you are watching, please chime in your messages on the official Chrono Karting YouTube stream at the moment. But of course, let's take you back to late last year, Las Vegas Superspeedway, Supernats. Now, you competed in the shifter class, obviously, yes, which is what we're going to be talking about now, KZ2 and KZ2 Masters. So, Job is going to be with me for both the pre-finals for KZ2 and KZ2 Masters, whilst juggling your senior Rotax coaching duties. But tell us about the biggest things that you had to learn on the fly, because obviously you'd been running in, we've known each other, me, your mum, Renata, and we've known each other for quite a few years. Obviously, your days at JJ Racing with Jeffrey. Obviously, JJ Racing no longer with us in karting, which is a shame, but we wish Jeffrey and his family, obviously a new addition to the family quite recently, all the very best of luck. What were the biggest things that you had to learn from direct drive to going into a full-blown, rip-your-shoulders-out, six-speed shifter kart? What were the biggest things that you had to learn?
Well, of course, it's some adjusting to the speed and the power. I think the greatest thing about KZ is the acceleration is good, but the most special thing is that it just keeps on going. Like a Rotax stops at 120 km an hour, but a KZ just keeps on going faster. The higher top speeds and also the front brakes. It's a really different driving style. You can go into the corner way faster because you can brake later, more braking power. And you can also drop a gear and disappear also.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about it, as you said, senior Rotax, you top out at about 120 kilometers an hour, which is 75, but then you're talking nearly 100 miles an hour, 160 kph at certain parts on certain circuits. And you had to battle against some of the very best shifter kart drivers, including Mr. Four-time Supernats champion, Danny Formal. Shout out to Zander Clements and the team at Kart Chaser for their, and also Rob Howden, an absolute legend in US karting commentary circles. What was the experience like over at Supernats? Because it's an event that I always watch year in, year out, and it never gets old.
Well, just the level of drivers itself is just bizarre. For example, I was driving there with PSL, and I'm standing there in a tent next to Marijn Kremers and Matteo Figiano and all the big names.
Yes,
in karting.
Marijn Kremers, what a legend.
Yeah, and just everybody in KZ there, they're such good drivers, and also so many experienced drivers like World Championships and European champions. I believe there were like 12 former European Championships present.
Well, yes, you also had the legend that was Davide Fore. But, folks, let's get underway with KZ2 Masters for the pre-final. So let's go through the pre-final grid. So Neki Burheni and Wesley de Waal are on the front row. Sven Heijer returns, and he'll be on the inside of row 2. Alongside will be Niels Koster. Glenn van den Hoek will be joined by the legendary Thierry Del Rey on row 3. William Klooster and Mick Bertram ran out row 4 ahead of Edgar Oosting and Davide Caruso, who ran out the top 10. Gert van den Brink and Benno Ridder round out row 6 ahead of Mark Verhoeven and Mike Hendricks. And also someone familiar to DD2 fans out there, William van der Kaaij, who took the most unbelievable victory at Circuit Park Berchem this year, starts 14th and 15th respectively ahead of René Cleven and Martin Versteeg. Now, the key thing here is the start. Is there like a biting point? You know, do you because obviously with the 6-speed, I would imagine you've got a clutch that you've got to work with. You've got to really, really micromanage it. You've got to be on that fine balance of when you know that the kart wants to bolt, but you've got to be really, really aggressive with how you hold it back and then just let it fly when the lights go out.
Yeah, especially with the clutch here, it's a difficult start. I believe the start is one of the most difficult things in KZ. But once you feel the kart starting to shake because you let the clutch go and the kart wants to go at the start, and just when you release the brakes and drop the clutch, then it just shoots away. But it's also, you're standing still at the start. Yeah. Everybody around you, engine roars, the nerves start to kick in, and that's really difficult.
It's also an exciting thing as well, isn't it?
If it goes well, then it is very exciting. But it can also be sometimes difficult, and also to find your place at the race after the start. Everybody diving into the first corner. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, this is the pressure cooker situation where also there has been some big news dropped by Kvin Winkel. He has parted company after a 2.5-year association with SP Motorsport, so will not be taking part in this weekend's activities in KZ2. Their pre-final is up next. Now, this sound.
Yeah.
Look, Rotax is great, but you stick a KZ2 on that grid and they are revving those engines to kingdom come. Right, 10 minutes plus 2 additional laps. But Burheni and de Waal on the front row of the grid. It is going to be the case of when the flag marshal goes away. Red lights on the gantry. We're underway, and it's a good start by de Waal. Mugs Burheni as there is a little bit of a moment going through into turn 1, but Wesley de Waal gets through for the race lead. Niels Koster up the inside of Neki Burheni takes P2 as they go into turn number 3. Now this is a very difficult part of the circuit here, Job, because they are also accelerating, but they're shifting up and shifting down at the same time in certain corners.
Yeah, there's so many gear shifts in a lap. I believe here around 30 in one lap. It's bizarre.
It is, because I was listening to them coming out of the final left-hander, and they're going up from 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. They're actually shifting up to 5th through turn 1 at about 120 kilometers an hour as Wesley de Waal is really being hustled coming down across the start-finish line. But Burheni right on his case at over 140 kilometers an hour. Burheni sends it up the inside through into turn 2 and he goes sideways. Oh my goodness me. That was a heart-in-the-mouth moment. Neki Burheni had the run on Wesley de Waal, but just completely dropped the back end sideways to the left through turn 2. That's heart-in-your-mouth moment stuff there, Job.
Yeah, it just looked like he overshot the corner, or maybe a lock-up on the front brakes, and then he overshot it. But now Wesley de Waal back into the lead.
Yes, and now pulling a gap. Because Niels Koster looks to be in 2nd position. Sven Heijer will be in. No, Sven Heijer's in 2nd, and then I think we've got Thierry Del Rey up now into 4th position from 6th on the grid. Oh no, that's contact. Neki Burheni doing it again, and it's caused more dramas. And that is the 141 of van den Hoek out of the race. Helmet in the hands. Oh, disaster. Well, they do say sometimes lightning strikes twice. And with Neki Burheni twice into the same corner and causes a big incident.
Yeah, and you also saw the frustration of Van den Hoek. It's such a shame.
Well, that's I think probably the back axle on Neki Burheni's CRG is probably gone by the wayside. However, the battle up front is going to be between Wesley de Waal and Germany's Sven Heyer, on home soil, no less. Mick Bertram and Edgar Oosting ran out the top 4 ahead of Davide Caruso from Germany. It's getting a bit close here between the 156 of Mike Hendricks and I think that's the 188 of René Cleven. But again, just it's now starting to stabilise a little bit. And there is no full course yellow at the moment, folks. But that send from Berheni, I think he's probably going to get more than a slap on the wrist and a talking to in the awning after that, like saying the first one we can understand, the second one, why did you go for it? You know from your own experience that if you don't go for a gap, as Ayrton Senna once said, you're not a racing driver. But you've got to have that presence of mind whereby you can go, yes, I can make that, or I could, but it's going to be on the edge. It's going to be on the precipice.
It's also difficult here with the debris and the sand next to the racing line. When you go for the overtake, you just have so much less grip than the driver you're overtaking, and it's really easy to overshoot it.
Now, whilst these drivers are battling, you've moved into cars now, haven't you? The Porsche Caymans.
Yeah.
Talk to us a little. We'll talk about that in the break in between KZ2 and KZ2 Masters. But you're really enjoying that at the moment, aren't you?
I really am. It's such a nice car, and it's a really it's the next step from karting. So,
are you going to go back to Supernats? Is the big question.
I don't think so.
You could have gone back to PSL this year. Could have gone back to PSL, but never mind. But karting's loss is everyone else's gain. But that's a bit of a good old move there by William van der Kai in the 104 on the Birlart chassis. Having a bit of a ding-dong there with Mike Hendricks and Niels Koster, who has dropped all the way down to the 10th spot. But in the meantime, with 5 minutes and 40 seconds still to go, plus 2 additional laps, Wesley de Waal pulling away from Sven Heyer. And one of the good things about KZ2 Masters, like any kind of karting job, is the fact that when you are in the front of the field and you have clean air, it's like a qualifying session, is it? You can push to your heart's content, but don't overstretch the tyres.
No, that is really true. You see in Rotax classes and automatic classes that the whole field stays together like a train because slipstream is so important. But the KZ has enough power to pull away from the slipstream. So that's why we have like the gaps in the front. And also Wesley de Waal, who put a bit of a gap of a full second now.
Yeah, we've got, I think that's Davide Caruso versus Thierry Del Rey. That's the final position in the top 5. René Cleven's now dropped down to 10th position behind Mike Hendricks, William van der Kai and Niels Koster. But yeah, Thierry Del Rey, always happy to get back behind the wheel of a shifter kart. Now runs his own chassis brand and his own racing team. He's a very, very busy man. But here is the battle for P3. Mick Bertram and Edgar Oosting. Now this is in the run into turn 5. Turn 5, I've noticed quite a bit, seems to be a really, really good overtaking spot because you're carrying that momentum through 3 into 4, but it's constant change of momentum. And if you can get it wrong coming out of 4, you can open that door for the inside of that left-hander at 5. It's very deceiving here at Kerpen.
Yeah, the drivers really open up the corner there to get a better exit, so they really open the door for a driver to overtake. And it just, if you go straight from 4, it's really easy to send it up the inside.
So 4 minutes plus 2 additional laps. We have had no time today where 2 false starts have occurred in any one race so far. So that's one of the unusual things when I started commentating on Chrono Karting this year, when I found that rule out, and I thought, actually, that's quite a good way of keeping the timetable very, very fluid, so to speak, as in very matter of fact. And it's a different regulation. But however, Oosting and Bertram still battling away. Oh, Oosting trying to go to the outside in the 102 Sodi kart. He was very, very racy at De Lansard, but unfortunately in the final straight-lined the chicane towards the end and cost himself a potential victory. He was running at the sharp end, if I remember correctly. But
and there he goes.
Oh, nice move. Edgar Oosting up the inside of Mick Bertram, who looks over his right shoulder. Just behind them, Davide Caruso and Thierry Del Rey are not engaging into battle quite yet. But one of the big things here is the fact that they're working together, even though they're rivals. They're like thinking, well, hang on. But Thierry Del Rey, I think, has just changed his mind. He might have just heard me over the speaker system and gone, no, sod what Alex Goldschmidt says, I'm going for him. But it's great that Thierry is one of these drivers that really embraces karting. Is a career. His career has been made through karting. When you say like Martin Kramers, Joe Turney, Lorenzo Travisanuto, some of the big players, Davide Fori, at 48 years of age, still competing, won the KZ2 Masters Super Cup at Wackersdorf after a titanic battle, after I think was probably the best part of nearly 25 laps at Pro Kart Raceland. You know, he's made his career in karting, and it's great to see people like, and personalities like Thierry, always got a smile on his face, but, you know, he might have a smile on his face when you see him in the paddock. When he puts the visor down, he's just like anybody else. He goes hell for leather. Yeah,
you can really see the enjoyment for the sport and the passion here. And also, it's really nice that they have classes like the KZ2 Master, where people just keep on driving year after year after year, even if they get older.
I think also the good thing is that after the influx that they had for Wackersdorf last year, that the KZ2 Masters class actually has a CIK FIA European Championship this year, which is really great, because it means that you get all the old gladiators. Right, okay. We have got 3 jump start penalties. Neki Burheni, 126. Van der Kai, 104. And 188, René Cleveland. So they're going to get a 3-second penalty post-race for a jump start. We've got 1.25 minutes still to go, plus the additional 2 laps. Well, Sven Heyer was 1.2 seconds behind Wesley Duval, but that has all changed, because Sven Heyer has dropped all the way down to 13th position. So that means Edgar Oosting is now second, ahead of Mick Bertram. There's the battle for P4 on the road, with Davide Caruso from Germany and Thierry Del Rey, the veteran Belgian driver, rounding out what is the top 5. Van der Kai currently on the road is P6, up 9 spots. That's going to change post-race. That's probably going to drop him round about to 9th place. But perfect conditions for racing as well, Job, as well.
yeah, with the sun out here, and the track is really grippy, so the track condition seems really good this weekend. They put in really fast times in qualifying, and yeah, with the sun out here at Kerpen, it's just a beautiful track to drive.
Definitely the case. It's always my first visit here was with RMC Clubshort. The at the time was the entry level for Rotax Max Challenge Germany, with the organizer and promoter being Andreas Matis, who are now glad to be back with RMC Germany for 2024 ahead, along with Sebastian Bauer, having commentated. He's commentated over the championship for the last 2 years, and I did 2020 and 2021 when we went to Sarno before we all got locked down in our houses and everything. I made the announcement at Sarno, and then had to wait till August to go to Eastern Germany at Mulsen. However, 2 laps to go, and Thierry Del Rey is not giving up quite yet in the battle for P4. He's got this plus an additional lap still to go. Can Thierry Del Rey get back through? He's currently running in the Yami Benelux series under X30 Masters. They've now gone away from a shifter class derivative for 2024, but Del Rey is looking racy, but also they're not too far behind Mick Bertram as well, are they?
No, it seems like the top 5 is pretty good at speed. So they were going really well. Mick Bertram unfortunately lost out on second to Edgar Oosting. Edgar Oosting seems to have put a bit of a gap, almost a second now. But yeah, it's getting close in the top 5.
Well, we're on the final lap of this KZ2 Masters Pre-Final, and there it is. Thierry Del Rey does make the move at turn 2 on the 16th and final lap. So the 190 from Belgium makes his way up into P4. But Wesley Duval has got a comfortable lead. And very shortly, we'll see him come through. There he is, making his way. Well, that's Edgar Oosting in second. But out of the final corner, Wesley Duval continues his success rate here at Kerpen, taking the win after 16 laps. Edgar Oosting takes P2. Mick Bertram third ahead of Thierry Del Rey. Davide Caruso rounding out the top 5. William van der Kai does come across the line in 6th position. That will change post-race due to a jump start infraction. So 3 seconds, that is going to put him 9th. Well, actually, that is going to put him 9th, but René Cleveland's got one as well. Neki Burhani, who might be in the, well, has come across the line. Sven Heyer has also come across the line. So there are your results. Wesley Duval, Edgar Oosting, Mick Bergtram round out the top 3. Thierry Del Rey doing a turn 2 last lap overtake on Davide Caruso to secure 4th. Ahead of Niels Goster with Mike Hendricks. William van der Kaai finishes 8th, ahead of Gert van den Brink, Mark Verhoeven, René Cleven, Martin Versteeg, Neki Burhani and Sven Heyer round out the 14 strong. Benno Ridder, Glenn Vandenhoek and William Kluster out on laps 3, 2 and 1 respectively. Next up, KZ2 for the pre-final. Right, now let's talk about, come on, get that mic, switch that mic on. Right, let's talk about your adventures into cars. Now, of course, you've got a lot of fond memories. You've represented the Dutch Lions at the Grand Finals, which obviously now celebrates its 25th anniversary. Tell us what you're racing in, what series, and you are, as I said, you're driving in a Porsche 718 Cayman. What championship are you running in this year?
Well, last year was my last year in karting. I really enjoyed my time in KZ, but it was time for the next step. So this year I decided to move into the car racing scene of the GT4 championships in the Porsche Cayman. So it's a really nice car and it feels great. I had pretty much test days already this year. I did choose, however, to use this year to learn as much as I can about the car. Next year I'm looking to do a full championship. And this year I'll probably be training until the end of the summer. And hopefully after the summer I will be at the start of some championships for the second half of the season. So
maybe a sprint challenge, possibly.
That
has a Porsche involvement, maybe Benelux or something like that, possibly.
Yeah, or also the Sports Cup Germany, a beautiful, beautiful championship, 20 plus, 25 GT4s at the start. So there are many nice championships, and we will see.
So obviously your mum Renata, who did the Mother's Day commentary for us here at Chrono Karting, from what I heard, all went down like a storm. But it's always nice when a family that has been a part of this championship for so many years, it's always nice to give something back. Like you say, you're doing driver coaching. Obviously, I know that. How many drivers are you coaching this weekend?
This weekend I'm coaching 2 Minimax drivers, and I also coach 3 senior drivers, but they're not here today.
They're not here today, so at least you don't need to dash off straight afterwards, but at least you can have a little bit of a respite. But of course, you know, some of the drivers that we've got in KZ2. Now, looking, well, I've already... I've recognised one name that I haven't seen in a few years, Len Nyes. Still remember his days with GKS and his epic battle at the inaugural Rotax International Trophy against Thomas Strauver, who's now in F4, when they were both at GKS, and it was like literally lap after lap, you couldn't separate them. You've also got some drivers that very much have been involved in karting for many a year, but also are part of the brigade that also have gone to sim racing, like Arthur Hoek and Jarno Otmir. Otmir being a Mercedes works sim racing driver competing in F1 esports. Arthur Hoek, multi-time vice champion and champion in France, but also a Williams esports driver. It's always good to see that they always like coming back to karting. You never can keep away, can you?
No, just the kart racing scene. It's just a very nice world to come back in. And you also see that KZ is the masterclass of karting. So we have like the young guns going from all the way from micro, mini, junior, senior to KZ. But we also have some old, really fast guys. So such as the people who make a comeback this year, like Jarno Opmeer and like Le Hoek, and also Daniel Stel, now present in the KZ class for quite some years. Was really fast.
Farin Mega, ex-Rotax driver, 2018 Grand Finals champion in Minimax. So, after qualifying yesterday, which saw the top 18 drivers separated by 0.7 of a second, here's your starting grid for the KZ2 Pre-Final. Arthur Le Hoek returns to Chrono Karting in the 209 for the team racing Claude Bach, running on the CRG. He starts from pole position. Daniel Stell alongside on the front row. Enzo Boll, another name, and someone who you've competed against as well, lines up on the inside of row 2. Claudia Henning on the outside of row 2. A very fast row 3 as well. Jeffrey Fixer, not had the best of run of luck this season. He lines up alongside Farin Mega. Jens Treur, the current championship leader, is joined by Renzo Alebax on row 4. Dirk van Sifthout and Cedric Malk round out the top 10. Kevin Stehauer and Maximilian Schreier, another former Rotax driver, rounds out row 6. Gil Mertens, Bart Plurg, Robin Glerum, another sim racing driver, but also a very fast KZ2 driver. He starts 5th, they start 14th and 15th. Len Nyes, 16th. Daniel Tenbach, Jarno Otmir, Adrian Yatic, Dan Zopfi, Rick Mewes, Jelte Borna and Kern van Ginkel round out the 23-strong grid.
Could the following Kennzeichen BMRS 5555. Können Sie bitte Ihr Auto jetzt bitte bewegen? Dankeschön. Okay. And also a Ford BM PH118. Could both vehicles please be moved? It is blocking access. Please move your vehicles immediately. Thank you.
So you're 23 drivers on the grid. This is going to be epic.
It's nice to see the KZ field also growing at Chrono. It's 23 KZs. That's quite a big field, and it's really nice to see. At Friday, I was standing next to the track, and yeah, it's just beautiful to see them push to the limits.
Well, I remember Jeffrey Fixer having 3 wheels on the wagon at Karting Genki. Went through turn 2, and one of the wheels on the hub axle went off, and actually vaulted the fence off of the, you know, that little grassy slope that you've got. It hit the slope, went over. And Jeffrey was not a happy bunny. However, he has an opportunity to make amends. Flag marshal moves from the front of the field. 23 KZ2 drivers ready to go into battle. Red lights on the gantry. Revs rise. And we're underway. And a good start from the front row, but an incident. Oh, dearie me. That might have been Farin Mega that got caught up. We got 2 straight on off of turn number 1.
That seems to be Fixer and Cedric Malk.
Oh no! And there's more. Oh, and there is the 217, I think. Or yeah, Len Nyes dropping down. He's running with Shepherds Racing. Len has also been making a foray into DD2 competition at the Rotax Euro Trophy this season, which recently had its 2nd round at Pro Kart Raceland Circuit in Wackersdorf. Oh, and there's drama at the back of the field. One kart over the other. Oh, dearie me. Casualties already. We were looking forward to this. And 2 drivers are straight on at turn 1. 2 drivers at the back part of the circuit. One goes over the back of the other.
Yeah, it seemed as if Bol had a stall or a bad start, and Jeffrey Fixer just couldn't avoid it, and unfortunately had to retire the race now.
Yeah, well, Arthur Lehouk getting very much under pressure because you've got Daniel Stell, Claudia Henning, and Renzo Alebax running at the top 4. And look how fast they're going through into the twisty stuff here on the far part of the circuit. But Lehouk still holding on. Henning looking for a move on Stell. But Lehouk, the Frenchman, still holding on to the race lead as we come towards the end of lap number 2. Jarno Otmir up 6 places to P12. Daniel Tenbach also up 6 places and is ahead of the 207 on the CRG. But Arthur Lehouk is being pressurised by Daniel Stell. Claudia Henning defends against Renzo Alebax in the 214. Oh, more dramas. And caught up in the middle is Dirk van Sifthout in the 277. Oh, I thought it was going to be a great race. We've had more dramas than all of the races combined before it.
Yeah, it's always a shame to see drivers retire, but the top 6 or 7 is looking really feisty now. The drivers are getting close together. Renzo Alebax in P4 also looking really fast. Driver for the MP Motorsports team.
Yeah.
And of course Daniel Stell in the Lenzo kart.
Yes.
Also looking to see if he can get back to the lead.
Jens Stroh, the current championship leader, running P6, now closing in on Farin Mega. As Mega now looking to make a move on Renzo Alibax, of course, the team that you were talking about, the Kartclub Benelux crew, part of the MP Accelerating Talent Program through MP Motorsports, who are running F2 and F3 this weekend at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, as part of the support package. Oh, that's the change for the lead. Daniel Stell got through on Arthur Lehouk, and so did Claudia Henning. So the Frenchman definitely got the wind put up his sails right there as Stell leads coming out of the final corner as we go on to lap 5. And Claudia Henning on the Charles Leclerc chassis now up. Well, it is the fact that Claudia Henning on the Charles Leclerc chassis, effectively a Birolot with a different livery for those uninitiated of you out there. Well, Jens Stroh is on the back of that train. Top 4 after 4 laps, covered by 1.4 seconds. Oh, this is going to get very, very spicy. And there is Kevin Stehauer in 7th.
Up 4 places now, and he's looking to see if he can close the gap to P6 and join the run for the lead.
Yes, indeed. Jarno Opmeer, 1 position outside of the top 10. He's currently running P11 behind Dirk van Siftout. Enzo Bol, who was on the inside of row 2, has dropped all the way down to 9th. Yellow flags going into towards, I think, turn 2. And now green has been expedient. Oh, that's the 2, 3, 4 around Gil Mertens. Gil Mertens on the CRG is around and was, luckily enough, pointing towards the correct exit point of turn number 2 there, Jop. But I've lost count of fingers and toes at the moment of the amount of incidents we've had. Of course, Len Miser, that was over the back of Ajin in the 279, and there is a cart that is not moving. I can't make out the number. That is actually coming through into the chicane just over here. It's difficult sometimes when the sun's glaring down and the camera's trying to point in the same direction. But you know what? Arthur Lehouk is not done yet. He's just put in the fastest lap of the race.
Oh, and then Bach goes for the move on Stehauer.
Oh, that was a beauty, that was. Going through into turn 2, you can really dive bomb up the inside. Oh, and there's Enzo Bol going through.
It's getting feisty now.
It is, elbows out and well and truly sharpened. But there is the 277 of Siftout. Opmeer not too far behind. Always nice to have a chat with him. I had a quick catch up with him this morning, and I said, how's things going? And it's just launched a new merchandising line, and funnily enough, he was at the Kartclub Benelux location, just north of Rotterdam. But Daniel Stell is closing, is now getting away. Arthur Lehouk up the inside of Claudia Henning, through into turn number 2. This is a great battle to see a few more drivers, and obviously from drivers from Germany. And, of course, Niels Stroger winning the KZ2 World Cup, the first driver since Bernd Schneider to win a CIK FIA sort of recognised title that had a world, it wasn't a world championship title, but it was the next best thing. And he sent everyone in Wackersdorf crazy, including fellow commentator Jake Sanson, as soon as he crossed the line. But now it is really, really heating up. Daniel Stell did have a lead of about 0.8 of a second. Lehouk has just put in the new fastest lap of the race, sub 42, 41.995. Yup, it's game on for the race lead between Stell, Lehouk and Henning.
Yeah, Lehouk now the first driver to go into the 41s this session. He seems as he is closing gap to Stell and maybe going for an overtake in a little under 2 laps.
Oh, nice little prediction there. You threw me under the bus on that one. But nevertheless, Lehouk showcased his pace. He went from 15th to 1st in one of the heats of the Champions Winter Trophy back at Karting Genk in the second weekend when it was bitterly cold in the Limburg region. But Lehouk really starting to put the pressure on Daniel Stell in the 282. Claudia Henning giving chase in the 224. Then it's Alibax. Then it's Stroh. Then it's Mega. 10 back, Bol, Siftout and Glirum round out the top 10. Change for 11th in the meantime as Maximilian Schreier has got past Jarno Opmeer. Bart Plug and Kevin Stehauer with Dan Zopfi rounding out the top 15. But still, at this late stage of the race, the top 3 have pulled a gap here, Yup, and it's about 1.5 seconds between Claudia Henning on the 224 and Renzo Alibax on the 214. It really has been a showcase of when you get some of the drivers that really go through with this category day in, day out, it really can showcase the very best in this sport.
Yeah, and it's also nice to see the variety in the field. We have 3 different chassis in the top 3. A Lenzo kart, which we don't see as much here in the Chrono. CRG in P2 and a Charles Leclerc or otherwise a Burrell in the top 3.
Well, at least the Charles Leclerc. I mean, one of the wonderful things at the Grand Finals last year was actually Charles Leclerc actually sent a video message on Instagram, wishing everybody at the Grand Finals all the very best of luck. And I think the Charles Leclerc brand is also a chassis partner for this year, for the 25th running and the anniversary of the Grand Finals. But look at how close Lehouk is getting to the back bumper of
and
Daniel
Bol
Stel.
Goes for the move on Megger, it seems, into turn 5.
God, they are really.
Yeah. I really didn't expect to see this much overtakes in this race, but
I know. But look at Lehouk; he was sideways. Did you see that? He started turning the car, and the back end stepped out to the right-hand side, and he just neatly controlled it. It's all that time on the simulator that's been helping. But look at the run he's got.
There he goes.
Up the inside, Lehouk retakes the race lead here on lap 12 through turn 2. Kevin Stehauer unfortunately looks to have pulled the kart into pit lane, so he becomes the 5th retiree along with Len Nyes, Ajin Yatic, Jeffrey Fixer and Cedric Malk. So we are down to 18 runners and riders, and now Daniel Stel is putting the frighters on Lehouk. He's trying to get that race lead. This is going to bring Claudia Henning right back into it.
It's going to get close here into the fast left corner, going into the Schumacher chicane. But Stel is really not letting go of Lehouk.
Lehouk is just absolutely alien-esque at the moment, and that's normally a term that you'd use for sim racing. He was just literally parking it on the curb, and it looked like it defied physics. He just threw it in there and just went, right, here we go, watch this and learn. But Daniel Stel and Claudia Henning might give a little bit of a fright. We've got 25 seconds plus 2 additional laps still to go in this race. And Lehouk has an opportunity, but so do the pair of Stel and Henning, both German drivers, on home soil. Nevertheless, they have got a clear gap between Alibax and Treur. Bol, Mega, 10 back, Van Siftout, Glerum round out the top 10. 2 laps to go. Or actually, did they cross the line? It is 3 laps to go. Oh, they crossed the line with 1 second remaining on the clock or next to nothing. So this is where the pressure really builds up at the tail end of the race. And you know that from your own real life experience here, Joop, that you've got, if you are leading, you are the one that's going to be most at prey, especially when you've got 2 very determined and very fast drivers behind you.
Yeah, you really control the field when you're up in the lead, and now also you see Stel and Henning trying to follow closely. It's always easier to follow than to lead.
Yeah,
you have someone to hunt for, and maybe a little bit of slipstream. But now we have 4 drivers into the 41s, so things are really speeding up here at Kerpen.
Yeah, the adhesion. The track has really evolved over the course of this morning, and also with the amount of rubber, obviously different tyres. So we've got a combination of Mojo and LeConte tyre rubber being laid down on this circuit, and we have 1 more lap to go. It's go for broke here for Daniel Stel, but maybe Claudia Henning might spring a surprise as through into the Schumacher chicane for the penultimate time here on lap number 16 out of 17. Final lap underway. Lehouk takes a look over the right shoulder. On the run through, shifting up to 5th gear through turn 1. Hard on the brakes, down to at least 2nd. Now put the power down. Through out of 2, into 3. And Daniel Stel, if he got the run coming out of that final left-hander, he would have probably been right on the rear bumper and maybe have gone for the move. As Enzo Bol looking around. Oh, and that's Daniel Stel. Stel goes straight on. I think that's the kart expiring. I think the engine's just gone. And that has gifted the win to Arthur Lehouk after 17 laps of racing. So through the Schumacher chicane for the final time, it is going to be Arthur Lehouk that takes the win on the CRG for Team Claude Ball. Claudia Henning takes 2nd. Renzo Alibax, Jens Treur, Enzo Bol, Farin Maga, Daniel Tenbach, Dirk van Sifthout, Robin Glerum, Maximilian Schreier, Bart Plug, Jarno Otmir rounds out the top 12 ahead of Gil Mertens, Dan Zopfi, Jelte Boomer, Rick Mewis, Koen van Ginkel and Daniel Stel retiring with I think that was the engine expired on that one, unfortunately.
There may be an engine seizure indeed, but such a disaster for Stel in the last lap in one of the last sectors. That's such a shame.
Yeah. Well,
but really, Renzo Alibox takes a positive of it and sneaks on into the top 3.
He does.
So there might be an opportunity to keep this place into the final.
You never know. You never know. Obviously, all results that have been called so far today have been provisional, pending any sporting and technical checks. Your Briefer, the Obster, thank you so much for joining me, and I'll see you a little bit later on for the KZ2 Master and KZ2 Final. Thank you so much for jumping in, and we'll catch up a little bit later on, buddy.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. See you later.
Paddock announcement. Can the owner of a Dutch registered Mercedes Vito registration VFP-75-N, please move your vehicle immediately, along with a silver Volkswagen Transporter VSJ-04F. Please can both drivers move their vehicles as they are blocking access. Thank you. Well, a big thank you to the Obster, your Briefeld, for joining me in the commentary box for KZ2 Masters and KZ2. He'll be joining me for the finals a little bit later on. So, a big thank you to everybody watching on the Chrono Karting YouTube channel. Thank you so much for joining us all the way through the day. Apologies for the earlier technical difficulties that we've had, but we're back up and running at a full throttle here at Kartclub Kerpen, the Erflandring here in Western Germany. One more race to take us into the lunch break, which will be Senior Rotax Heat A versus B. Running a small time behind schedule, but then after this we'll have the lunch break and then we'll get underway with the finals. And they'll start from 2 o'clock this afternoon, local time here in Western Germany. Very shortly we'll have the grid cleared. So, Fabi, does anyone know where I can find the results or live timing to see the lap times? They are in the description on the YouTube channel, so you'll have live timing and results in the description, so you can find them there. And if you are watching and you haven't subscribed, please make sure you do. It's a little click from you people at home, but it does so much for us here at Chrono Karting. And it also means we can help promote this sport. So after this, we'll have the intermediate ranking after heats once everything has been concluded. No problem at all, Fabi. You're more than welcome. Make sure that that happens on every stream for Chrono Karting for 2024, that in the description we will have the live timing and the live results, which are updated. Of course, karts now being recovered after the KZ2 Pre-Final. So the KZ2 field currently, apart from those being recovered in at the moment, are going through scrutineering, so being weighed. There'll be technical inspections. There can be spot checks decided by our scrutineering team. But we have one more race to go before the lunch break, coming up very shortly. It's going to be Senior Rotax A versus B. So, last race before the lunch break. Let's take you through the starting grid for Heat A versus B for Senior Max. So, Jaden Teen will be on pole position. Alongside him will be Vic Stevens on the front row. Kaz Boshouse and Mika van der Pavet round out the top 4. And then it's elder brother Ralph rounding out the top 5. Jori Schoens in 6th ahead of Devian Roost, with Tommy van der Soys, followed by Evert Dorrestein and Jot van Wijk, who complete the top 10. Krik Knoren, Wood Kirsten, Steen Peters, Ben Kaminski and Sim van Vliet round out the top 15. They're followed by Kevin Navis, Wesley Eckhart, Flynn Fitters, Amadou Zeeman, Pat Gubbles, Mike Maastricht, Keanu Frens, Max Costa, Rein van der Meer, Luca Prima, and Gwen Bloxhill, rounding out the 26-strong grid. It could be the fact that Pat Gubbles, who did not start the previous heat, might not start this one either, so we could be down to 25 drivers. So 10 minutes plus an additional 2 laps Looks like it is going to be the case that Puck Gubbles will be a non-starter this time around. Also, looks like Keanu Friends has not also, has also a non-starter. So 24 drivers will take the start here in this 10 minutes plus 2 additional lap race here at the F-Landring at Kartclub Kerpen in Western Germany. Drivers being informed too slow. And now they cross the line, where they will have to now start getting into formation as they slowly crawl their way to the Schumacher chicane. So let's see what happens. Red lights on the gantry, into the tram lines we go. Revs rise, lights are on, lights are out first time. Jaden Teen gets a great start as Kaz Boshouse tries to push his way through on Vic Stevens on the run down into turn 2 on the opening lap and gets through. I think Vic Stevens, oh no, drama at the back, Gwen Bloxhill. And that was, I think that was Kevin Navis possibly. So straight away drama at turn number 2 on the opening lap. And it happened towards the back end of the field. Jort van Wyk did go off circuit. It was the 3:06 of Kevin Navis that was over the front of Gwen Bloxhill as the field makes its way through. Jaden Teen already getting in a little bit of a lead. And look what's happened out behind him. Well, Vic Stevens is now behind Kaz Boshouse, and Ralph van der Pavet is looking racy and diving up the inside. Through at turn 2, and Mika van der Pavet over the back of Kaz Boshouse. Oh, dearie, dearie me. The calamities are happening here in the final senior Rotax heat. Not what you want happening. And, well, there was a distinct gesticulation by Mika van der Pavet saying, "What on earth are you doing?" However, Jaden Teen has cantered off into the distance. And this has changed the complexity of the race in the process. Second is Vic Stevens. Third looks to be Ralph van der Pavet, which is the case. Jori Schoens, Devian Ross, Krik Knorren, Tommy van der Stroys. Mika van der Pavet now behind Kaz Boshouse, is up the inside of Devian Ross. Sorry, on Devian Ross goes through Krik Knorren. New colour scheme for Krik Knorren. I think has changed teams in the meantime. But there you see Vic Stevens being chased down by Ralph van der Pavet, switching to SR Solutions, and that finally has really, really helped. 3:06, Kevin Navis has just had a mechanical black flag shown for the chain cover missing from the kart. That's probably through that turn 2, lap 1 incident. 7 minutes and 40 seconds, plus 2 additional laps still to go in this final heat. There's a second chance heat coming up. Oh, and there's Tommy van der Stroys up the inside. And there goes Mika van der Pavet, gets 2 for the price of 1. Mugs both Devian Rost and Tommy van der Stroys at the same point on the circuit. Oh, the wind's just blown over the parasol just off of turn number 5. Off of the Marshall's post. That's a sight rarely seen. But van der Stroys trying to close in on the man who I've nicknamed Sonic the Hedgehog. It is the fact, if you look at Mika van der Pavet's race helmet, it is very much, oh, and we've got someone spinning. Oh, dearie, dearie me. I'm not too sure if that was assisted. I'll find out very shortly who that is as they come across the line. So Teen still leads by just over half a second. Vic Stevens, new fastest lap of the race, as another change for position. Jort van Wyk on Devian Roos. That is for 8th place. And it might have been that Ben Kaminsky might have been the driver backwards and spinning around. Just see how committed these senior Rotax drivers are. They really, really are putting on a bit of a show, but we are having a few calamities. It's getting to that stage of the championship, as I said earlier on in the broadcast, whereby drivers are really, really pushing like crazy. And there's that, sometimes there's that sense of urgency. Sometimes sense of desperation, and the desperation is never a good thing to have. So Vic Stevens closing in on Jaden Teen. And Jaden Teen wanting to keep 2 wins in the bag. If that happens, then he takes pretty much maximum championship points after the heat stages. And that will be another 55 to his tally. Vic Stevens looking very, very racy. He was a junior up until quite recently. He moved up to the seniors and really has showcased his prowess. And now it's about 3 kart lengths between the 2 leaders. 0.22 of a second. New fastest lap of the race by Vic Stevens on lap 6. 44.8 seconds. And there are the top 2 through into turn 3. Where does Vic Stevens decide to make the move on Jaden Teen? It's going to be at turn 5. And he dives up the inside and gets through. So new race leader through turn 5 on lap 7. It's going to be Vic Stevens. But the main thing is, well, Vic Stevens won the opening heat. Jaden Teen won the second heat. And, well, if it ends up like this, Jaden Teen on countback, based on his qualifying position, was the fastest overall. So that will put him on pole for the final. And they have pulled a gap over Ralph van der Pavet, who's loving life at the minute. Had a quick catch-up with him this morning. He asked me how I was. I went, well, tired and bushwhacked after my 600-kilometre drive to get here from where I live in the southeast of England. I have to say, it was pretty uneventful, to be honest with you. Good thing that when you have the right music playlist, it helps the kilometres pass away very, very quickly indeed. We are now still with 4 minutes to go, plus 2 laps, very much in the running for having 23 out of 24 drivers getting to the checkered. We're on lap 9 now, fastest lap of the race now for Mika van der Pavet, running at the top 15 from 11th downwards is Sim van Vliet, Casbos House, Eva Dorrestein, Stain Peters and Flynn Fitters. Biggest movers at the moment, biggest movers at the moment. Krik Noren up in 6 places from 11th to 5th. Luca Prima up 6 places from 25th. Even though there were 2 non-starters, well, that still is a positional gain up to 19th. Mika van der Pavet still battling away with Krik Noren. And van der Pavet has the fastest lap of the race. 3 minutes to go, plus 2 laps. Jaden Teen trying to close on in on Vic Stevens. They are pretty much nigh on matched on pace by 2 100ths. New personal best for Jaden Teen. But he has been, in terms of victories this season, the most consistent driver. And it is consistency that wins you a championship. Very much the case with the 359. So after 10 laps, Vic Stevens leads Jaden Teen by just over 0.3 of a second. Ralph van der Pavet in 3rd. Jori Schoens, Krik Noren, Mika van der Pavet, as we've got a little bit of a dive up the inside. That's all. That was one of the Sodi karts, and trying to catch out which number that was. Not too sure. There was a little bit of a touch. It might have been possibly that Wout Kerstens in the 366 was the one that got the contact on him. But still, with things starting to spread out a little bit now, apart from between the top 2, Sim van Vliet has dropped down to 15th. Well, actually, Sim van Vliet has dropped all the way down. Could be outside of the top 20. And I think Mike Maastricht might also be involved. Or might have been collected, possibly. Yep, yellow flags. There's a kart stricken by the side of the circuit. driver walking away, that's going to be more than likely Sim van Vliet in the 3:57 out on lap 10. So 4 laps to go, including this one. The complete lap 12, head on to lap 13, and the gap between first and second now nearly 4/10 of a second. Jaden Teen still holding station in P2. He knows he doesn't, he will want, and I can guarantee you this much, he will want to win the final. And that will be under fair means. Not foul, fair means. Sim van Vliet is out. Gwen Bloxhill drops behind Ben Kaminsky as our leaders make their way through the Schumacher chicane. Now out of the final corner. And still, Vic Stevens keeping that gap to about 3 and a bit tenths of a second between himself and Jaden Teen. So 3 laps to go, including this one. On lap 14 out of what will be 16 laps in total. So the timer has now expired. And still the drivers continue to push at this kind of pace. Vic Stevens has the fastest lap of the race in the pocket. 44.691 for the 3:27 representing Belgium with Bouvin power. Team run by Birger Bouvin. He also not only Birger not only runs the team, but also supplies engines. It seems to be a pretty good combination at the sharp end. Ralph van der Pavet leading this quintet of karts, followed by Jori Schoens, Krit Knoren, Mika van der Pavet, and Tommy van der Stroys. But the final lap about to get underway here in the last heat. Here for senior Rotax, Vic Stevens now has nearly a 6/10 of a second advantage over Jaden Teen. Ralph van der Pavet still holds on to third at the minute. But with a few laps ago, Vic Stevens dived up the inside of Jaden Teen to take the race lead away. And once he did that, he hasn't looked back and just started to slowly but surely expand that gap. So through in towards the Schumacher chicane flies Vic Stevens, the 3:27 from Belgium. It is going to be Vic Stevens that takes the win. It's more than likely Jaden Teen that is going to be on pole for the final later on. And that will conclude the action this afternoon. Ralph van der Pavet takes P3 in this third heat. Ahead of Jori Schoens, Krit Knoren up 6 places to finish 5th ahead of Mika van der Pavet, Tommy van der Stroys, Jort van Wijk, De Veen Roost and Kaz Boshuis, who started on the inside of row 2 and completes the top 10. Wout Kirstens, Evert Dorrestein, Steen Peters, Flynn Fitters, and Mike Maastricht round out the top 15. Max Costa, Luca Prima, Ben Kaminsky, Wesley Eckhart, and Rein Vandermeer round out the top 20. Ahead of Amadou Zeeman and Gwen Bloxhill rounding out the 22 finishers. Sim van Vliet retired on lap 10, Kevin Navis on lap 2, with Puck Gubbles and Keanu Friends non-starters. Well, that concludes the morning action here for round 5 of the Dutch Championship for Rotax and KZ2, powered by Chrono Karting here at the F-Landring at Kartclub Kerpen here in Western Germany. We're going to go to a brief lunch break and we'll be back just before 2 o'clock this afternoon as we count down towards the finals here for this 5th round out of 8 for 2024. See you in a bit. lights are out and the final for Micromax gets going right now. They are battling. They are again just showing how capable they are. They are the superstars of the future, but the lead has been changed. Nikki Naruhito Tomasi looking up the inside through at turn 2 on the final lap of this race and gets through on Dimitar Lazarov, who was all over the shop coming out of turn 2. Rampadanath gets through for second, but it is going to be Tomasi at the line. It's going to be Rampadanath that's going to inherit the victory. Red lights on the gantry, we go lights out and underway. The race leader, Vince van der Hollen, spins it out of turn number 5, watch the rejoin, nice and neatly gets back onto the circuit, where the drivers at the front end, including Vince van der Hollen, who is currently 5th. Oh, this could be the move that Zen Lindemann needed to happen, and it's given a win to Olivier Mazurkiewicz. Lights are out, we are underway as Van Wyk leads the field into turn 1 for the first time. 225 of Jörg Valkenaars went very, very wide out of turn number 2. That's got Ryan Kiewicz-Bosch alongside. And, well, one's gone off and backwards and back onto the circuit. That is Lieke van Berkel. Thijs van Wyk wins here at Circuit de Lanzarote round 4. Second time basking into the tram lines, revs rise, lights are on. This time the lights go out first time. So Jaden Teen is scarping away like a scalded cat on a hot tin roof. Oh, completely sideways for Felipe Foul. Jaden Teen wins the race and continues another victory. That is 7 out of 8 so far this season. Arts has got to drive the wheels off of the Kart Republic chassis underneath her. Imke Arts wins the pre-final by just under 4/10 of a second ahead of Sam Knopjes.
Gaat goed, gisteren in het droog eigenlijk ook constant wel bij de snelste en vandaag gelukkig ook, dus we zijn blij. Ja,
ja super. Voor mij is het natuurlijk niet alleen het mooie eraan om DD2 te rijden, maar om het echt samen te doen met mijn vader. Mijn vader rijdt dan samen met mij op dezelfde baan, maar toch in een andere klasse. Dus het is fijn dat hij dan in zijn eigen competitie ook nog mee kan doen. Ja, DD2 is gewoon is super. Kart is lekker om te rijden en ja, gewoon genieten.
We zijn dit jaar overgestapt naar Schepers. Het is een nieuw team, dus het was wel eventjes spannend, maar eigenlijk gaat het tot nu toe super goed, dus heel tevreden. Ja.
Ja, dan gaan we ons best doen om natuurlijk daarvoor te kwalificeren en ja, daarna natuurlijk Nederlands kampioen worden. Ja, ik denk dat het moet zeker kunnen. Een beetje inkomen aan het begin van het jaar, maar het gaat steeds beter, dus dat is mooi.
Lights out, we're underway. And it's a run to turn 1. And again, the same thing happened like in the pre-final. Glenn Vandenhoek got the jump on Wesley de Waal. Oh, but de Waal tries to get through and Oosting through at turn 12 retakes the lead. Oh, and Oosting's gone straight off at the chicane. Wesley Duval takes the win in the final here in KZ2 Masters. Lights are out and a great start from Jens Steuer at the front end of the field. He mugs Robin Glirum going into turn one. And now Glirum starts defending, and Hansen went for the move through turn two. He couldn't get the job done. There was a little bit of a touch between the pair, and that has brought Alebax right back into it. But it's Jens Steuer who takes the championship lead with victory in the final. Lights are out and the final for Micromax gets going right now. They are battling. They are again just showing how capable they are. They are the superstars of the future, but the lead has been changed. But Nikki Naruhito Tomasi looking up the inside through at turn two on the final lap of this race and gets through on Dimitar Lazarov, who was all over the shop coming out of turn two. Rampadanath gets through for second, but it is going to be Tomasi at the line. It's going to be Rampadanath that's going to inherit the victory. Red lights on the gantry. We go lights out and underway. The race leader, Vince van der Hallen, spins it out of turn number 5. Watch the rejoin, nice and neatly gets back onto the circuit, where the drivers at the front end, including Vince van der Hallen, who is currently 5th. Oh, this could be the move that Zen Lindemann needed to happen, and it's given a win to Olivier Mazurkiewicz. Lights are out, we are underway as Van Wyk leads the field into turn 1 for the first time. 225 of Jörg Valkenaars went very, very wide out of turn number 2. That's got Ryan Kiewicz-Bosch alongside. And, well, one's gone off and backwards and back onto the circuit. That is Lieke van Berkel. Thijs van Wyk wins here at Circuit de Lanzarote round 4. Second time basking into the tram lines, revs rise, lights are on. This time the lights go out first time. So Jaden Teen is scarping away like a scalded cat on a hot tin roof. Oh, completely sideways for Felipe Foul. Jaden Teen wins the race and continues another victory. That is 7 out of 8 so far this season. Arts has got to drive the wheels off of the Kart Republic chassis underneath her. Imke Arts wins the pre-final by just under 4/10 of a second ahead of Sam Knopjes.
Gaat goed. Gisteren in het droog eigenlijk ook constant wel bij de snelste. En vandaag gelukkig ook. Dus we zijn blij. Ja,
ja super. Voor mij is het natuurlijk niet alleen het mooie eraan om DD2 te rijden, maar om het echt samen te doen met mijn vader. Mijn vader rijdt dan samen met mij op dezelfde baan, maar toch in een andere klasse. Dus het is fijn dat hij dan in zijn eigen competitie ook nog mee kan doen. Ja, DD2 is gewoon is super. Kart is lekker om te rijden en ja, gewoon genieten.
we zijn dit jaar overgestapt naar Schepers. Het is een nieuw team, dus het was wel eventjes spannend. Maar eigenlijk gaat het tot nu toe super goed, dus heel tevreden. Ja.
Ja, dan gaan we ons best doen om natuurlijk daarvoor te kwalificeren. En ja, daarna natuurlijk Nederlands kampioen worden. Ja, ik denk dat het moet zeker kunnen. Een beetje inkomen aan het begin van het jaar, maar het gaat steeds beter, dus dat is mooi.
Lights out, we're underway. And it's a run to turn one. And again, the same thing happened like in the pre-final. Glenn Vandenhoek got the jump on Wesley Duval. But Duval tries to get through, and Oosting through at turn 12 retakes the lead. Oh, and Oosting's gone straight off at the chicane. Wesley Duval takes the win in the final here in KZ2 Masters. Lights are out and a great start from Jens Stoyer at the front end of field. He mugs Robin Glirum going into turn one. And now Glirum starts defending, and Hansen went for the move through turn two. He couldn't get the job done. There was a little bit of a touch between the pair, and that has brought Alebax right back into it. But it's Jens Stoyer who takes the championship lead with victory in the final. Lights are out and the final for Micromax gets going right now. They are battling. They are again just showing how capable they are. They are the superstars of the future, but the lead has been changed. Nikki Naruhito Tomasi looking up the inside through at turn two on the final lap of this race and gets through on Dimitar Lazarov, who was all over the shop coming out of turn two. Rampadanath gets through for second, but it is going to be Tomasi at the line. It's going to be Rampadanath that's going to inherit the victory. Red lights on the gantry. We go lights out and underway. The race leader, Vince van der Hollen, spins it out of turn number 5. Watch the rejoin, nice and neatly gets back onto the circuit, where the drivers at the front end, including Vince van der Hollen, who is currently 5th. Oh, this could be the move that Zen Lindemann needed to happen, and it's given a win to Olivier Mazurkiewicz. Lights are out. We are underway as Van Beek leads the field into turn one for the first time. 225 of your Valcanaris went very, very wide out of turn number two. That's got Ryan Kubick's Bosch alongside. And well, one's gone off and backwards and back onto the circuit. That is Lieke van Berkel. Thijs van Beek wins here at Circuit de Lansard at round four. Second time basking into the tram lines, revs rise, lights are on. This time the lights go out first time. So Jaden Teen is scarping away like a scalded cat on a hot tin roof. Oh, completely sideways for Felipe Foul. Jaden Teen wins the race and continues another victory. That is 7 out of 8 so far this season. Arts has got to drive the wheels off of the Kart Republic chassis underneath her. Imke Arts wins the pre-final by just under 4/10 of a second ahead of Sam Knopjes.
Gaat goed. Gisteren in het droog eigenlijk ook constant wel bij de snelste. En vandaag gelukkig ook, dus we zijn blij. Ja,
ja super. Voor mij is het natuurlijk niet alleen het mooie eraan om DD2 te rijden, maar om het echt samen te doen met mijn vader. Mijn vader rijdt dan samen met mij op dezelfde baan, maar toch in een andere klasse. Dus het is fijn dat hij dan in zijn eigen competitie ook nog mee kan doen. Ja, DD2 is gewoon is super. Kart is lekker om te rijden en ja, gewoon genieten.
we zijn dit jaar overgestapt naar Schepers. Het is een nieuw team, dus het was wel eventjes spannend. Maar eigenlijk gaat het tot nu toe supergoed, dus heel tevreden. Ja.
Ja, dan gaan we ons best doen om natuurlijk daarvoor te kwalificeren. En ja, daarna natuurlijk Nederlands kampioen worden. Ja, ik denk dat het moet zeker kunnen. Een beetje inkomen aan het begin van het jaar, maar het gaat steeds beter, dus dat is mooi.
Lights out, we're underway. And it's a run to turn one. And again, the same thing happened like in the pre-final. Glenn Vandenhoek got the jump on Wesley Duval. So, oh, but Duval tries to get through and Oosting through at turn 12 retakes the lead. Oh, and Oosting's gone straight off at the chicane. Wesley Duval takes the win in the final here in KZ2 Masters. Lights are out and a great start from Jens Stoyer at the front end of the field. He mugs Robin Glirum going into turn one. And now Glirum starts defending, and Hansen went for the move through turn two. He couldn't get the job done. There was a little bit of a touch between the pair, and that has brought Alibax right back into it. But it's Jens Stoyer who takes the championship lead with victory in the final. lights are out and the final for Micromax gets going right now. They are battling. They are again just showing how capable they are. They are the superstars of the future, but the lead has been changed. For Nikki Naruhito Tomasi looking up the inside through at turn 2 on the final lap of this race and gets through on Dimitar Lazarov, who was all over the shop coming out of turn 2. Rampadanath gets through for second, but it is going to be Tomasi at the line. It's going to be Rampadanath that's going to inherit the victory. Red lights on the gantry. We go lights out and underway. The race leader, Vince van der Hollen, spins it out of turn number 5. Watch the rejoin, nice and neatly gets back onto the circuit where the drivers at the front end, including Vince van der Hollen, who is currently 5th. Oh, this could be the move that Zen Lindemann needed to happen, and it's given a win to Olivier Mazurkiewicz. Lights are out, we are underway as Van Wyk leads the field into turn 1 for the first time. 225 of Jörg Valkenaars went very, very wide out of turn number 2. That's got Ryan Kiewicz-Bosch alongside. And, well, one's gone off and backwards and back onto the circuit. That is Lieke van Berkel. Thijs van Wyk wins here at Circuit de Lanzarote round 4. Second time basking into the tram lines, revs rise, lights are on. This time the lights go out first time. So Jaden Teen is scarping away like a scalded cat on a hot tin roof. Oh, completely sideways for Felipe Foul. Hello everybody and welcome back after the lunch break as we are getting set and ready for our first final of the weekend. It's Micromax and here is your starting grid. Starting from pole position will be Connor Halfer. Alongside on the front row will be Noah Stehalder, Ryan Rampadanath and Jesse Moonen will complete row number 2 ahead of Nikki Naruhito Tomasi, Milan Claes, Dimitar Lazarov, Bruce Chirino, Eli Dikrida, and then Matthias Clever with Matthias Bolage rounding out the 11-strong grid. They're making their way in towards the Schumacher chicane, excuse me. And they will now get themselves ready. 13 minutes plus 2 additional laps. Here we go. Red lights on the gantry, revs rise. Lights do not go out. It is a full start called by our race director, and they are sending them around for another lap. So the nerves are very much setting in. And with the sunshine continuing to beat down on the circuit, temperature around about 23 degrees Celsius at the moment. Set to hit highs of 24. Sunshine due to carry on right the way through. Wind set to increase to around about 15 kilometers an hour. Sunset predicted at just 9 minutes to 10 p.m. local time here in Western Germany. But Halfer and Stehalder round out the front row of the grid. Prager with CRG alongside. The drivers slowly crawl their way into the Michael Schumacher chicane. And then the red lights back on the gantry once more. 13 minutes plus an additional lap to see who will be the winner of round 5 out of 8. Into the tram lines we go. Revs rise. Lights are out this time, and a good start from the outside of the front row by Stehauder, who storms through and gets past Connor Halfer. As they head into turn 2 for the first time, Stehauder drifts wide. Halfer's going to get the run into turn number 3. Round the outside goes the 78 Praga, and did get the move done. And then also in the process, builds up a lead, but there's been drama in the mid-pack. Looks like Bruce Chirino is one of the ones involved, 83, and the other one might be Yesimunen in the number 10. Oh dear, and that's not exactly how you want to start the final. So both drivers having a little bit of a moment and coming together, and they are way back behind the rest of the field. However, Connor Halfer leads the way. Second, Noah Stehauder. Third, Ryan Rampadarath. Fourth is Nicky Naruhito Tomasi, the winner last time out. Well, was the winner on the road, but Rampadarath inherited the victory after Tomasi got a post-race penalty, if I remember correctly. But Connor Halfer trying to do the business. Rampadarath now through on Stehauder for second place. Tomasi trying to get through on the number 12 for that third position. Naruhito Tomasi still trying to put the frighteners on, and it's going to be through the Schumacher chicane out of the final corner. Rampadarath trying to close in. It's a kart length and a half between first and second, but Rampadarath switches to the inside, deep on the brakes as Stehauder up the inside of Naruhito Tomasi to try and retake third place. And Connor Halfer, what a statement the 78 has just made. Oh, hang on a minute. Was that Noah Stehauder through on Ryan Rampadarath? It was, and there goes Nicky Naruhito Tomasi up into P3. Well, within 7 corners, Rampadarath was leading, loses the lead through turn 3, then through turn 5 loses second, and then through turn 7 loses third place. And Rampadarath trying to get back on the offensive. Now goes wheel to wheel into turn 1 alongside Nicky Naruhito Tomasi, who squeezes him to the outside of turn 2 on the entrance. Rampadarath trying to find a way through at turn number 3, but this is allowing Connor Halfer to get away. And now the number 78 on the Praga is leading, and it's going to be more than a second by the end of this lap. I can guarantee you that much. So as Connor Halfer starts putting the pedal to the metal and getting away, look at how these three are line astern. Rampadarath tries to slot up the inside through the final corner on Nicky Naruhito Tomasi for P3. Tomasi this time, oh, it's 3 wide into turn number 2. This never ends well. However, Tomasi tries to get through, but interlocks wheels with Stehauder. Tomasi gets through at turn 3 by the rubber on the sidewall of the Mojo Racing tyres attached to his kart. And now this has brought in Dimitar Lazarov and also Milan Glaze in the, or Glaze Milan in the number 4 from Belgium. So 5 karts now battling over the final 2 positions in the top 3 in this final. It is going to be a very, very close call as to what happens over the next 8 minutes and 30 seconds. Connor Halfer now has 1 3/4 seconds advantage Stehalder up the inside on Rampadarath, retakes third. Here comes Lazarov. Oh, tries to go look round the outside. Oh, well, number 10, Yesimunen, has now been given a 3-second time penalty post-race for unsportsmanlike driving. Konnehalfer just pulling away into the distance, whilst the rest of them battling over the scraps. Second is Naruhito Tomasi, Stehalder, Rampadarath, Lazarov, and Clays. And here goes Stehalder up the inside to defend from Rampadarath. And here comes Lazarov again, trying to look for the outside move through turn 3. The number 69 will not get through at that point on the circuit by doing that tactic in any way, shape or form. That is the key thing here. You have to try and park it on the inside through turn 3. That is your best way of trying to get through. Bruce Chirino might not be, well, hasn't crossed the timing beam and may not be taking any further participation in this race, but Rampadarath trying to give Stehalder the hurry up. And again, a good defensive move, but look at the move that Lazarov is trying to pull off again. Oh, Lazarov just gets really, really good traction on the inside of turn number 2. And again, tries to go for the outside line through 3. And it just isn't working for the number 69, who rounds out the top 5 places. But it's Konnehalfer leading the way by 1.7 seconds. Niki Naruhito Tomasi at the moment is trying to close that gap. It was 1.7 seconds. New fastest lap of the race, by the way, 51.494 by Niki Naruhito Tomasi on lap 8. Konnehalfer responds in kind with a fastest lap of his own, 51.472. And it really is getting dicey in the battle for P3 at the moment. Because Stehalder still ahead of Rampadarath, who still keeps Lazarov at bay, who has been trying every single time with that crisscross manoeuvre into turn 2, dive up the inside, try and go for the outside of 3, and it doesn't work. So Lazarov has to have a new way of thinking when it comes to that particular overtake. And Rampadarath loses a little bit of time through the fast left-hander by walloping the curbs on the inside apex. And now it's just keeping him behind Stehalder. They have lost time to Naruhito Tomasi. Oh, up the inside goes Ryan Rampadarath. He's doing a Dimitar Lazarov. There is the number 32. Tries to get through for third place. And still, that tactic has not really been working that well. But now, with 4.5 minutes to go, plus an additional 2 laps, Konnehalfer still leads the way. The gap between first and second now dips under 2 seconds again. 1.924 is the time difference between Konnehalfer and Niki Naruhito Tomasi. Again, Noah Stehalder just sticking to that inside line. Really, really good textbook work there by the number 12, ahead of the number 32 of Ryan Rampadarath, Dimitar Lazarov and Milan Claes. The latter two still embroiled in that battle for P5. And yet, it's still very much at a stalemate. But Rampadarath is trying to get through. Naruhito Tomasi has got clear air between himself and Stehalder. Rampadarath again just trying to see where he can place the kart in order to outfox, outwit Noah Stehauder, but at the moment that's not quite working. And good work here by Noah Stehauder. I've noticed the tactic that he's employing is to keep it on the racing line, not to dive deep into the corner, and take the traditional apex. And that means he'll come out a little bit wider out of turn 2 and go into the left at 3 on the racing line. It's just that ebb and flow of a circuit. Once you've got that rhythm down pat, you're going to be able to say to someone else, well, if you want to try and get past me, give it a go. Let's see what happens. And at the moment, it is still working to Noah Stehauder's advantage, holding on to that P3. Rampadarath still trying to close on in. Again, he goes at turn 1 towards the outside into turn 2. Again, it's just Stehauder is effectively going. This is the sort of like the karting equivalent of a fencing when you block and parry. and by that, what I mean is that you cut off an opportunity for your opponent to get past you. And that is very, very crucial right here. But yeah, still, Noah Stehauder doing a very, very good job in that third place. Rampadarath trying to close on in, going into the Schumacher chicane. Not quite. 1 minute and 43 seconds. Plus that additional 2 laps still remain. So probably looking at 4 at a push. Time's running in the 51.2s. Oh, that was a bit neater there. Oh. Ryan Rampadarath nearly got the job done there. And it nearly worked. Out of all the attempts that have happened so far in this race, Ryan Rampadarath has been the closest one to try and pull an overtake round the outside at turn 3 and make it happen. He was far enough alongside Noah Stehauder and Rampadarath. Oh, now he's taking a few more unsuspecting risks, let's say. The first one was coming out of the right. We have a start penalty a start procedure penalty infringement, and it is going to the number 33 of Matthias Bollage in last place. Jesse Moonen on the comeback trail manages to get past Matthias Clever, the youngster from, well, the youngster from Belgium, via the way of Brazil, number 13, Dad Ivan, helping him out, and also Matthias running on the TB kart. Timer is counting down very, very quickly indeed. It could be very, very close to the line. 2 seconds to go. Connor Halford crosses the line. Now we've got 3 laps remaining, including this one to go. And Noah Stehauder spins it around, and luckily enough, Ryan Rampadarath. Oh, it was working so well. I cannot believe it. After that was lap number 16. Noah Stehauder had put up a defensive masterclass on how to not give your opponent an opportunity to get through at you at turn 2 and turn 3 at the Erflandring here at Kartclub Kerpen. That was the blooper. That was the outtakes reel, I'm afraid. So that means, well, we've got a change for third. Ryan Rampadarath is now P3. Connor Halfer, with 2 laps to go, has a lead of just over 1.9 seconds ahead of Niki Naruhito Tomasi. Ryan Rampadarath up to P3 ahead of Milan Claes, with Dimitar Lazarov rounding out the top 5. Noah Stehauder drops down to 6th as a result of that unfortunate spin. 2 laps to go at turn number 2. Jesse Moonen, Matthias Clever, Bruce Chirino, Dick Rieder, And Matthias Berlage rounding out the 11 strong. All still out on track, which is a lovely thing to see. But that is the race leader, I believe. Yep, Connor Halfer getting through on Bruce Chirino, but the final lap is underway. Well, it was going to be an interesting dilemma as to finding out who would win the Micromax final, but in the meantime, there is one driver that is definitely making sure that home pride is held high up above by the trophy, in the hand that this driver will receive a little bit later on, because through the Schumacher chicane, out of the final corner, 2 for 2, it's Connor Halfer who wins here at Kerpen in the Micromax final. Second, Niki Naruhito Tomasi with Ryan Rampadarath, possibly, or was that Milan Clays? Rampadarath does cross the line and take P3, ahead of Milan Clays, who will be the top Micromax rookie. Dimitar Lazarov and Noah Stehard round out the top 6. Matthias Berlage rounding out the 11 finishers as we wait for them to cross the line. Matthias Clever in 8th. Bruce Chirino and Elia Dikrida rounding out the top 10. But Connor Halfer dominant on home soil. Good preparation for his return to this circuit in the second weekend of August for the penultimate round of Rotax Max Challenge Germany. But Halfer wins ahead of Tomasi, and Rampadarath rounding out your top 3. Milan Clays, your top Micromax rookie this weekend here in the final. So let's take you through the grid for the final 4 mini-max. Gage Moyes will line up on pole position alongside will be Vince van der Hollen, Kimi Mai and Tygo Holthausen, row 2. James van der Poel and AJ Bergeraff round out row 3. Ahead of Olivier Mazurkiewicz, Julian Dummer, Bendik Schulte and Rico Joppen will round out the top 10 places. Jente Münnen, Devrim Yater, Tim Hansler, Didi Didale, Mika Vonk, Duncan Hudson, Jarakiewicz Bosch, Tim Stieger, Jeffer Beck and Pascal Knip round out the top 20 drivers. Anastasia Tully, Lawrence van Vlanderen, Jesse Andringa, Joliene Marie Schultz, Jens Kielstra, Milano Schiphorst, Sebastian Brandt and Lennart Köster set to complete the 14-row, 28-strong grid here at Kerpen. So it looks like again that Lennart Köster will be a non-starter for this race. After this, 6 more to go before we then head back to Circuit de Lansard on the 15th of September 2024. Then to Circuit Park Berchem, 13th of October. 3rd of November concludes the 2024 season of Chrono Karting for the Dutch Rotax and KZ2 Championship at the home of champions, Karting Genk, Belgium. So, red lights on the gantry into the tram lines, revs rise, full start called. So they are going to have to go round again for another lap. So all 27 drivers that have crossed the timing beam, apart from, well, there is one additional driver, Lennart Köster, who handed back the transponder earlier on today, so would have non-started. But Gage Moyes and Vince van der Hollen at the front end of the field, they will lead the train out of the final left-hander. Red lights back on the starting gantry. 13 minutes plus an additional lap. Revs rise. Lights are out. And we're back underway. And a good start by Gage Moyes. But a big incident through turn 1. Big incident. Multiple karts off. Multiple karts involved. I have not seen an incident like that in my karting commentary career. That is a big incident. I cannot believe what we've just witnessed. And it happened from, I think it was James van der Poel in the 106. They came through the tram lines. One kart went a little bit wide. And it was, oh yes, it was contact. I think probably between James van der Poel and it was a Tony kart. And I think that Tony kart might have been, it was Vince van der Hollen. So there are dramas. Dramas in the opening lap through the first corner. That just goes to show that one corner can change the complexity and the dynamics of a championship. James van der Poel, I think, got away with it in terms of track position. Yeah, van der Poel was up, back axle was up in the air and then got hit by a cart on the right-hand side, which pointed the 106 back in the right direction. But Kees Moyes leading. Second, Kimi Mai, Tygo Holthausen and AJ Berghoff round out the top four. Julian Timmer, fifth. Olivier Mazurkiewicz, James van der Poel, Jens Moonen, Duncan Hudson and Tim Hansler round out the top 10. Vince van der Hollen is out of this race. Jana Kiewicz-Bosch out of this race. I think Laurens van Vlaanderen might also be out. I'm just waiting for the timing to update at the minute. But Kees Moyes is leading, and it's trying to steal a march on the rest of the field in front, which includes Kimi Mai. Kimi Mai and then Tygo Holthausen, AJ Berghoff. Mazurkiewicz now drops behind James van der Poel, who I have to say must have had a guardian angel on his Sodi kart chassis at that point. Now battle for second position. Oh, that's a dive and a half. Tygo Holthausen sent it through before the Schumacher chicane. I'm just having a look back at that incident at turn one. It was like the big one at Daytona. There were carts left, right, centre, spinning around backwards into the barriers, kicking up the grass, and it all started from row 2. And some drivers unable, some drivers, I think the majority of the field, very, very lucky. Jana Kiewicz-Bosch pulled straight on, went straight on at turn 2. And it looks like we might have a couple more possibly not driving in this race anymore. Possibly Devon Yater, Duncan Hudson. Oh, and we have, right, there is a driver. Now that is on the run down from turn 1. So we have had a driver have a drama. So that, well, Devon Yater and Duncan Hudson, those might be the two involved. Laurens van Vlaanderen is down in 23rd. Meantime, at the sharper end of the field, there's the Julian Dimmer going past Olivier Mazurkiewicz. Kees Moyes has a 6.5 of a second lead in front of Tygo Holthausen. AJ Berghoff, I think, just tried to go through on Kimi Mai. Someone was off the circuit at turn 4 and went rally crossing. As I said, this is one of those moments in where you have to feel like somebody like Vince van der Hollen, who up until that point, up until today, was absolutely menacing. Mazurkiewicz gets through and was robust on Julian Dimmer. Jens Moonen now trying to get through on the 125. Might try and launch it up the inside through into turn 2. No, Dimmer defends and keeps the 110 Hansa chassis at bay. Tygo Holthausen does have a bit of an indent on that front bumper, right in the centre of it. A little bit further back, Pascal Knip getting through on Tim Hansler through at turn 5. That's going to be a change of... That's an 11th position gained by Pascal Knip. Great job there by the 165. So out of the race, Devon Yater, Duncan Hudson, Vince van der Hollen, Jana Kiewicz-Bosch, and Lennart Köster. Well, Köster was did not start the race, but a little bit further back, this is Tim Hansler being caught by Mika Vonk and Milano Schipphorst. Then just behind Anastasia Tulli and Jeff Verbeek. Oh, dive up the inside. That was more than likely Mika Vonk on Philip Hansler. Tim Hansler, my apologies there. And just behind them is, who's that? That's the 114. That's Shipworst. That's going to allow Anastasia Tully, Jeff Verbeek, Bendik Schulte, maybe even at a push, Rickard Joppen to close on in. Okay. Time penalty issued. Unsportsmanlike driving. That is more than likely for contact. Olivier Mazurkiewicz. So a 3-second time penalty for the 116. Winner of the final last time out at Circuit de Lansard, just outside of Eindhoven in the Netherlands. You're literally a stone's throw from the airport. It's a 15-20 minute drive by car. Battle for P3 really starting to heat up. Kimi Mai. Oh, and now we've got another penalty coming through. Tim Hansler, 3-second start, 3-second penalty for start procedure infraction. Oh, well, the hits, they keep on coming. And some drivers might really have to keep an eye on the live timing, or keep an eye on stewards' decisions. The main reason being is that sometimes you can fall foul of stewards if there are too many infractions, but obviously they have to look at every bit of information relating to the incident at hand, and once they've done that, they'll make a conscientious and clear decision. Meantime, Mika Vonk has got past Pascal Klipp. I'm sure that I probably already said that. Gage Moyes still leads ahead of Tygo Holthausen by 0.236 of a second. Just under 4 minutes and a quarter to go, plus an additional 2 laps. And Tygo Holthausen closing in. So the battles wage on. Kimi Mai trying to get through on AJ Bergeraff. This is for 3rd place on the road. There's James van der Poel. I think if you were going to look at the most luckiest individual this season, James van der Poel surely must be at the top of most people's lists. Pretty much it's going to be one of the biggest saves I've ever seen in my life as a commentator. We still have 3 1/4 minutes left to go in this Mini Max final. And Gage Moyes still leads by just under 2.5 tenths of a second in front of Tygo Holthausen. There's the battle between Kimi Mai and AJ Bergeraff. That's the battle for P3. Just behind them, they've got James van der Poel in the 106 Sodi kart. Still plenty of this race left. Just under 2 minutes and 20 plus an additional 2 laps. This battle for P3 is not quite over yet. AJ Bergeraff still holding on to that 3rd place ahead of Kimi Mai. James van der Poel, Olivier Mazurkiewicz, Julian Dummer, Jente Moonen, Mika Vonk, Pascal Klipp. That is your top 10 in this race at this moment. So we've had another penalty issued for the 199 of DD2. Also, unsportsmanlike driving. Further 3-second time penalty. But you have to give credit where credit is due. Gage Moyes has been hanging on so much to the back bumper. Tiger Holdhausen closing in on the back bumper of Gage Moyes. But we still have at this time around 23 of the 28 starters still running. So with 37 seconds on the timer remaining, we're on to our... Oh, now that might be... I think that's probably Vince van der Hallen just sitting by the sidelines there. I was worried that there might be another driver off the circuit. But Gage Moyes has been holding on and did a really good job in the pre-final to take the win. Now, that is effectively his top rookie in this. Holthausen has been giving chase. There's 2 laps to go. Gage Moyes is going to have to start fighting. He's going to have to start defending. Will look over his shoulder. Did so coming out of the final corner over his left-hand side. AJ Berggraaf rounding out the top 3 ahead of James van der Poel. And Kimi Mai, Olivier Mizurkovic down to 6 ahead of Julian Dummer. Jente Moonen and Mika Vonk with Pascal Knip, who has made up 10 places. Milano Shiphorst has also made up 10 places in this race. Sebastian Brand started 27th, now 19th. Jeff Verbeek and Anastasia Tooley also made up 7 positions themselves respectively. But this time around, we are going to go on to the final lap of the Minimax Final. And that was a move from James van der Poel. And that's got him up into P3 on AJ Berggraaf. Rickert Joppen, in the meantime, has got past Anastasia Tooley. Pascal Knip is not that far behind Mika Vonk. And if Pascal Knip makes up another position, overtaking the 133 on this final lap of this race, that will be a total of 11 positions gained. But what a drive. Soaking up the pressure like the proverbial sponge, out of the final corner. Gage Moyes wins in Kerpen. First a pre-final, now he's won a big one. And he wins by 2/10 ahead of Tiger Holthausen. James van der Poel takes P3, AJ Berggraaf. Gratulation Kimi Mai. 5. Platz nach diesem Finale bei Minimax. There you go, I don't just speak one language. So Kimi Mai takes 5th place ahead of Olivier Mizurkovic, Julian Dummer, Jente Moonen, Mika Vonk, Pascal Knip makes up 10 places to round out the top 10 overall. Jeff Verbeek, Tim Hansler, Bendik Schulte, Rickert Joppen, Anastasia Tooley, Milano Shiphorst, DD2, Joliene Marie Schultz, Sebastian Brandt, Lawrence van Vlaanderen rounds out the top 20. Jesse Andringa, Tim Stiger, Jens Kielstra, the last of the classified finishers. Devin Mieta and Duncan Hudson out on lap 3. And after the big one at turn 1, Vince van der Hallen out on the opening lap along with Jara Kivitz-Bosch. Mai had the tables turned, and Mai has this title fight now come alive. Now we take you through the grid for the Junior Rotax Final. Max Sidersky and Boris Maximov line up on the front row of the grid, with the 297 from SLC Karting on pole position. Dave Stevens and Dave Van Wyk round out row 2 ahead of the top 2 rookies in the starting order. Luca Van Leer and Aaron Vida. Noah Neumann and Ryan Kivitsbosch round out row 4, with Noah Janssen and Thomas Verheyen completing the top 10. Lieke van Berkel, Tom Reja, Bram van der Weken, Lars Lambers, Timo Koopmans, Philip Hansler, Rick Kopperhaal, Nu den Engelsman, Vince Dries and Levi Dries, rounding out the top 20. Completing the 29 strong grid are Jim Back, Henry Melchior, Tony van Leersum, Marien Blankenberg, Rocco Kerr, Jake Menton, Jod van Ekelen, Nick Plumers and Jur Valkenaars. That's your 29 strong grid. So the drivers now get into the 2x2 rolling start formation. Red lights are on the gantry. Ahead of 13 minutes plus an additional lap. Revs rise, lights are out first time. And a good start by Sidersky. Now down into turn 2 for the first time. Maximov to the outside. Stevens to the inside. Oh, and big incident. Big incident. Turn 2 seems to be a touch point, and one of which is the 2.68 Aaron Vida from 6th on the grid and is out. Big moment again. 2 races in a row. We had turn 1 in the Minimax final. We've had turn 2. And we had 2 other drivers. 206 was off. I think also in that 285 tried to avoid, and that was Lieke van Berkel. 206 was Tom Reja. Oh, and another drama. Boris Maximov gets spun around slightly. And the 230, who started on the outside of the front row, also has dramas. Desperation is setting in. And I've said that, I've only said about, you know, a display of urgency and then signs of complete and utter unbelievable desperation. Max Sidersky leads the way. Second, Luca Van Leer. Noah Janssen now third. Dave Stevens, Ryan Kivitsbosch, Thijs van Wyk, Bram van der Weken and Lars Lambers up 6 spots apiece and round out the top 8. Noah Neumann and Timo Koopmans rounding out the top 10. Aaron Vida and Lieke van Berkel after that lap 1 turn 2 incident are out. And Boris Maximov gets a 3-second penalty for unsportsmanlike driving. And now Noah Janssen is giving a hurry up to Luca Van Leer. Nick Plumers down to the bottom of the field. And now Janssen. Hard on the brakes. Right rear wheel goes skyward. It's like a little Yorkshire Terrier cocking its leg. Timo Koopmans up now 6 places from 15th on the grid, with Noah Neumann dropping to 10th. Philip Hansler drops behind Rick Kopperhaal, who's now up into 10th well, 11th place. Okay, get this. Biggest movers so far. Bodine Blankenberg started 24th. Managed to mind out for the melee. Now up 10 positions and 14th. Jurvalkenars last and is now 16th and climbing. And, well, Buzz Maximov has just got past Bodine Blankenberg. But, well, oh, and there's Maximov. Maximov out of the race. Now that might be at the far part of the circuit. I didn't quite pick out where, but good spot by our cameraman Dion. Oh, someone's gone off just on the run up towards the left-hander that leads into the Schumacher chicane. Now, look at this for a top 3 battle. Noah Janssen trying to get the jump on Max Swiderski, and that's going to be easier said than done. Yellow flags. Oh, it's turn 3. Turn 3, and there looks to be... Now, was there somebody else involved? Yes, Philip Hansler. And, well, in addition to a first incident, 3-second time penalty for a second accident, well, that penalty's just been increased to a total of 13 seconds, even though Boris Maximov is out. 13 seconds. Now, you add to this trio at the front, you add Tay Stevens, and that's a quartet that is going to be very, very fiery. However, Ryan Kiewiczbosch has been moving up place after place. Started 8th, now 5th. Jurvalkenars has got a big momentum swing his way as the 2-2-5 up 17 places and now is 1.8 seconds off of 11th. And there's still 7.5 minutes. Oh, right. Now, the 10-second very unsportsmanlike driving penalty has just been handed to our new race leader. Noah Janssen has been hit with a big penalty by race control. 10 seconds. And that would demote Noah Janssen, if the race was to finish now, from the race lead to 17th. So whatever Janssen has done, whether he's robustly got past Swiderski, who's now dropped behind Luca Van Leer, who's now effectively de facto race leader. No, it's not Noah Janssen. 2-3-1. My apologies there. 2-3-1 is Jake Menton. My apologies. Noah Janssen is the leader. Unfortunately, I got a little bit confused. I'm a little bit tired. My apologies there. Jake Menton has just been given the 10-second time penalty. Noah Janssen normally runs in other competitions as the 2-3-1. But this time runs as the 2-8-1. Now, let's not forget Noah Janssen took the win and took a clean sweep at Amping in the midway point of the RMC Germany season last week. And you give a driver an opportunity to get a race win somewhere, and especially when it's on home soil, stick Noah Janssen in the car. He'll definitely oblige. And we are having a little bit of a rate of attrition starting to creep in now, folks. With 5 minutes and 40 seconds plus 2 additional laps to go. Nick Plumers now has decided to call time on the race at lap 7. Rick Corporal now ahead of Timo Koopmans. Right, Jurvalkenars seems not to be catching up with Timo Koopman, Noah Neumann. As well, it's getting feisty at the front end of the field. Max Swiderski trying to look for a move. Luca Van Leer trying to get a move done. And, well, Dave Stevens is in the ringside seat and waiting for something to happen. I'm rubbing my hands with glee right about now, and the reason being is that you've got these 4 hard chargers at the front end of the field. Fireworks are set to be released into the Schumacher chicane. They go. Lap 11 about to be completed. Janssen leads from Van Leer. Swiderski in third. Swiderski pulls to the left-hand side of the circuit, slots back in behind Van Leer. Stevens deeper on the brakes going through into turn 2. So again, Van Leer look for the move through at turn 3. Can they try something at turn 5? Swiderski tries to thread the eye of the needle through. And he got the job done. Swiderski through for second at turn 5 on Luca Van Leer. Talk about the ultimate opportunist. Max Swiderski made it work, and now Noah Janssen's going to feel the pressure coming his way from behind. Dave Stevens, in the meantime, trying to see if he can put a move on Luca Van Leer. That's the battle for P3. And Swiderski now starting to aggressively attack Noah Janssen in the 2.81. He won't go through at turn 5 there. He wasn't close enough behind. Right, start procedure infractions have been called on 2.32. Ryan Kiewitzbosch and 2.88 Thomas Verheyen. Both have just got a 3-second time penalty. So Ryan Kiewitzbosch, that will drop him to 10th. Thomas Verheyen, that'll drop him to ouch, towards the bottom of the top 20. Swiderski going defensive against Van Leer, who's looking up the inside of the bang wheels. Oh, and Swiderski went, you are not pulling that trick. And Dave Stevens went to Luca Van Leer, thank you very much. You've just opened both barn doors so wide. I just need to stroll nicely through at my own pace. Brilliant stuff. But Swiderski was not amused, I'm sure, about all of that. And you can see how hard they're pushing, the way they're rotating the karts. It looks like the karts are diagonally scrubbing their tyres when they go through that left-hand kink at high velocity. But now this is allowing Noah Janssen to now have a 1. So it's a 1.1 second lead for Noah Janssen ahead of Max Swiderski. Dave Stevens, Luca Van Leer move a little bit further back, heading into turn 5. Oh, well, the unsportsmanlike driving penalties are coming through thick and fast. And Thomas Verheyen has just been hit with one. So, retirements in this race with just under a minute and a half to go. Nick Puimas, lap 7. Philip Hanseler and Boris Maximov, lap 4. Adam Vida and Lieke van Berkel out on the opening lap. Noah Janssen just doing exactly what he needs to do. 1.4 seconds up the road ahead of Max Swiderski. There's Bram van der Weken versus... Oh, now this is a nice little battle. Rick Corporal up 9 places. Rocco Kerr now the biggest mover up the grid, 25th to 12th. Vadim Blankenberg, 24th to 13th. Jur Valkenars has dropped down to 17th position in the meantime, having been as high as 12th. Thijs van Wijk now ahead of Luca Van Leer. Ryan Kiewitzbosch drops behind Bram van der Weken. Now that was Luca Van Leer going off just on the outskirts of the exit of turn 2. So the 246 starting to possibly have some physical fatigue, of course, over the course of something that has a lot of physical exertion. karting is no different. You will have what they call lactic acid. It's part, you know, it's part of the muscle structure. And if you really overwork your body, you know, you'll get this lactic acid build-up, and sometimes it feels like the muscles really, really hurting, starting to cramp up. So we've got 2 more laps to go after this one. And we are on lap 18 out of 20. As these drivers make their way into the turn 2 right-hand hairpin. For the second to last time. And this is the battle for P3 just coming through the final corner. Taze Stevens versus Taze van Wijk. But 2 laps to go. Noah Janssen leading the way ahead of Max Swiderski. It's Taze Stevens. Stays ahead of Taze van Wijk, or does he? Oh, that's close through turn 3. And Stevens still prevails at this moment in time. Tom Reger, in the meantime, has managed to make a recovery up to as high as 18th position. Well, 17th position, having just got past Jur Valkenaars. Oh, and the... Dearie me. It's really, really gotten to that point in this race where there are mistakes or misjudgments. Another 2 3-second penalties. Thomas Verheyen, unsportsmanlike driving, 3 seconds. That's a total of 6 to him. And then Tom Reger also gets a 3-second unsportsmanlike driving time penalty post-race. The final lap is very much underway. And, well, this has been very much a dramatic fight in its own right, a dramatic race in its own right, but through the Schumacher chicane for the final time, it's the 281. Noah Janssen wins the junior final, repeating what he did at Amping last week for RMC Germany. He wins ahead of Max Swiderski by just over 0.66 of a second. Swiderski gets the fastest lap in the pocket, 44.999. 1 decimal point under that magic 45 seconds. Well, Taze Stevens, oh, I cannot believe this. Oh, another penalty for Tom Reger for unsportsmanlike driving. Oh, dearie, dearie me, that is not good. That's I'm gonna say 3. That's 9 seconds of penalties going to Tom Reger after that race. Oh, that's not good. That's going to put him 22nd at this rate. Noah Janssen takes the win in the Junior Max Final ahead of Max Swiderski, with Taze Stevens rounding out the top 3. Luca van Leer, Taze van Wijk, Bran van der Weken, Ryan Kiewitzbosch, Rick Corporal, Lars Lambers, and Noah Neumann round out the top 10. And after this is all said and done, well, there are going to be some changes with regards to the time penalties. Rocco Kerr, Timo Koopmans, Jim Back, Bodine Blankenberg, Thomas Verheyen, Tom Reger, Levi Dries, Jur Valkenaars, Jake Menton, Nuden Engelsman, Henry Melchior, Vince Dries, Tony van Lissem, and Jort van Ekelen round at the 24 finishers. Nick Plumers, Philip Hansler, Boris Maximov, Aaron Vida, and Lieke van Berkel out of the race at respective stages. Next up, we've got our senior Rotax second chance coming up. with the top 30 already decided to go through to the final later on at around 5 to 5 local time here at Kerpen. It's time for the second chance for senior Rotax. Looks like we're only going to have 7 of the 9 scheduled drivers on the grid. Looks like Keanu Friends and Puck Goals will not take the start. So Dante Sima, Rein van der Meer, Dean Winters, Gwen Bloxhill, Amadou Zeeman, Wesley Eckhart, and Jay Zurveld will round out the grid. The top 6 will head through to the top 36 final later on today. So they'll be competing over a duration of 13 minutes plus an additional lap here at the Eflandring here at Kerpen. It's nice to be back at this circuit. Also, this year has hosted the Dicker M. Will host also respective rounds of Rotax Max Challenge Germany and the BNL Karting Series in August. And it's definitely a good challenge for the drivers, and especially with these weather conditions having been absolutely perfect for today. Bone dry track, grip evolving as the racing goes on. So red lights are on the gantry for 13 minutes plus 2 additional laps. Who will be going through to the top 36 final later on? Join us as we find out. Out of the final corner, into the tram lines, revs rise, lights are out first time. And a good start by both Dante Sima and Dean. Well, it looks like we are going to have, I think Dante Sima leading the way in the 370. So they make their way into turn 3 for the first time. So Dean Winters making a nice decision to stay behind Dante Sima going into turn 2. Got the jump on Rein van der Meer. Glenn Bloxhill rounds out the top 5, having been passed by Amadou Zeeman in the 315. With Wesley Eckhart and Jay Zurveld pretty much at that drop zone point. So after the opening lap, Dante Sima leads the way. Second is Winters. Third is van der Meer. Well, it was van der Meer. It's now Amadou Zeeman who's got through. Gwen Bloxhill now up into 4th place is the 313. And Winters already starting to defend. That's way too early, I fear. Sometimes with a second chance heat, it's not always the case that everyone that is in the top 6 come the checkered flag may be, well, there's a higher odd. Well, there is a definitive odd where you can't really call it as a favourite, is the fact that one driver will not be racing in the final later on. So there is a 1 in 7 chance that one of these drivers may not make it into the top 6. At the back end of the field, well, there is the .349 of Jay Zurveld. Meantime, Dante Sima has pulled a little bit of a gap over Winters, Zeeman and Bloxhill. Van der Meer rounding out the top 5. So lap 2 has now been, well, lap 3 has just been completed. And there is going to be a change for position. Oh, right. Who's just, oh dear, that is the 349. Jay Zurveld has just gone off the circuit. Dante Sima, by the end of this lap, could possibly have a 1 second advantage after the opening 4 laps. So that lap is now completed. Yep, just over. It's 0.023 north of a second. That's the lead that Dantissima has 1.023 seconds advantage and is putting in qualifying style laps. The front end of the field, you can push that little bit harder. So we are very shortly going to be completing lap number 5 as our race leader makes his way, Dantissima, through into the final left-hander and across the line, takes a brief glance over the left shoulder to see where everybody else is. Dean Winters in second place. Third, Amadou Zeman, who's up 2 places from 5th on, up 2 places from 5th on the grid. Gwen Bloxhill holding station in 4th, ahead of Wesley Eckhart. Rein van der Meer drops down to 6th position. As Jay Zurveld has got the fastest lap of the race. He's 5.5 seconds slower than the race. Well, is a little bit further back from the race leader. However, there is still time. 8.5 minutes to go. And after this, we still have So at the moment, well, Dean Winters is now trying to pick up the pace a little bit here. 45.587 is the fastest lap of the race. We're on to lap 8 now. So last time round, 45.703 for Dantissima. Well, now it's a 45.664. Wesley Eckhart now just puts in the fastest lap of the race down in 5th. 45.498. Everyone in the field has put in their personal best so far, so the track is coming to them, which is a good sign. But of course, one driver is going to be saying, "Well, I'm not happy." Well, because they didn't make it through. Wesley Eckhart is now chasing down Gwen Bloxhill, and she's going to want to stay in that 4th place. She'll want to defend that sternly. But Dantissima gets that gap, well, now has a gap of about 7.5 tenths ahead of Dean Winters. And it is going to be a difficult one if time continues to run down quickly. Jay Zurveld, new fastest lap of the race, 45.423. Where was this performance in the heats? That's the big question I'd like to have answered. And it's nothing against Jay Zurveld. You can have Lady Luck on your side, you can have an absolute mare of a weekend, and Jay Zurveld definitely is having that at the moment, because he looks to be possibly the one that might end up, oh, careful, Wesley Eckhart. Well, no, actually, that's Amadou Zeman that's just been passed. Gwen Bloxhill now up into 3rd place, side by side into turn 5 they go. And Bloxhill still holds on to 3rd place. Brilliant stuff. There's Dean Winters. There's actually Dean Winters and Amadou Zeman. So I got a little bit too over-exuberant there. So Dean Winters manages to keep that place. Gwen Bloxhill has got Wesley Eckhart not too far behind. He's closing in, going into the Schumacher S's. Dantissima is away and clear by a comfortable margin. It was 1.3 seconds. It is now over 1.5. So coming up to 5 minutes to go, plus 2 additional laps. Battles are waging up and down the order. Zeman and Bloxhill. Oh, no, sorry. Dean Winters and Amador Zeman, Gwen Bloxhill, and Wesley Eckhart. Could also find that Rein van der Meer and Jay Zurveld possibly might join the train on that one. If that is the case, we could be in with a little bit of a fight on our hands. In the meantime, well, there has been a change for position, change for P4. Wesley Eckhart past Gwen Bloxhill. He's still giving chase. Dante Sima still leading the way, has nearly a 1.5 second advantage over Dean Winters. Things are starting to close up between second, third, fourth, and fifth. 1.25, just around about 1.25 seconds, 1.25 seconds. Wesley Eckhart, new fastest lap, and that's a 45.148. We're on lap number 13. Zeman now coming under fire from Wesley Eckhart for third place. And is this going to be the move that's going to happen? Yes! Through goes Eckhart on Zeman. And that's a change for P3. And a change for position. Jay Zurveld gets through on Rein van der Meer. So that is for the position that is affectionately known as the drop zone. If you are there or thereabouts, you are going to be under some significant pressure to get yourself a little bit further up the order if you can and make your impact that way through and then go through to the top 36 final. So after a total of 14 laps, we're coming down to the final 2 minutes, plus 2 laps of this race. And at the moment, Rein van der Meer looks like he might be packing up early, I'm afraid. But of course, these results, all called by myself in the commentary position, are provisional pending sporting and technical ratifications. Well, I'll be completely honest here. Jay Zurveld is making up lap time, and not by small margins either. Gwen Bloxhill, 45.542. Jay Zurveld, 45. A little bit further back, looks like, oh no, and that's the 3-1. Oh, Gwen Bloxhill. Gwen Bloxhill was 5th, and that could have been the moment that where maybe she might be in a little bit of danger right now. So Dante Sima still leads. And now brings them out of the final corner. This is going to be close. 4, 3, 2, 1. Literally on the buzzer. It's like the family fortunes buzzer, you know. It could have been, and it would have been 2 laps to go, but it's expanded it out to a full 3. Gwen Bloxhill has dropped behind Rein van der Meer in terms of the top 6. But with 2 laps to go, Dante Sima has pretty much led every single lap. Battle for P2 really heating up. Looks to be Winters and Eckhart as they come through out of the Schumacher chicane. Again, there has been another change going through into turn number 5. This time, it was Wesley Eckhart being passed by Dean Winters, so this is the quarrel over P2. Now, next time around, we will get the last lap board of the senior second chance heat, and that's exactly what Dante Sima has been waiting for just over 14 plus minutes. Now there's going to be one final lap. So still battles being waged on. Eckhart looking to get through on Winters to put himself in a position above the driver in front of him when it comes to going back to Enterprise and restarting everything. But Dante Sima wins the second chance in seniors. P2, Dean Winters. Then it's Wesley Eckhart, Jay Surveld, Amadou Zeman, and Rein van der Meer provisionally round out the top 6. And Gwen Bloxhill takes 7th. Kiana Friends and Puck Gubbles, unfortunately, non-starting.
buitenbroek, Jon. Als de wind waait, dan fluit het. Wonderbaar. Jon, ik had dat al lang gezien, jongen. Dat is mijn werk, dat weet je toch.
Let's take you through the starting grid for the final for DD2 and DD2 Masters. And I think for the first time this season, we have our pole sitters for both classes on the front row. Sam Knopjes on pole position for DD2. Alongside him, the pole sitter for DD2 Masters, Bas van Vlimmeren. Row 2, it's Axel Hoes and Kirill Genza. Row 3, Imke Arts and Nicola Guillaume. Row 4, Rick van der Straat and Mark Schupman. Completing the top 10, it's 2 from Germany, Louis Koch and Malte Schlatterer, with Wim Rouleau, Maurice Knopjes, Lisanne Kielstra, Niels Böhler, Ton van Weert, Bennett Demler, Mark van den Kamp, Brett Otters and Dominic Amons, the latter two who did not make it past the opening lap on the pre-final earlier on today. Sam Knopjes looking to consolidate his victory back at Circuit de Lanzaard last time out. And, oh, drama. And it's Bas van Vlimmeren. Van Vlimmeren has come to a halt on the sighting lap. And he can't get it restarted. Oh, dearie, dearie me. Bas van Vlimmeren is going to leave an empty spot on the outside of the front row. That is drama. When one driver did not need at all. So there is going to be a space alongside Sam Knopjes on the front row. That could give an opportunity to the likes of Kirill Genza, the likes of Nico Guillaume. Into the tram lines, revs rise, lights are out and we are racing in the final. Good start by Sam Knopjes as they run down to turns 1 and 2. And Axel Hoes, oh, great start from him. Art, she's already up into 3rd place. As, oh, it's getting a bit messy going through into turns 3 and 4. Did everyone make it through? They did by the skin of their teeth. Imke Arts has absolutely been catapulted like a stone out of a rocket. And she is now P3. Well, it's game on. Oh, no! No! The two Del Motorsport karts come together! Oh, disaster for Kirill Genza and Louis Koch. I cannot believe what I've just seen. Oh, lap 1, And just before the Schumacher chicane, dust has been flung at least 20 feet into the air after that. And now Bennett Demler gets through on Wim Rouleau. In the meantime, well, Nicolas Guillaume is catching up with Imke Arts, but the two from Door Motorsport out at that point on the circuit. And I'm not too sure if they are going to make it past the initial foray in this race, but that was high drama. I saw the dust kicked up outside of the commentary box, and it's still slightly lingering. I hope all the audience over there have managed to get themselves a bit dusted off after that one, because that was gnarly. Louis Koch over the back bumper of Kirill Genza and then spun himself around straight after. Well, oh no! Dramas. Nicolas Guillaume dives up the inside, makes contact with the left-hand side of Imke Arts. That was not a point to try and overtake there, Nico, I'm afraid. If I'm going to be completely brutally honest, that was not. And there is the 459. Marc Schubmann now up into P5. Nicolas Guillaume tried to do his level best to make the overtake, but there was no room. And that is, drivers just, again, it's just a sense of urgency, and that curbing can unsettle the back end of that car. And it must have done that so easily, because now that's allowed Imke Arts to get away. Rick van der Start now P3, up 4 spots. Bennett Demler, keep your eyes on the 434, now up 8 spots, and is currently P8. Bas van Vlimmeren did not make the start. Louis Koch out on the opening lap, and now Kirill Genza has parked it. Well, I think my ears might be burning in the direction of the Door Motorsport tent after that one. It can sometimes happen, but that is the biggest cardinal sin you can make as a driver, by taking out your teammate. It does happen. And that has, well, if I'm honest with you, it could have been a hell of a lot worse than what it was. So, Sem Knopfius has a lead of 1.3 seconds, and he's looking to do the double. Meantime, Imke Arts has got a second wind at the moment. She's just put in the fastest lap of the race, 44.444, and is closing in on the Sodi kart, the number 495 of Rick van der Start for 3rd place. And, right, 422, that is... Lisanne Kilstra has just gone off of the outskirts of turn number 2. And Imke Arts now waiting for the opportunity. Could tee up a move coming out of this final corner and into turn number 2. Look at the run. Look at the run from the 421, trying to go round towards the outside of turn 1. Now, where will Imke Arts place the car? Places it to the outside. Tries to get the crisscross. Might get the run coming into turn number 3. Dives towards the inside. Now, will Arts go for turn 5? No. Van der Start covers that off. But when Imke Arts is fired up, you better watch your 6. And this is exactly what I mean. Look at the run coming out of the left-hander and into the Schumacher chicane. Arts was absolutely flat chat. And now, let's see what happens here on lap 8. Arts again to the outside. Waits for the opportunity. And running wide goes Rick van der Start, gifting Imke Arts and Marc Schubmann 3rd and 4th respectively. And then Nicolas Guillaume really, really closing on in for the 5th place. And side by side a little bit further back, leading DD2 Masters. Wim Rouleau in the number 554, up 2 spots from 11th on the grid, now running 9th. And Guillaume now closing in on Rick van der Straat. And gets ever so close to the back bumper through the Schumacher chicane. So, Knopfjes, Hoes, Arts, Schupman, van der Straat. And now Guillaume. Oh, well, hang on a sec. Now, Now, he has... This is the first time that I have noticed not just the race suit, but now the race helmet. If he's not got an Uno Mars sticker on that, he hasn't done himself any favours. But, well... Guillaume again just getting really, really racy behind Van der Straat, but is getting a little bit frustrated, I fear. Now up the inside. Oh, that's what they call a little bit of a bump and run there. A little bit of a touch to the back bumper. Gets through. And Van der Straat now into the clutches of Bennett Demler, who has been quite literal. No, that's Malte Schlatter, I think. Yeah. So you got Schlatter, then Demler. Otter's now up from 18th to 9th. Wim Hulot closes in on the top, well, now in the top 10. He's about 1.9 seconds ahead of Maurice Knopfjes, the dad of Sam. Mark van den Kamp, Niels Berle, Dominic Hummels, Tom van Weert, and Lisanne Kielster still competing around this circuit. 16 out of 19 starters. With 5 minutes to go plus 2 additional laps, there is still an opportunity for something exciting to develop. As that was Mark Schupman sideways whilst turning the kart in to the left-hander before the Schumacher chicane. Oh, dearie me. Oh, it's heart in your mouth stuff when you see these drivers. Like, I can only say the word chapeau to them. And the reason being, and don't worry, POC Entertainment, I'm not a caster, I'm a commentator. But thank you very much for the wonderful compliment. Yep, and Zem is very, very quick, but you can see now there is a big battle developing. With, I think that was Maurice Knopfjes I just saw there. Nicolas Guillaume now finding past Rick van der Straat for 5th place. So we still have 3 3/4 minutes. 2.3 seconds is the gap between Sem Knopfjes and Axel Hoes. And Imke Arts looking to solidify another podium. But there is the battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th in Masters. And Dominic Hummels has made up 6 positions, with 3 drivers falling by the wayside. Most importantly, the man who was the winner of DD2 Masters in the pre-final, Bas van Vlimmeren. And right with them is Niels Berle in the 5.22, hoping for a podium. After this, there's still 3 more races to go very shortly. I should be joined by Job Riedveld for the KZ2 Masters and KZ2 Final. Both of them set to be a cracker, and then we'll have the top 36 Senior Rotax Final closing out the show here for round 5 out of 8 for 2024 for the Dutch Rotax and KZ2 Championship, powered by Chrono Karting. And look at this, these 3 drivers are still out there pushing to the limit. Air temperature around about 24 degrees, well, around about 24 degrees Celsius at the moment, apparently. And we can just see how hard it's beating down onto the tarmac. It's really, really evolved over the course of the race weekend. We still have 3 races to go. As I said, KZ2 Master, KZ2, and Senior Max Top 36. But at the moment, well, it's going to be double delight for one particular driver who has literally not looked back and has just kept running his race. Dominic Hummels, however, is closing in on Moritz Knopfjes for 2nd place in Masters. That's for 12th position overall. A disastrous pre-final for Dominic Hummels after an opening lap incident in the pre-final. Just keeping an eye on what's also happening around the circuit is, well, Axel Hoos now about to put a lap down on Lisanne Kielster, which 7 Knopfjes has already done. And, well, Nicolas Guillaume has been slowly but surely catching up with Mark Schupman in the number 459. They are not that far apart, about 4/10, I think. Yeah, and they're coming through turns 4 and 5 as we speak. With 40 seconds to go. Well, what a drive. What a drive by 7 Knopfjes in the 4.20. Axel Hoos, again, about to, well, looks more than likely going to be celebrating another podium with the Combi Kart Racing team. And I actually asked him the question post the podium at Circuit de Lansard, and I said, what do you prefer, Axel Hoos or Axel Goes? He said, look, it doesn't matter to me. It sounds great either way. I said, well, okay, thank you very much. So I'll stick with Hoos at the moment. Ton van Weert has also had a lap put down on him by the leader. So, timer has expired, and it is going to be the case that Sam Knopfjes will be victorious. Winner of the final at Circuit de Lansard, last time out. And now on course for 3 successive race victories in a row. Final at de Lansard, pre-final here at Kerpen, and now on course to pick up another win. Blue flags are being shown to Lisanne Kielster and Ton van Weert at certain points around the circuit. But, yeah, this has been clinical. This has been exemplary by the 4.20 of Van der Poel Karting's Sam Knopfjes. There's Axel Hoos from Combi Kart Racing Team. He's had a very, very consistent weekend. So, last lap underway for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Knopfjes leads Hoos by nearly 3 3/4 seconds. Imke Arts in 3rd. Mark Schupman being chased down by Nicolas Guillaume. It's coming down to the wire between those two. Can Guillaume do something special in the last 3/4 of the lap to try and get through? I think he might have just gotten it done at turn 2. But let's concentrate on the man of the moment. 3 wins in a row. Sam Knopfjes does it again here at Kerpen. Winner of the final at de Lansard now takes the win in Germany. And this is going to bolster him by no stretch of the imagination when it comes to going for the title. Axel Hoos, another successive podium, and celebrations will definitely be off in earnest at the Combi Kart Racing Team. And Shapers Racing have another podium to their credit, thanks to the works of the fired up and racy Imke Arts. Nicolas Guillaume takes 4th ahead of Mark Schupman, with Rick van der Start, Malte Schlatterer, Bennett Demler, Brett Otters rounding out the top 9. And the winner for round 5 in the final for DD2 Masters, Wim Rouleau. Moritz Knopfjes takes 2nd in Masters, 11th overall, ahead of Dominic Hummels, who will round out the top 3 provisionally in 12th. Niels Böhler, Mark van der Kamp, Lisanne Kielster and Ton van Weert round out the 16 finishers. And unfortunately, after an initial incident through the final left-hander into the Schumacher chicane, well, Kirill Genzer retired on lap 2, Louis Koch lap 1, and Bas van Vlimmeren unable to take the start due to a technical failure whilst trying to start his kart. So the build-up continues to the KZ2 Master Final, and rejoining me in the commentary box, your Briefeld. Welcome back. It's been pretty interesting. I wanted to first of all talk to you about turn 1, lap 1.
Yeah.
Minimax. It was like the big one at Daytona, wasn't it?
Yeah. I believe two drivers crashed or locked cars, and
yeah,
it was very hard to avoid.
I know. I looked at it. What I saw was James van der Poel got a tag, Vince van der Hollen was involved and was out. It was like literally. I've seen accidents in my karting commentary career, but I have never seen something where literally 70% of the field were off. And I have to say, James van der Poel was very, very lucky because he got tagged, got turned towards the outside, the inside barrier, and then there's a kart that's just come across him and just like hit him, and it's pointed him in the right direction, and he picks up a P3 provisionally. I've never seen anything like that in my life.
Yeah, but also in the pre-final with the minis, there were like many crashes, and also it's a kart. It's small, light, easy to flip, and it's not the easiest to drive safe with. Yeah.
Well, let's get on to the subject at hand. Of course, Wesley de Waal starting from pole position. Edgar Oosting having a good run in the 102 Sodi kart. Of course, we've got some drivers we really need to keep an eye out on, and I think really it's the two German drivers, Davide Caruso and also Sven Heyer, who at one point was running P2 in the pre-final before some kind of drama.
And also Burane was really fast in the opening laps before overshooting the corner. But so we're going to see...
the less said about the second incident, the better. But
But we're going to see what he's going to do now.
Exactly. So, here's your grid for the KZ2 Round 5 final here at the F-Lantering here at Kerpen. So, Wesley de Waal and Edgar Oosting line up on the front row. Bertram versus Del Rey, row 2. Caruso and Costa, row 3. With Hendricks, Van der Kay, Van den Brink, Verhoeven rounding out the top 10. René Cleven, Martin Versteeg, Sven Heyer, Benno Ridder, Nicky Burhen, Glenn Vandenhoek and William Klooster. Rounding out the 17-strong grid. 13 minutes plus 2 additional laps. We're at that point. We're now 5/8 of the way through the season here, and this is. I've said this a couple of times today that this is really where you need to make no mistakes from this point onwards. You know, the first half of the season, they can say, "Well, look, don't worry about it. We'll get them next time." Now it's the point where if something goes wrong and the first thing that is sprouted from either the team boss or a family member, as if to say, what on earth was that? You know that the conversation is going to go south very quickly, don't you?
Yeah, and also the further the season goes, you see the gaps closing between the drivers. In the beginning couple of races, there were big gaps or one or two drivers that were fast. But now we see the field really coming together. And that makes the racing way more exciting.
Yeah.
And also now in KZ2 Master, a big field, 17 drivers, combined with the 23 KZ2 drivers. We almost have 40 KZs in total at this event. So
that's quite a lot when you think about it. I mean, looking at the championship standings coming into this round, thanks to the wonders of modern technology, well, the way things stand, well, Glenn Vandenhoek starts down in 16th. So effectively that means that Wesley de Waal is now the new championship leader. Van der Kay, but I don't think it's by sheer luck. William was a really good DD2 driver in his day and also represented the Dutch Lions at the Grand Finals. Mick Bertram, Edgar Oosting's really coming on strong in the second half of the season. But folks, we are ready and primed. Flag Marshal at the front will move away after the green flag now waves, and we are ready. Drivers informed to look at the lights. Red lights are on. The final gets going right now. And a good start from the front row. Edgar Oosting following in the footsteps of Wesley de Waal. I think it was a little bit of a slow start for Thierry Del Rey, but he still holds on to fourth. Niels Koster up one spot. William van der Kay up 2 positions. Lightning start from the 104 as they are line astern through turn 5.
Now Edgar Oosting following closely in second, but also Bertram who's trying to overtake for second. We also saw Wesley de Waal, the pole sitter, starting on the outside. So he chose a different start position, which is possible for the first row.
You are actually allowed to do that via the sporting regulations if you feel that it's going to benefit you. And what this has done is after the opening lap, let's have a look at the gap. 0.67.
Yeah, I think he chose to start on the rubber line, on the ideal racing line. So there's a little bit more grip at the acceleration of the start. So a pretty smart move.
I think so, and also reduces wheel spin because you need that traction purchase. If you've got more rubber on that side of the grid, you know, the person on the outside, Oosting, is going to be like thinking, oh, right, damn, my spot's taken. The bugger's switched pole position sides. But Oosting is not out of the woods quite yet. He's being followed by Mick Bertram. Thierry Del Rey is about 6 kart lengths behind the 134 and closes up under braking. William van der Kay is also making good progress here in the drying weather conditions. Always very good in the wet as William Bin. And now we're really, really seeing that these drivers are getting they're getting a lot more methodical. There's more of a tactic, a strategy, and you know this from your racing. Ah, right, we have had an incident. Oh, 142, Martin Versteeg, and third time's a charm, Nicky Burhen, and I think it might have been the 126 that might have caused it. We only caught the tail end of that, folks, so we don't make the decisions on what happens on penalties. I'll get that on the live timing from race control, but Wesley de Waal, again, this is really going to solidify his opportunity. Glenn Vandenhoek is only up 2 places. And what did I say? 3-second time penalty for Neki Burhani, who's just parked it. So there we go. 1 out. I think Martin Versteeg could also be out if the damage is sufficient enough to the chassis to prompt him to go, well, that's it, I'm going to call time. But this now means that Wesley Duval has got a real opportunity to open up a bit of a gap. I mean, when you look at it, it was only 6 points coming into this weekend. And so I think it this way. No.
I think I believe it was Sven Heyer who tried to go up the inside in the fast lefter.
Oh, dearie me.
Oh, and they locked wheels.
That was an interlocking.
Yeah.
That was a big old interlock.
Oh, that's very unfortunate for Sven Heyer, who was very fast in some parts of the pre-final.
Yeah, he was absolutely rapid. I'm going to have a look back on the...
Yeah, back
at least the good thing is, thank goodness for Wi-Fi and YouTube coverage. I can look back at things and... Yeah, very shortly. Yeah, they found out to nearly 3 wide and Sven Heyer just dived up the inside, bang.
It's a dangerous point to overtake. It's also difficult there to... for the driver in front to notice someone overtaking you, because it's a fast corner.
Yeah. POC Entertainment, we understand about replays. A lot of, sometimes it's always dependent on the company that you work with. Yeah. So we do our best to try and give you as much of the racing action as we can live. But yeah, Sven Heyer, he also set the fastest lap of the race at the same time.
He was really fast in the opening stages.
Yes. Yeah, and it was no coincidence he was P2. But now Edgar Oosting has gotten away from Mick Bertram, who's coming under fire now because he's got Thierry Del Rey, William van der Kai, and Niels Koster. Koster has really started picking up the pace. Davide Caruso is about 1.6 seconds off. But at the moment, it is really Wesley Duval's race to lose.
Yeah, and I think it's not long before Del Rey tries going up the inside of Bertram. He's really knocking on the door right now as we speak.
Yes, yeah, I completely agree with you there. I think it's just a case of making the best of any kind of situation that presents itself. So, we've still got 8 minutes to go, and then we've got the fire-breathing KZ2 class up next. I mean, and we've got a little bit of news to tell you all after this, myself and you together, whilst we're up here in the commentary box, but we'll do that after KZ2.
It seems now as if Bertram has dropped the pace a little, as Del Rey and Van der Kai are coming closer and closer.
One of the questions I really want to ask you is that, obviously with the LeCoultre tyres, I don't know what you ran with at Supernats, but there's obviously those operating temperatures or those operating windows where you can really help to take less out of the tyre over the course of the race to really sort of like re-energize those tyres, and you get that second grip, if you will. That could be a game that Bertram, I think, might be playing here, just backing up Del Rey and backing up Van der Kai, and just going, you know what, I'm going to just stay on the racing line. I'm going to let the tyres come back. But sometimes if you're over exuberant, if you over push the tyres in the first 3 to 5 laps, especially with the amount of torque going through these KZ2 karts at the back axle, you could cause yourself a problem saying, yeah, I've got this, tyres will come back to me, and you're 3 laps later, and you're like, nah, I've overstretched them. That can happen, can't it?
Yeah, of course, and it's a really different tyre compared to the Mojo. The Mojos often are the quickest in the first few laps. It's the peak of the tyre. And sometimes the LeCoultre tyre can actually keep speeding up. So the drivers keep going faster and faster and faster until the end of the race, and then they set their fastest laps.
So, just under 6.5 minutes to go, plus 2 additional laps in the KZ2 Master Final. Wesley Duval now striding away. He's 1.4 seconds up the road from Edgar Oosting. But yeah, you're right. Mick Bertram is starting to wind up the pace, and he is bringing along Del Rey, Van der Kai.
And also Van den Hoek up 7 places now with the fastest lap.
Oh, right, and there is a change. Then Van den Hoek's just got past Mike Hendricks. That is now 8th position. So Glenn Van den Hoek is now starting to respond because he knows that Wesley Duval will be leading this race and knows that his championship lead will be gone and he will be behind. But obviously the big thing is how far behind in the championship fight will Glenn Vandenhoek be when we go to Circuit de Lansard on the 15th of September for round 6?
Exactly. It's all about salvaging as much points as you can, because every point counts, and maybe in the end of the season, that's the point that makes you champion or not.
Now, there's an opportunity here. Davide Caruso is the next target for Glenn Vandenhoek. This is where damage limitation comes into play. It's not always about the consistency, but it's how you bounce back. Glenn Vandenhoek in this final started down in 16th. He's now gunning for 7th position, and that could be more points to his tally. Meantime, Duval has got a lead as he comes out of the final corner to complete lap number 11. 5 minutes to go. 1.7 seconds. Nigh on is the lead he's got over Edgar Oosting. Thierry Del Rey now starting to defend because William van der Kai has got a second wind, got a second bit of life into those Lecan tyres. And this is also the case that, well, Davide Caruso is fending off, and he's right to do so here, Job, isn't he? Because it's for position. It's for 7th place. Okay, this might be a one-off for Caruso, to be honest with you. I'm just having a look at...
Yeah, and it's also the final today, and the final counts. And especially here at Kerpen, it's very easy to defend your position.
Well, Caruso...
2 or 3 overtaking corners, and if you close the gap there, it's really hard to overtake.
Yeah, well, Davide Caruso was only with us at Genk, and then round 2 of the championship season.
Oh, but now he goes for an overtake. Vandenhoek side to side, and he has it.
That front axle on Glenn Vandenhoek's kart was bouncing around more than Bugs Bunny on a good day. That was brilliant. He just, like, literally, you could see that the kart was wanting to be released, but Glenn was just holding it back through careful manipulation of the brake and the throttle, and also maybe a little bit of clutch there too. And you can use that to help you come through the corners, can you, with the clutch, or is it mainly just for the start?
The clutch is mainly for the start, but what drivers always do when overtaking is most corners, most hairpins are in the 2nd gear here. But if they overtake, they shift back to 1st gear. It's really easy to rotate the kart then, and you have a better acceleration.
Brilliant.
So, and that also helps you stop the kart. If you go back 1 extra gear, the kart really wants to stop. So.
Yeah. Sven Heyer's got his elbows out and just charges through on Benno Ridder. Now, that is a change for what is going to be 13th place. Really, and you know what? That's a really good insight. And I'm learning something new every time I commentate on KZ2, and it's great to have you alongside me. It's been a pleasure, you know, actually talking with you rather than talking about you on a stream. Yeah, but I think it's now with Glenn Vandenhoek. He's put in the fastest lap of the race. I'm wondering now, he has got to find 1.8 seconds. 1.8 seconds. And if he gets another position, that's 6th place. So if he gains 10 positions, well, that'll be a good run for Glenn Vandenhoek, but he's got to really, really find some pace from somewhere. But he might just think, well, hang on, if I'm 7th, and look, he's just put in another fastest lap, 43.228.
Yeah, it seems as if he is definitely 2 or 3 tenths faster than drives in front of him. But he has a bit of a gap to close. The distance between the drives is pretty big, so I'm wondering if he's gonna maybe push an attack on Niels Koster if he can close that gap, but it's gonna be difficult.
Yeah, it is easier said than done. I mean, that gap is still 1.8 seconds, but you know, never for the want of trying. I mean, the thing is now he's got clear air, and also the fact is that Glenn Vandenhoek has not been in some respects, when you look at what Wesley Duval, Edgar Oosting, Nick Bergtron, Thierry Del Rey, the latter two who are battling over P3, Glenn Vandenhoek has had nothing to lose. But also he hasn't had to possibly fight too hard, so it's not taking the life out of the tyres. So now we can go, right, let's go for it. Let's put it all on the line, see what happens. And now he's got that gap down by another 2.5 tenths. And he took nearly 3 tenths out of Niels Koster on that particular occasion. 43.3 plays 43.57. So that is over 2.5 tenths. So it's going to be close. It's going to be close. But also, I'm wondering how close it's going to be between these two in the checkered.
Yeah, in the meantime, Del Rey is still following closely behind Bertram. Still right up behind. And maybe we're going to see an attack in a few laps. But until now, Bertram is defending very well.
Yeah, that's very much the case. So, 30 seconds to go. Wesley Duval has a 2-second advantage and is set to become the new championship leader in KZ2 Masters.
And Glenn van den Hoek closes the gap by 4/10 this lap. Almost half a second taken out of the gap.
And he's got another 2. He's got this and another 2 to go. So
maybe we're gonna see some spectacular overtakes in the last lap.
Fireworks, in other words, my learned friend. Fireworks. And now Del Rey is really starting to get a bit more aggressive behind the wheel. And look, that gap has come down significantly. There's Costa, and I've just seen Van den Hoek. They went through shots. So
now he's right up behind. I think he's going to try to overtake here at the hairpin.
Right, at over 140 kilometers now. Now they're going to bang down the gears. Oh, Del Rey round the outside! Oh my goodness! Move of the weekend!
Definitely the move of the weekend. What an overtake!
Thierry Del Rey hasn't lost a step. And I think Mick Bertram knew it was coming at over 140 kilometers an hour through turn 1. High, wide, round the outside. Del Rey hits the top 3. And now there is the battle for P6. Niels Koster and Glenn van den Hoek will be line astern going on to the last lap of the race as William Duval leads Edgar Oosting by 1.9 seconds.
I think he's got... Oh, Niels Koster defending right now.
Yeah, let's see. Are we going to get a little bit of a glimpse between what's happening between those two? They're coming through turns 3, 4. Now, I was waiting to see. There's Wesley Duval. He's coming through the twisty stuff. We are going to have to wait. Will Glenn van den Hoek be ahead of Niels Koster? But it is going to be 2 wins in a row. Double at De Lansard. Now double at Kerpen. Here comes your new championship leader. Wesley Duval wins here at Kerpen. Second, Edgar Oosting. Third, Thierry Del Rey with the move of the weekend. Oh.
I think we definitely got those fireworks that we were talking about.
We did. We did indeed.
It was also the move for the last place on the podium.
I know.
3rd spot. That was really nice to see.
Oh, I really could say something right about now, but I'll say it off air after we've shut our mics for a moment. But, well, Wesley Duval, new championship leader, heading into round 6 provisionally after a double win at De Lansard and now a double win here at the Erflandring at Kartclub Kerpen. Winning by 1.4 seconds ahead of Edgar Oosting. Thierry Del Rey with the move of the weekend, high, wide and handsome around the outside at turn 2 to take P3 away from Mick Bertram. William van der Kai finishes ahead of Niels Koster with Glenn van den Hoek closing to within 0.15 of a second for P6. Mike Hendricks, William Klooster, Davide Caruso, Gert van den Brink, Sven Heijer, Benno Ridder, Mark Verhoeven and René Cleven round out the top 15. Martin Versteeg and Nicky Bergeni unfortunately out on a turn 2, lap 3 incident. Well, with 23 KZ2 drivers on the grid, your Briefeld, your final thoughts, because look at the front row. We've got Arthur Lehouk versus a certain Claudia Henning. Now, obviously, just before we came back on the mic, Claudia also races in the Deutsche Meisterschaft in this class. Very, very quick driver. Lehouk's got to watch his 6, and not just for Henning, but also Tre, Alibax, Mega, 10 back. There's been a couple of amendments post the pre-final where there have been some penalties applied, but there is a quality field from Chrono Karting, but then also
Definitely.
the other drivers that have come into this. I mean, Daniel Stell, heartbreak on the final lap with an engine seize.
Such a shame. Such a shame. But really, it's going to be an exciting race here. Really high level of drivers. And definitely for Kerpen, that's the recipe for a good race.
It is. Obviously, we hope that the likes of Len Nyes, Ajin Yatic, Jeffrey Fixer and Cedric Malk, they're going to be at the back end of the field. Now, obviously, we've seen multiple incidents in varying degrees of severity. But if you're in the front or you're in the back, things can be a bit different, can't they?
Yeah, definitely. But we're going to have Fixer and also Steyauer, who's going to try to definitely make a comeback race. Try to gather some spots and go back.
Okay, let's take you through the grid for the final. Here for round 5, it's KZ2. Arthur Lehouk will be joined by Germany's Claudia Henning on the front row. Renzo Alivax will be joined by current championship leader Jens Tre on row 2. Fahin Mega and Daniel Tenbach, row 3. Enzo Boll and Robin Glirum round out row 4. Robin Glirum, funny enough, folks, is a Williams Esports Academy driver, so part of the same team as our pole sitter. Maximilian Schreier and Bart Plug round out the top 10, followed by Jano Opmeer and Dirk van Sifthout. Gil Mertens, Dan Zotfi, Jelte Boomer, Rick Mewers, Koen van Ginkel, Daniel Stell, Kevin Stehauer, Len Nyes, Ajin Yatic, Jeffrey Fixer and Cedric Malk. 13 minutes plus 2 laps. We saw fireworks in the pre-final, Europe.
Yeah.
There's more coming, isn't there?
I really think so. Hopefully we'll see some nice overtakes, some action. It's of course an action-packed field and we have some really, really fast drivers in the back of the field. Yeah, as I said, they're gonna have a comeback race. So I hope to see some sparks.
Well, there's a little bit of news that we're going to break to you. Jop Briefeld will be joining me for the next round at De Lanzaard and also the season finale as my co-commentator for KZ2 and KZ2 Masters. So a big thank you to the Gabi from Chrono for green lighting that earlier on. Obviously, that'll mean that you'll be at the track because you'll be doing your driver coaching. But you know what? I've really enjoyed this weekend. I know you have as well. Your mum's just posted on social media about it. So Renata, thank you very much indeed. But also, you do the 4-stroke side of things. How much do you think you've learnt in the last half a day?
Well, of course, it's always exciting to be on a speaker for such a nice event. But I think with you by the side and the world-famous Alice Goldschmidt, there's much to learn in the
Or
world
as
of
your mum
commentating.
said, the one and only. There is only one of me. There are people who have my name elsewhere in the world, but there's only one of me. However, the field starts lining up. The revs, we can feel the tension in the air. You can cut through it like a hot knife through cold butter here. What are the drivers thinking as they pull into their grid positions?
Well, it's all about routine here. As they start, they roll the tires so they don't get stuck. They put the clutch in first gear, and then they just watch the lights and try to have the best biting point of the clutch so they can accelerate the quickest.
Right, we wait for the green flag to wave at the back, and so it does. Flag marshal instructs the drivers to look at the lights. Red lights on. Red lights are out and we're underway. Great start from the pole sitter as Claudia Henning dives in behind. Arthur Lehouk and Renzo Alibax looks to the outside. Oh, he's doing a textbook Thierry Del Rey. Alibax through for second position around the outside of turn 2 on the opening lap. Holy moly, it's happened again.
Also Daniel Tenbach with a great start, and now we have disaster for what seems to be a Maranello kart and Aiden Jatic.
Yeah, Adrian Yatic, unfortunately, coming a cropper in that one in the 279. And again, just...
But really good start from Kevin Steyhauer and Fix also. Up, I think, maybe 6 or 7 places now.
Well, Jeffrey Fixer started 22nd. Oh, there's a kart slowing. A kart slowing, it's a Maranello. And I think that might have been Rick Mewis in the 204.
Fixer up 5 positions, Steyhauer up 4 positions in only a starting lap. Also, great start from Daniel Tenbach, now following closely in 5th. Lost out to the 4th place to Jens Streur.
Yeah, Jens looking to try and keep a consistency when it comes to his championship lead, but Arthur Lehouk, who put the cat amongst the proverbial pigeons at the Champions Winter Trophy at Karting Genk in the 2nd weekend of February, and as I said, it was damn cold back then. But now we really see what the Claude Bell Racing Team driver from France now pulls the gap. Alibax in 2nd position, 3/10 behind. Claudia Henning rounding out the top 3, trying to defend against Jens Streur. With Daniel Tenbach, and it's nearly 3 coming together. On the outside, it was Enzo Boll, and I think possibly Maximilian Schreier in the 229 was on the middle, and Dirk van Sifthout sandwiched the German from the right-hand side. Well, now it's really very much game on. 3 CRGs in the top 4, and look at Renzo Alibax! Now, what has happened to Arthur Lehouk?
Luke has an engine seizure, I think.
Oh, no.
Maybe
Smoke billowing. Smoke billowing from the right. Lehouk is out. No. Lehouk is out of the race on lap 3. Disaster. Smoke was billowing from the right-hand side, and this has changed the complexity of this final completely. Renzo Alibax
is a full second.
I know. Now it's down to... Now, the thing is... Let's not get ahead of ourselves here, folks. But there have been 2 jump start penalties issued. 288 and 204. Now, 288, so I'm trying to see who that is. Well, I can't see. Well, Rick Mew is one of them. It might be 238 of Cedric Malk, possibly, because that's the only one that's ending in an 8. So whether that gets amended, but however...
Renzo Alibax really pulling away here. Jens Streur also right up behind Claudio Henning. He's looking really quick in the opening stages here, and we might see an overtake soon.
Yeah, well, the thing is at the moment, well, Jens Streur, Kevin Steyhauer are 20 points apart coming into this round of the championship. Enzo Boll has really had a weekend to possibly forget. I mean, he was 7th in the pre-final. He's 8th at the moment. But look at this lead.
And look at Jeffrey Fixer up 9 positions. And Cedric Malk also up 9 positions.
That is crazy. So both of them are tag team. It's like a WWE Tag Team Championship match, and they're double teaming the opponents. Claudia Henning.
Farin Megger goes up the inside for 4th position.
I cannot believe he just went up the inside of Daniel Tenbach.
Yeah, he seems really quick now.
Yeah,
also, Megger really fast always, and the beginning of the season hasn't quite gotten the luck in the races, but now it seems that things are going his way.
Well, he did go to X30 last year in a change, and he's been doing a lot of testing, and he's also doing driver coaching as well. So a bit like yourself, that you're racing, but you're also helping the younger generation. You know, the superstars of the future get an opportunity. But what I am noticing is that Claudia Henning and Jens Streur are starting to close that gap. They have not decided to go full-out push like Renzo Alibax did. Atin Yatic now, unfortunately, retires on lap 4, so that's 2 by the wayside. It's a difficult race for Jarno Ottmer. He's currently 18th at the moment, having started 11th. Jeffrey Fixer now 12th, and closing in on Kevin Steyhauer, who's made up 8 places. Both those drivers are on the fringes of making it into the top 10. And look at the train here, Job. It's really getting compacted now.
Yeah, really. And they're also closing gap to 1st position, I think.
Well, Farin
they've taken 4/10 this lap.
Oh dear, it's game on. Jens Streur dives up the inside through turn 2, and Claudia Henning says, no you don't, sunshine. That's bringing Farin Megger right into play. Turn 2, turn 5 are 2 perfect spots for overtaking. We've seen a couple of calamities through a little bit later on in the circuit, like here, probably at around about turn 8 or 9, where I think perfect example of that would be Nicolas Guillaume trying to go up the inside of MK Arts and hitting her left side pod, and then causing himself a bit of a drama in the process. But the thing is now...
Jens Streur is really pulling a gap now. He has overtaken Claudia Henning. And I think he might be looking to overtake for the lead soon. And Farin Mega goes up the podium now, 3rd position.
Farin Mega's got he's got the wind beneath his side pods, not the wind beneath his wings at the moment, because that would be probably copywriting a song. But Farin Mega gets past countrywoman Claudia Henning for P3. Now, the thing is, you can see where Mega is slower. Henning able to use that centre of gravity, that lower centre of gravity. Now, considering Farin used to be, like yourself, as a young child, quite small. Now, you're taller than me, so I get the Richard Hammond complex. But you look at the build of Claudia Henning, small, compact, what you would see as a driver. And you then see Farin Mega, and the top of his race helmet is about 6 inches higher than Claudia Henning. So he's got a higher centre of gravity. So Claudia Henning, through these twisty corners, is really cornering on rails.
Well, also Megger was also fast in X30 Rotax. It's nice to see that he picked up the speed in the KZ now. And I think he might be looking well to pull a bit of a gap to Henning.
Could be interesting to see. We've still got just under 6 minutes to go, plus 2 additional laps. So it is at the moment Renzo Alivax leading ahead of Jens Streur, who has got that gap down to under half a second. Jens Streur did a 42.3 flat.
Oh, and we have Bol going now for the 5th position.
Oh, Daniel Tenbach just got a surprise there. He's got Robin Glerum and Dirk van Sifthout closing in on him, and they are 3 that are line astern at the moment.
Oh, and now 5. We have... Oh, I think there was a move from Schreier on Fixe, but it was a little bit of pushing. I'm not too sure who came out of that the best.
It'll be interesting to see once they cross the line once again. However, Renzo Alivax looking to do what he can. Now, Alivax in the championship is currently P6. He's had no wins this season. He had a DQ at round 3 in the final, and he's not placed higher than, I think, 3rd. No, he's had 1 win back at round 2 in the final. So now he's got an opportunity. But Jens Streur, who won the final at both round 3 at Berchem and round 4 at De Lansard, could be looking for 3 wins in the finals alone, and that will help him. Kevin Stayhauer at the moment, currently running 11th. Jeffrey Fixer now in the top 10.
Up 12th position.
Place from 22nd on the grid. Daniel Stell has got the bit between his teeth, and he's just put in the fastest lap of the race. 41.960. Gap now under 2/10. Streur is now going to go for it, as Renzo Alivax for the Kartstore Benelux Racing Team now has the championship leader right on his rear bumper.
And we now have some defending also. It seems as Alivax really saw that Streur was coming in closer, and he's closing the door. So that's going to be an exciting last 4 minutes.
Well, it's not just that. Farin Mega is closing in. Claudia Henning is closing in. Enzo Bol is within 2 seconds of the race leader. Don't count out the likes of Daniel Tenbach, Robin Glerum, et al., as now we go on to what will be lap number 14. Jens Streur now powers out of the final corner. Gap now a 10th. Here it goes. Is it going to happen? Yes, it is. Up the inside, but Alivax defends. Alivax defends. Brilliant anticipation from Renzo Alivax, as Jens Streur was trying to look for the move up the inside through turn 2 on lap number 14. And now here comes the sense of urgency. Jens Streur, the 242, looking to make that move, and it's bringing back, as I said, look, you see now the top 5 after 12 laps were 2 seconds apart. They're now less than 1.7 seconds apart. This is where it's crucial. Enzo Bol closing in on Claudia Henning for 4th place.
It's really, it was a textbook defense from Alivax. Really shutting the door nice. And it seems as Farin Mega is also right at the bumper of Streur now. He has really taken the opportunity to close the gap.
I've only got one thing to say in German about fucking Mega. Los geht's. Right, let's go. Let's go. 2.5 minutes to go, plus 2 laps. It is very much game on. Don't count out any one of the top 5. Alibax, Treur, Mega, Henning and Boll. Covered by 1.3 seconds after 14 laps. Now, Jens Treur, what will he do onto lap 16? He was 2/10 behind. He's now got to think about it because he's got to do what he can. But that's Enzo Boll up the inside through turn 2 on Claudia Henning, who now drops to 5th. But this is where it's going to get crucial. 2 minutes to go, folks. I see very, very big fireworks in the offing because Daniel Stell has just gone up to 10th. And he's just put in another new fastest lap of the race, 41.883. The key component here, Job, is the fact he's only 4.3 seconds behind the race leader. We've still got, I think, including this lap, 4 to go, and anything can happen.
Really, that's true, and he's also closing the gap to the leader, Renzo Alibox, by half a second per lap. But we have a misshift from Jens Treur, and Farin Megger almost goes up the inside. That was really close there.
That's one of the biggest things that you have. If you miss a gear or miss shift, you lose all that momentum you've just gained. Definitely. So that gap will have at least doubled from 0.2 to half a second. Now in towards the Schumacher chicane we go once again. Enzo Boll. Now this is a rivalry going back to Junior Rotax.
Yeah,
Enzo Boll versus Farin Megger. And now we've got...
It seems as Boll has a bit more speed at this point in the race. And we might see Farin defending soon. But in the meantime, Farin is also keeping up really good with Treur. So maybe we see Farin go... Oh, that was
yes.
Almost a move there.
Yes, nearly up through the inside of turn number 5. But Claudia Henning is not done. Claudia Henning is not going to be counted out of this one. And up the inside, she tries to dive through on Enzo Boll in the final part of the circuit. Claudia Henning through everything, including the kitchen sink at Enzo Boll, and it did not work out.
We have a bit of a slide of Enzo Boll through the last chicane. Now losing the gap to Farin Megger. Claudia Henning also defending now for Daniel ten Bach.
Yeah, that's for 5th place.
Daniel Stell up into 9th place.
Oh, well, that means, and he's only 2.7 seconds behind. We're on to the second from last lap of what has been an enthralling and exciting KZ2 final. Ajin Yatikan on lap 4, the biggest drama. Smoke billowing from the right rear axle of Arthur Lehouk, and the Frenchman was out going on to lap number 3. But here comes Jens Treur, here comes Farin Megger. They're going to battle with Renzo Alibax. 2 laps to go, 10th and a half between the top 2. Heading down to turn 2 here on lap number 20. And Farin Megger possibly looking for the move up the inside into turn 3. Can't get the job done. Enzo Boll back on his rear bumper. Top 4 line astern. There was 7.5 tenths apart. Daniel Stell now up 10 positions and is 2.5 seconds away from the race leader. Renzo Alibax over the curbing. Goes some of the drivers. Claudia Henning taking a very different approach. Smooth and silky is the driving style of the number 224 as she does not go on the curbing. A bit of mechanical sympathy very much in operation there. Alibax is going to lead us on to
the last lap.
Last lap.
Until now, a very impressive job by Alibax, keeping off Treur, who's been breathing down his neck the whole race. But yeah, he's keeping the gap close very neatly.
Yeah, Enzo Boll was very cheekily looking up the inside through turn 3 on Farin Megger for that final step on the rostrum. But it's going to be coming down to the technical twisty stuff here at Kartclub Kerpen at the F-Landring here for the KZ2 Final for round 5 of the 2024 season. Now it's going to be the run through into the Schumacher chicane. Megger's got to defend. Alibax has got daylight at the end of the tunnel. Alibax is going to come out of the final corner. And Renzo Alibax from 3rd on the grid wins the final. 2nd it's Treur. Megger takes P3, and that, I think, is his first ever podium in KZ2, not just chrono karting, but I think possibly in his career.
I think so, yes. So congratulations to him, and also Yeah, as I said, a really good job from Ali Box, keeping off the other drivers the whole race. I think he didn't open the door once, so that's very impressive driving and also very tactical.
Well, let's have a look at the provisional results. Well, it's a victory for Kartclub Benelux Racing Team and Renzo Alibax, who picks up his second win in the final this season, winning by 0.468 ahead of Jens Treur, who continues to lead the championship heading into De Lansard in round 6. Fahin Mega takes his first ever KZ2 pole with Kartschmi and Mac 1 in third, defending sternly against the ever-closing advances of Enzo Bol. I was really hoping Claudia Henning might factor in. Well, she did at multiple points, finished P5 ahead of Daniel Tenbach. Robin Glirum ends up P7. One of the movers of the race, up 10 positions to finish 8th, Daniel Stahl, followed by Dirk van Siftout. Bart Plug rounds out the top 10 with Jeffrey Fixer and Cedric Mount starting from the tail end of the field, both making it to 11th and 12th respectively. Kevin Stehauer, Gil Mertens, Maximilian Schreier, Jarno Opmeer, Len Nys, Jelite Boomer, Koen van Ginkel, Dan Zopfi and Rick Mewis ran out the 21 finishes. Adin Yaksik and the biggest casualty of all, Arthur Lehouk, retiring on lap 2. Well, a big thank you there to Job Riefeld, the Jobster, for his insights and input for what was, I think, it has been the most exciting KZ2 final so far this season. But there is one more race to go here at Kerpen. It's the senior top 36 final up next. So here it is. It's the big one. It's the one you've all been waiting for. It's the Senior Rotax Top 36 Final. A capacity grid finally fully envisioned after our top 6 from the second chance heat earlier on this afternoon were confirmed. Vic Stevens starts from pole position. Alongside will be Jaden Teen on the front row. Ralph van der Pavet looking for another successive podium in a row after De Lansard starts from the inside of row 2. Jori Schoens alongside for close company. Tommy van der Sluys and Krik Knoren round out row 3 ahead of Kaz Boshuis, Mika van der Pavert, Devian Rost and Jot van Wijk, who complete the top 10. Bram Plomp, Mitch Heinert, Matera Denkovic, Benjamin Van Hees, Eva Dorrestein, Julian Klosman, Flynn Fitters, Wood Kirstens, Enes Demarkaya and Sim van Vliet round out the top 20. Completing the 36-strong grid, Luca Brima, Stain Peters, Max Costa, Felipe Falk, Martin Herrera, Ben Kaminski, Kevin Navis, Enzo van den Dickenberg. Then we got Ruben Verheyen, Mike Maastricht, and the 6 from the second chance heat, Dante Sima, Dean Winters, Wesley Eckhart, Rein van der Meer, Jay Zurveld, and bringing up the rear of the field, the 313 of the Netherlands, Gwen Bloxil. So, another slight blip in the 100% points haul for Jaden Teen, but I'm sure he won't be too concerned about that, considering the fact that Vic Stevens took 2 victories in his heats. And then also, along with that, Jaden Teen came out second best in the heat where they were competing against each other. So this is where we really get to see something magical. So, revs rise, lights don't go out. Oh, I can feel the tension in the air. It's palpable. Heart rates are racing upwards, and so are blood pressures, particularly for the 36 drivers, most notably for the front row. So, things coming in saying, Ivan Clever saying, hi Alex, great day at Kerpen. Go TB Kart, waiting for Mitch and Felipe. Ivan Clever saying, go Mitch the Beast and fantastic Falk. Milligan Fitters wishing Finn all the best. Jori Schoenmakers saying, let's go Jori Schoens. So let's see what happens over our final race this weekend here at Kartclub Kerpen. A big thank you to the circuit for enabling us to host another trip outside of the Netherlands. We'll be returning back to home soil to Circuit de Lansard. And there's going to be a little bit of a break between now and then because we'll be returning to action in September. Revs rise, lights are on, lights are out, and here we go. Vic Stevens leads the field as Ralph van der Pavert managed to get through on Jaden Teen on the start today. He will try at turn number 2. And, well, Ralph van der Pavert still tried, but we've got carts off, and we've got one in the barriers. Oh, dear. We've had a big, big cloud of dust coming out of turn number 4, but there is a hefty incident at turn 2 again. Oh dear. One kart spinning around after collecting the barrier. And that just goes to show how quickly a race can turn on its head. So Vic Stevens leading at the moment. Jaden Teen in 3rd. The 2nd. 3rd, it's Ralph van der Pavert. Jori Schoens rounds out the top 4. Yellow flags at turn 2. No overtaking permitted. Oh, and right, okay, let's dissect this a little bit. Ruben Verheyen, Max Costa and Dante Sima might be the karts involved at that point. However, at the front end, oh, it's business resumed as normal. Jaden Teen gets through on Vic Stevens. However, oh, has someone just gone off? Yes, they have. And that's coming up the hill into the left-hander. The fast left-hander heading to the Schumacher chicane. And now there's a four-way scrap behind Ralph van der Pavet. Jordi Schoens has been passed by Tommy van der Stroys. The 354 from The Hague in the Netherlands. He gets through on Jordi Schoens, Krik Knoren and Kaz Boshouse round out the top 7. Mika van der Pavet, the younger brother of Ralph, in 8th, ahead of Mateo Radenkovic and Benjamin Van Hees. Ruben Verheyen is out. Devian Rust, oh, right, so Devian Rust was all the way up in 9th place. So may have been one of the people that ended up being caught out. Now, this is the pace I've been waiting to see again from Ralph van der Pavet. He's running P3, and he's running strongly. Last time around, he set the fastest lap of the race. And now, lap 3 in the books, Jort van Wijk, new fastest lap. 45.124. Enzo van den Dickenberg has now dropped down to 34th. So Devian Ross out, Ruben Verheyen out. That was a real shame for Devian Ross because last time, I think if I remember correctly, he actually ended up taking Devian Rust 47 points. So he did take at Circuit Park Berhem, I believe, which would have been round 3. Took 2 third-place finishes and ended up taking Kartstore Benelux Racing Team's first ever actual podium in this championship. Now Jaden Teen has got Vic Stevens towards the outside, who's going for the under-over. And at this point, not quite happening yet. Van der Stroys has now caught up with Ralph van der Pavet. Now this is where it gets a bit dangerous. You've got the top 9 rounded out by Mateo Radenkovic, covered by 1.7 seconds after the opening 4 laps. We've still got 9.5 minutes plus 2 additional laps. So the strategy has to be this. Push, but don't push too hard. If you take the life out of the Mojo D5s, you could be at the behest of those behind you. And Van der Pavet, oh well, Vic Stevens trying to go again round the outside. That is getting very, very dangerous for Vic Stevens. There is an opportunity there for Ralph van der Pavet if he was a little bit closer towards the back of the 327, as Stevens did look up the inside of turn number 5. But Jaden Teen was wise to it. Closed the door off straight away. Well, that was all the way down to Mitch Haynert, I just saw. 12 carts. And there's one of the there's someone in front of the one of our cameras going, come on, move, move, move. Well, we have another retirement. Jay Zurveld out of the race, I'm afraid. So is Enzo van den Dickenberg, as, well, Ralph van der Pavet still defending, and he's defending sternly. Oh, dear! Contact between Vic Stevens and Jaden Teen, and Jaden Teen goes rally crossing. I think that was a bit of a hard hit into the left-hand side of Jaden Teen. Now that brings up the question, how will race control look at that one? It's down to them, and if they put a penalty on Vic Stevens, if they feel it's warranted, that makes the de facto race leader Ralph van der Pavet, who's coming under big pressure from Tommy van der Stroys. So at the moment, it's Vic Stevens. Jaden Teen now finds himself down in 8th place. But from this position here, Jaden Teen has less pressure on his shoulders. Dives up the inside. Neat move through turn 3 on Mika van der Pavet to take 7th place. There's still so much in this race to go. You do not want to miss a single second of it. I just spotted there Enzo van den Dickenberg's Zodi kart chassis, unfortunately to the side, and the driver with helmet off watching from the sidelines. Now there is a little bit of a gap starting to expand between Vic Stevens and Ralph van der Pavet. Tommy van der Stroys continues to round out the top 3. Jaden Teen now trying to close on those in front. And he's, Jaden Teen trying to go around the outside of Casbah's house, and he got it just, how many drivers have had the stones to do that? Renzo Alibax in KZ2, Thierry Del Rey, KZ2 Masters, now add senior Rotax and Jaden Teen to that list. That was brilliant, that was beautiful, that was, I don't know what other superlative I can put with that one, it was superb. Someone's had a big offer on the run up the hill coming into the left-hander towards the Schumacher chicane, but at the moment, well, the gap was just over the 10th and a half last time between Vic Stevens and Ralph van der Pavert. Now, Tommy van der Stroy's biding his time and threw up the inside of Krit Knorren. Jaden Teen, watch out. Now he's got clean air. And there, hang on a second. Did I just notice Krit Knorren's bumper going in on itself a little bit there? That is very, very odd. I haven't seen that for a while. Oh, Tommy van der Stroy's neat move up the inside. That was on Ralph van der Pavert. And now Jori Schoens gets through. So now there's an opportunity here for Ralph van der Pavert to try and get the opportunity to fire back past the number 365 and hopefully retake what would be a second podium in a row. But look who's behind. Krit Knorren with the elbows clearly out, got through on Casbah's house. And I think also Benjamin Van Hees is in the mix there as well. Mitch Haynett gets through and I think just went up to 9th. And look at the momentum they're carrying through these corners. I have to say, I have all the admiration and respect for these drivers. I mean, if you put me in a kart, I think I'd probably want to call my mother and ask for my dummy. No, I'm only kidding. I probably like thinking, why have I put myself in this situation, is the adult thinking. Klinker's going, come on, Jaden Teen. And then Carton going, come on, Jaden. So cheers for Jaden Teen. That is a move on Julian Klausmann. That was Mika van der Pavert. I have to say, Evan Dotterstein doing a stellar job. Oh, who's just got... Oh, someone has just had a big old Code Brown moment coming through on the grass, kicking up the dust through turn 4 just a second ago. And before I got really interrupted by seeing that, Ava Dotterstein, credit where credit is due. The young lady in the 361 for the Kartstall Benelux team moved up to seniors for this weekend and beyond. Right, penalty coming in. Oh, first 3 second unsportsmanlike driving penalty goes to Mateo Radenkovic as Jaden Teen makes the move on Ralph van der Pavert. And that is for 4th place. So Radenkovic currently P6. And at the moment, if that finished as it did now, that would put him 12th ahead of Mika van der Pavert. Jaden Teen is bringing along. Oh, right. Looks like Ralph van der Pavert has got someone he wants to chase along with, and that's going to be Jaden Teen. All of these drivers are good friends in the paddock when the racing helmets and the race suits come off. But Vic Stevens still leading the way. Vic Stevens, well, has only made 2 appearances. Round 1 at Genk, and then round 3 at Marienborg. So this is his 3rd appearance this season. Wasn't with us at Berchem or at De Lansard. I definitely know that someone's playing some music in the background, so someone thinks the paddock is a local nightclub at the minute. But it's now about how these 3 drivers, Teen, Van der Pavert and Radenkovic, start chasing down, and they are catching. They are catching the 2 in front. So, Vic Stevens, 44.851. Van der Stroy's 44.820. Jori Schoens, 44.890. Then, Jaden Teen, Ralph van der Pavert and Mateo Radenkovic, 44.82, 44.81, 44.66. New fastest lap now set by the driver in 12th position. Van Plomp. And I knew it was going to happen. Vic Stevens is no longer going to be leading this race if it stays as it is, with 1 minute and 45 seconds to go, Vic Stevens gets a 3-second penalty for the advantage by contact. Move on, Jaden Teen a few laps ago. Another penalty coming in, and this time it's for the 3-7-0. Dante Sima also getting a 3-second penalty for advantage by conduct. On the live timing it's saying unsportsmanlike driving, which means basically push to pass, as in bump and big time bump and run. So at the moment, well, what this will do is Vic Stevens, at the minute, would be 6th on the road, which means Tommy van der Stroys is the de facto leader right now. 50 seconds to go. Van der Pavic goes defensive on Radenkovic, who has got a 3-second time penalty to be added post-race, and there are more coming in. 3-7-1. Stain Peters also gets an unsportsmanlike driving 3-second time penalty post-race. So Flynn Fitters has now dropped down to the back end of the field and might not be taking any further participation in this race. Martin Herrera has dropped down the order to 26th, the Colombian. So let's see where 3 seconds puts Vic Stevens now 5th. And Radenkovic with the 3-second time penalty will end up probably 8th at this moment. But Tommy van der Stroys is currently the de facto leader. Who would have thought this would have been one to talk about? Van der Stroys ahead of Schoens and Teen. That is effectively your de facto top 3, even though Vic Stevens is now going to have to push over the next 2 laps. And we are now completing lap 18 out of 20. Vic Stevens leads the way. Tommy van der Stroys in second, 1.6 seconds behind. Jori Schoens and Jaden Teen are within that 3-second window. That is crucial of what has transpired. Jaden Teen might want to get past Jori Schoens and Tommy van der Stroys very, very quickly. But he needs to do it calmly, cleanly and fairly. Unfortunately, the move that was done on him by Vic Stevens was judged to be otherwise by race control. Last lap is underway of the race meeting. Vic Stevens leads Tommy van der Stroys, Jori Schoens and Jaden Teen. These 3 are set to become your top 3. Obviously, provisional, pending any sporting and technical checks post-session. Ben Kaminski moves up to 21st ahead of Sim van Vliet. But with the final lap underway, it's going to be the run to the line. Well, he's tried his best to pull a gap. Will it be enough? Out of the final corner very shortly, through the Schumacher chicane, round the final turn. Vic Stevens will take the win on the road. It's a muted celebration, I'm sure. Van der Stroys by 1.9 seconds behind Vic Stevens inherits the senior Rotax final victory here at round 5 ahead of Jori Schoens and Jaden Teen. Vic Stevens will be demoted to 4th place as a result of that. Mateo Radenkovic, who made up, credit where credit is due, 8 places to finish 5th, will be given a 3-second time penalty post-race for advantage by contact. That will drop the youngster to around about 9th, but Tommy van der Stroys will be the provisional senior Rotax winner in the final. Ahead of Jori Schoens, Jaden Teen on adjustment. Vic Stevens will be demoted to P3. P4. Ralph van der Pavet will take 5th ahead of Krit Knorren, Benjamin Van Hees and Mateo Radenkovic. Then you've got the likes of Jort van Wijk, Mitch Haynert. They round out the top 10. Kaz Boshouse, Bram Plomp, Mika van der Pavet, Julian Klosman, Enes Demirkaya, who ran out the top 15. Congratulations, Ava Dorrestein, 16th on your senior Rotax final debut here at Chrono Karting. Well done, great job. She finished ahead of Luca Prima, Wout Kirstens, Felipe Falk and Steen Peters. They complete the top 20. Ben Kaminski, Siem van Vliet, Kevin Navis, Dean Winters, Mike Maastricht, Martin Herrera, Max Costa, Rein van der Meer, Gwen Bloxhill, Wesley Eckhart and Dante Sima ran out the 31 that finished. Flynn Fitters retired on lap 15. Jay Zurveld, Enzo van den Dickenberg, Devian Rost and Ruben Verheyen were eliminated earlier in the race. So, das war's. That's it. All done. Round 5 in the books here for the Dutch Championship for Rotax and KZ2, powered by Chrono Karting. We firstly have to say a few thank yous. A big thank you to the team behind the scenes, from our crew on and off track, also administration, race control, our stewards through CNAF. Also, we have to thank the marshalling crew from the team here at Kartclub Kerpen. So, vielen lieben Dank bei der Strecke von den F-Landring hier in Westdeutschland. Vielen lieben Dank, und das ist alles, was ich sagen kann in dieser wichtigen Moment. Sehr emotionell. A big thank you to all the teams, all the drivers, all the families, all the mechanics, team bosses, lad and dad, father and daughter, daughter and mother operations that run in this paddock. A big thank you to everyone that has supported the championship. Big thank you again to Wagtechniek, Karting Champions League and ASA, who have supported and sponsored the live stream for this season. We also have to say a big thank you to everyone that has watched at home. And a big thank you also to my partner in crime, who is going to be joining me for KZ2 and KZ2 Masters at round 6 and round 8. A big thank you to the Obster, Job Briefeld, for his input. And more importantly, we have to say a big, big thank you to everyone that loves this sport. A big thank you to the team at Camp Company GmbH. We've had Daniel and Steffi with us this weekend. And also a big thank you to their big boss, Mike Wagner, as always, for helping to provide such a fantastic live stream. Well, that's it from us from here in West Germany. We head back to Eindhoven to Circuit de Lansard on the 15th of September. After that, we will have 2 more rounds to go. We return to Circuit Bad Berchem on the 13th of October, and the 2024 Dutch Championship Rotax KZ2, powered by Chrono Karting, will conclude where it started back on the 25th of February, the home of champions, Karting Gang. My name's Alex Goldschmidt. See you in September for round 6. Until then, top snel op de baan. Tot ziens.